Mukbang, a community on YouTube built on the consumption of obscene amounts of food for the entertainment of bewildered onlookers. This is Nicholas Perry, aka Nikocado Avocado, a rather controversial figure on the platform. He's been in a few incidents that hit the bigwigs' radar upstairs.
Looks like a douchebag.
You're one to talk. Recon agents have acquired its current location and are holding a perimeter on the Alpha site. You've been tasked with eliminating the target. Extraction points have been...
Why exactly do we care?
Well, you see, Alpha's granted us a new tech that we want you to try out in the field.
Hey, dude. What the f*** is this?
What? Oh no, you won't be able to access that video in your current location.
That's stupid.
So, if you could test out the incendiary plasma grenades on them, that'd be great.
Incendiary plasma? How those work?
I just told you how they work.
How am I supposed to watch this if it's blocked?
I'm glad you asked.
Well.
Hey, Tro.
Haven't seen you since Acapulco.
Acapulco? Motherfucker, you told me we go to Acapulco together. That's our special place. Remember one time we saw...
Look, man, can we not talk about that?
Are you listening?
Of course I'm listening to you. Listen, don't you guys normally have black hair?
Well, yeah. I'm surprised you noticed, actually.
Oh, you know I did. What'd you do to it?
Well...
I can't see your video, dude.
That's because your location doesn't allow it.
It's garbage.
Just turn on your VPN.
I don't know what that is.
Well then, I suppose I'll bring you up to speed. A VPN, or virtual private network, is an online device which allows you to adjust or hide your IP address while providing an additional layer of security for your personal data through the process of encryption.
Huh.
So, for example, after this rather stressful mission, you will probably want to unwind by watching a motion picture. However, you may find the current Netflix repertoire somewhat underwhelming or repetitive. By using Surfshark VPN, you can relocate to another country, which will offer you a new selection of films to quench your cinephilic desires. As a twat with too much free time, particularly in this lockdown, I know I've watched a lot recently.
This is all well and good, but I don't watch that many movies, bud. Plus, the ladies keep me pretty busy, and you know how they are. 1 second.
It was pretty scary, but, like...
Oh my god. Now, how did you get it like that? Like, what's the technique? Like, you know...
Oh yeah, well, what I do is...
Well, what if you were researching one of your targets and a site which you needed access to was blocked?
Go on.
Using Surfshark VPN will allow you to adjust your settings to bypass this barrier. You can also use their Clean Web add-on to make sure those malicious sites out there don't pull the old switcheroo on you and compromise your security.
Alright, what's the catch?
No catch, just a deal.
Send it.
Well, the deal is if you use code OPINION at checkout, you'll receive 3 months free alongside 85% off a 2-year subscription, giving you over 2 years of Surfshark for the price of just 4 months.
Is this an ad read?
All you have to do is click the link in the description below and select the plan in reference. They even offer a 30-day money-back guarantee if you're not satisfied. So there's really, truly, no risk at all.
You sly dog. Alright, I'ma get it.
TK!
What?
Are you kidding me?
Look, Tro called and put me onto something, right?
Oh, hey, Tro!
Ah, hello, Em.
Finally told him about that VPN, huh?
What?
He's always been a bit slow, hasn't he?
Always. Private call?
Hey, pull up.
I was so healthy. I had rice and beans and fish. Maybe this is all water weight. I'm holding on to water weight. I need to get this off my chest. I need to, from my heart. From my heart. I don't even know why. I don't know what I did to deserve this. I have no idea what I did wrong.
I am not having it today. Today, Missy Two Shoes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to The Right Opinion, the home of a twat with too much free time, and what a year 2020 has quickly devolved into. The turn of a new decade was met by excitement and anticipation from many, myself included. Needless to say, I think disappointed may be an understatement when summarizing my sentiments. With the world falling down around us, it can be easy to lose faith in humanity, but maybe that faith was misplaced all along. What do I mean? Well, let's dabble in today's topic. Drama. In the world of YouTube, the word drama is typically used to refer to a conflict regarding a creator or multiple creators at that. It's a pretty central theme to the current content that I make on my channel and is a focal point for multiple commentators alike. We tend to associate most drama with a more contemporary era of YouTube, originating from the mid-2010s, spearheaded by many commentators and popularized by series like Content Cop. But drama has existed since the dawn of YouTube. I remember all the way back in 2012 when I watched a lot of Call of Duty content because, as you know, I am a gamer. And there was a very renowned call-out video uploaded which obtained well over 1 million views, and probably would have obtained many more if it hadn't been deleted. In an environment like that, such a statistic was hugely impressive, and it had a great impact on the YouTuber it was directed at, who left the internet altogether shortly after. However, with the constant manifestation of communities and lack of real culture surrounding the nature of drama, with it more seeming like an unintended side effect, nothing ever seemed to mold its way into YouTube history, and we tend to reminisce about the early 2010s on YouTube with the innocent nostalgia that we have since assigned to it. That's not a facet that can be considered with the commentary era, and since its rise, every major conflict seems like a blemish imprinted on this beautiful platform, for better and for worse. Yet the sensation that drama provokes has ever remained the same. It was still one of the most iconic feelings when that Call of Duty drama in 2012 was transpiring. It was a rush, someone being exposed, conflict within the community. The truth is plain. Many creators and audiences alike thrive on drama. The appeal of it is indisputable, and as it has grown out of its reputation as a byproduct and into its own genre, it has become more powerful, and people feel less afraid to indulge their more dramatic side. On top of this, with the increased mobilization of online communities, it has been granted additional consequential value that we can observe over the past few years. One of the most prominent outcomes of this is exposed culture, when a person makes strong or revelatory claims regarding another individual and their behavior, typically with the intent of depicting a character that had previously not been shown to the audience. You might find someone sitting quite sternly, glaring at the camera before going into the details of whatever they wish to disclose, or you might just see a neatly posted twitlonger. The overarching message will tell you that this person isn't who you thought they were, whether it's mere business malpractice or something a little more sinister. There can be very real ramifications. The mid-2010s weren't just for sowing the seeds of drama and commentary though. No, in fact, many new creative genres rose to YouTube prominence, one of those being mukbangs. Mukbang is another delightful portmanteau whose literal translation would be eatcast. With such information, you can probably take a guess at what I'm referring to.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yes, the videos where we have an individual consuming portions of food, often accompanied by them making casual chit-chat with the audience. It originated in South Korea towards the end of the 2000s, but only really caught fire in 2015, when a few larger channels began to pay attention to it. Since then, we've seen a wave of creators all over the spectrum take part, either engaging in it as a side venture or as their dedicated pursuits. So we have drama and mukbang simultaneously emerging into the limelight, two seemingly quite distinct genres. But what would you end up with if you merged the two together? Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to Nikocado Avocado. On one hand, a fairly straightforward mukbang creator who just likes a good meal. On the other hand, a seemingly elaborate troll who will jump at the opportunity to be taken seriously and use the power how he sees fit.
I'm my own empire now. I'm the mukbang king. And you messed with the wrong person.
Over the last few years, he has emerged as an influential figure in the mukbang community, obtaining millions of subscribers over 5 channels. Nothing to be sneered at. However, his stint on the platform has been plagued with controversy, drama, exposés, and some pretty serious allegations, both given and taken, which may leave you wondering, how hard is it to eat your damn dinner? If this story was just about a guy who ate food and cried little, then there wouldn't be too much to say. But scratch below the surface and you'll find an extensive history of drama, chaos, and one of the strangest embodiments of exposed culture to boot. At the center, a man whose simultaneously success and failure never fails to fascinate the ardent YouTube commentator. How did he get here? How did we get here? Well, join me today as I tell you about the somewhat strange story behind the rise of Nikocado Avocado and the rather twisted side to what could have been any other content creator and the never-ending nightmare that Mr. Avocado in fact represents. Eating food on camera. How problematic can that be?
Do you know what it's like to be alive for 27 years? I don't even know what that means. What does it mean? What does it mean to be alive for 27 years? What does it mean? I'm just here, and I'm just stuck in this mess. I'm stuck.
Well, Mr. Avocado appears to have risen to the challenge, so I suggest we find out. As we have just outlined, mukbang didn't emerge into the public consciousness until the early 2010s. This means that practically all mukbang creators had alternative careers before their YouTube channels took off. Nikocado Avocado is no different in that regard. However, his story is one of particular curiosity. What do I mean? Well, let's start off with a little clip. That is obviously a wedding. However, there are a few details that may contribute to the intrigue. Firstly, it was a vegan wedding. And secondly, as you may notice, it was accompanied by a rather delightful violin recital. That violinist was someone by the name of Albert Einstein. I'm just f***ing with you, it's Nikocado Avocado.
Veganism affects not only yourself, but it affects other people. It affects the environment. It affects the animals, of course, animals that are being raised and killed for our consumption and usage. It affects us spiritually and mentally, physically, of course.
Yes, this is Nikocado Avocado. As you can probably tell, he hasn't started making the mukbang content that he is renowned for quite yet. In fact, he was on what many would interpret as the opposite end of the spectrum. He was indeed a vegan.
This is the present. Look, Nikocado Avocado got an avocado. How cliche is this? So cliche, I can't even.
Most content involving him in this phase was uploaded between 2014 and 2016. However, if you were feeling particularly inquisitive, you could dredge up an old Twitter which advertised his violin skills, including an audition for the Glee Project, which was a reality TV series where the winner could have their own 7-episode character arc on the titular show. Unfortunately for Nick, opportunity didn't come knocking this time, and his existence continued to be quite ordinary. This is where we should introduce another creator. This gentleman goes by the name of Orlin. Orlin had a YouTube channel known as Orlin Home. On this channel, he would post a lot of vegan-related content. Most of it has been removed, but thanks to this one old screenshot and some old videos still up on his YouTube channel, you can see what the content, now belonging to one of Nick's alts, used to be.
My name is Nicholas, and I'm hungry.
Now, at this point, Orlin was in a relationship with our good friend Nick here. In fact, in this 2013 screenshot, you can see them posing for a very cute couple's profile pic. How adorable. Orlin lived in Colombia and they would visit each other on a somewhat regular basis. However, this meant that Nick would feature in some of Orlin's videos. However, Orlin held down the channel. It seems although he was active in the vegan community, YouTube wasn't always Nick's priority. Although in a later video, he would say this.
In 2012, 2013, one of the two, I put out this big animal rights video on my YouTube channel, my old YouTube channel.
Implying that he had been doing some online activism, though not under his current alias. No, it wouldn't be until 2014 that Nick would initiate Project Nikocado Avocado, and even then it would appear to be dormant, the screenshot showing that in spite of his subscribers, he otherwise had no activity. Now there was activity, but for many people looking, you'd have a hard time finding that. But we'll save that tea until later. This didn't mean he didn't upload and wouldn't appear in various videos with other vegan creators, promoting that healthy lifestyle. Most of this collab content appeared throughout the span of 2016 while he was still identifying as a vegan. At this point, certain vegan creators have picked up the mukbang concept as means to promote their lifestyle and provide fairly easygoing, accessible content for audiences, especially those who may not be interested in veganism regardless. Nick collaborated with a few prominent creators at the time, including Brianna Jackson, Cheap Lazy Vegan, and the somewhat popular creator Mummy Tang, who, by the way, seems like the most delightful person, and I will be highly disappointed if she ends up being exposed.
We have Nick Okado Avocado!
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
In a lot of the content that has remained on YouTube from this Nick Avocado era, there is definitely a lot of flexing regarding his healthy lifestyle.
I like to work out. Do you work out?
I do work out.
What do you do? Do you do cardio?
Well, right now I do a lot of weightlifting. That's what I really, really enjoy. But I do cardio. Actually, today I ran around our neighborhood for like longer than I thought it would. It ended up being like 35 minutes.
And then we worked out at home too. Don't forget that.
Yes, that was so much fun.
Give me some credit too.
Now, some vegans are known to be vocal regarding the proclaimed health benefits that such a lifestyle can provide, and they are completely at liberty to do that. But Nick's comments never seemed to pertain the dogmatic conviction that I'd come to expect from such lifestyle professionals. Maybe I'm biased from what I know now, but after watching his pre-mukbang content, the transition began to make more sense than less. One video that did catch my interest was an upload where All In talks about Nick's first time. Now, if you were going by the title, you may assume something a bit more racy. However, it's actually the first time Nick tried an avocado, which given the channel branding is obviously a big deal. Nonetheless, elements of the rhetoric caught my attention.
And Nicholas and I were very against eating fat back then because we were influenced by 80-10-10 and other raw vegan diets like 30 minutes a day diet or whatever. So we were trying to keep the fat to 95.5 basically because of, you know, the whole 30 minutes a day thing.
It seems that over the years, although it may not have been documented too clearly, All In and Nick's attitude to diet has seemingly softened. And at this point, although they may have still identified as vegans, they would gradually taking more latitude within their lifestyle. This could also be seen in Nick's own content, although no longer on YouTube. I found some Facebook posts that do begin to show the transition his content made in 2016. He always seemed to trade in clickbait type content and indulge in a more mainstream approach towards presentation than his partner. However, nothing really caught my attention until around July of that year. Firstly, some routine mukbang content, but in the thumbnail, he would advertise how many calories are being consumed, a grand 2,000 in that one. This calorie content would also increase in future uploads that month, and he'd go on to promote vegan food that, in spite of their vegan nature, was otherwise rather unhealthy. On top of this, there is another video uploaded a couple days later, which appears to be a pretty fiery response to another pair of creators within the vegan community. With this level of knowledge, we can tell that Nick's outspoken nature would lead to polarization, as displayed by many of his own comments around the time, and his mukbang-style content showed the direction that he was headed. Over the next few months, his style would transform completely. Let's talk about that transformation. Now, Nick's transition has to be split into one of two stages: transition out of the vegan community and transition out of veganism altogether. So I'll be splitting this into these two stages and the observations that can be made with them. I am not a vegan. I'm sure many people will be aware of that, but at the same time, I'm rather indifferent to the lifestyle. And for many people, being vegan isn't something that they advertise on YouTube or in real life. However, vegans do receive a bit of stigma due to the self-superior attitude that a vocal few of them have. Now, I don't think this reputation is completely warranted, because every belief system which has what they perceive as moral foundations is bound to have some evangelical individuals. It's not that dissimilar to a religion. However, this means a few things. First of all, that the YouTube vegan community is probably going to be a bit more dramatic than one might expect, because those most outspoken on their cause are often going to seek out mediums to maximize their influence. And when that happens, you'll likely have pushback from outside, from people who hate your position as much as you hate theirs, and from within, from people who think that your attitude is the wrong way to bring change to the world. Nick definitely seemed like the sort of person to be quite vocal against those in his own community, and his posts seem to prove that as well. Whether his points were rational or reasonable is another question which I wasn't really able to deduce from his titles or Facebook posts alone, so we'll save this point until later. However, one thing is certain, these sorts of dramas will lead to inevitable alienation from that community, and much less obligation to the binding values that drive such a clique. So with this personal experience, Nick decided to quit the vegan community, uploading a 35-minute video at the start of September announcing this, with his own justifications.
I haven't made a video for about 1 week now, and I have my reasons for that. I'm a little uncertain on how to properly begin this video because there's a lot on my mind and it comes from various angles.
Now, this isn't the most necessary to the arc today, but it is an important pit stop, so I'll do my best to summarize. First of all, Nick is sick of the puritanical nature of certain factions of the vegan community. He's fed up of the, quote, raw vegans, those who only support vegan food being eaten raw, and he's fed up of their attitude towards others within the community. He thought by leaving that community himself, he'd be able to escape those with that mentality, but ultimately he was not able to, and realized this spilled over into all communities relating to veganism. I will now show a select number of clips which both reflect the nature of the video and are definitely not ironic in the slightest.
To talk about your lifestyle. The cool thing to do is talk about someone's personal life, or this person's sent a pic, or this person did this, or this person said this, and this person got cheated on. What's that? That's why this community is now. This is why I want to leave. People fighting, people making videos about who texted who cheated on who said what, taking screenshots of comments from months ago and making dramatic videos about it. Like, if that is evident with just a few thousand people in the world who have gone vegan, then if the whole world goes vegan, we are not saved either. Mommy Tang, even Mommy Tang, who's done nothing to attack or belittle or chastise vegan YouTubers publicly, she still gets picked on, she still gets dramatic videos made about her, and she still gets the crazies that are coming after her and threatening her life. What is with it with the vegans?
As a side note, whoever's been messing with Mummy Tang better back up. You mess with Mummy Tang, you mess with me. Now, throughout the video, he still refers to himself as a vegan, and even states this towards the end.
I'm still vegan. I love animals, I care for them. I haven't had animal products for over 4.5 years, but I'm done talking about it, which is really, really unfortunate. I'm done saying vegan because I know it turns so many people off, and even the people that are on your team are the first ones to bat you on the head. Just look at this community, you guys.
This was not the end of the vegan diet for Nick Avocado, it was just the end of the vegan community. And although the like to dislike ratio on this video doesn't flatter him, it's not an unreasonable video for what it's worth. Although he had shown capability to involve himself with drama in the past, this seemed like a distancing from that, and he was ready to move on and be more mature. Over the next few months, he would gradually adjust his content to that more mukbang-oriented. There were other uploads, but they were generally phased out. One observation that you could make is that although the food was still vegan, it wasn't exactly healthy. I don't think I'm making any shocking revelations here, but vegan food isn't always healthy, and some substitutes can be very unhealthy. Nick was definitely playing more into the cheat day side of a vegan diet, apart from the fact that he was cheating every day.
Sloths, welcome to another mukbang. Seriously, you guys, I've been busy all day long. I started out with an entire Domino's pizza onto myself, down my throat. And then I also had Subway, the entire sub down my throat. And this is not including all the fruit I had in the morning, plus a little rice. Now it's dinner time. I've filmed 3 mukbangs back today, and here I go.
However, some of the videos became very popular, and looking at an old Social Blade screenshot, you could see that his success came rapidly with the changing content. Certain videos did extremely well, and subscribers began to flood in at an unprecedented rate. It seems by leaving a toxic community behind, he was able to carve out his own niche of casually vegan mukbang content. However, Nick wasn't quite satisfied with this.
Right then and there. So anyways, now I eat whatever I want, as long as it's plant-based, but I still, my memory, you guys, is bad. My clumsiness is getting out of hand. No matter how much I eat, how much I sleep, how much I exercise, eat my fruits and veggies, and even have my fun with fried food. Sometimes I have doubts.
These concerns would all be put on show in his video called I Don't Want to Be Vegan Anymore, which showcases Nick wrestling back and forth with his animal rights principles and dietary requirements.
But I have to be myself, and I have to be honest with how I feel if I want to keep doing this. Right? Or you just want me to lie and say that that this is how all humans were designed to be, even though there's never been a culture or civilization on Earth to ever do it. It's okay. That's what's really natural. Even when we were evolving, eating bugs and other animals in the rainforests, that's okay. Don't worry about them. What I'm doing is right and natural.
It definitely showcases a more emotional side to him, and being emotional isn't an inherently bad thing. But the video itself is pretty unfocused and doesn't seem to have the clarity of reasoning that his video on departing the vegan community had.
We come from different parts of the world. We have different abilities to tolerate this and that. Some people just like bananas. Some people hate bananas. Some people can't stand lentils. Some people like them. Some people have different genes. Did you know? Did you know that this is so true? You know, I used to believe, oh, we're all equal. No. It's so true that there is a huge foundation to investigate and study the Jewish genes.
It's not like I don't think there are reasons why one may need to change dietary consumption. I doubt that amount of vegan food consumption would have been good for you. But Nick seems to be more improvising on the spot rather than explaining why he's made a thought-out decision. Here are some highlights.
I think I'm missing something. It's so annoying. Like I told myself, it's a blessing in disguise that I do eating shows because I can eat an insane amount of food every single day and stay relatively thin, whatever. But that doesn't mean I feel good. And it's annoying to have to eat so often. It is annoying to have to go, like, be obsessed. Be obsessed. Where am I gonna eat next? Where am I gonna get my food? Is that vegan? Is that vegan too? Oh, now I have to vegan. Oh, it's annoying. If you're deficient in something, it doesn't matter how much you tell yourself, well, I'm gonna do it for the animals. I'm gonna do it to save the environment, save the trees. The poor trees are being chopped down for cows right now. I need to just, you can't be deficient for that long for the trees or for the cows. Does that make sense biologically? Crooked. Do you guys know the richest? It was a video about the world's oldest people, okay? And it had like the world's oldest people. Not a single one of them were vegan, okay? And the oldest lived lady on Earth ate 3 eggs a day. And that was her secret to living long. Now, I'm not saying everyone should eat 3 eggs a day, but I am showing that we aren't all the same. You don't understand. The reason I changed the type of vegan diet I eat so much, year after year after year after year, is because eventually what I was doing didn't feel right. And I feel like I'm at the end. What is there left to try? Supplementing 15,000 things every day? I don't have that kind of money, so that's not an option. I'm not gonna do juice cleanses. I'm not gonna fast. I'm not gonna go back to raw food. I'm not gonna eat just potatoes. I'm not just gonna eat rice and sugar if they don't make me feel good long term.
Let's talk about this more. Alright, so you can say what you want about his videos. They're a bit strange and hard to follow, and it's easy to look at his content and think that he may have his own reasons for wanting to leave vegan content behind. He's talking about the health of his diet, but ultimately there's nothing particularly healthy in what he was doing, and many of his viewers pointed this out at the time. Vegan substitutes don't place you above the health consequences when you're ingesting colossal volumes for YouTube content. However, although he may seem a tad ignorant, you wouldn't notice much provocation in his language. Sure, he may have some accountability issues, but it was possible to give his intent the benefit of the doubt. For the moment at least. That moment lasted shorter than one might expect, as less than 4 days later, he uploaded a video called Why Veganism is Wrong and Makes People Go Crazy. In the 50-minute video, he ups his arguments to 11, but something feels kinda off.
To think that we live in a world where we're all gonna where it's just pure and there's never consequences, or to be healthy, you don't have to contribute to something bad in order to get positive effects from it, doesn't make sense. I mean, it might be a stretch, correct me if I'm wrong, but I very well could be, but I'm thinking like, these are just little examples. I think of the Holocaust. The Holocaust was an awful, awful thing. People had to suffer. People were displaced around the world. People were angry. But what came of it? New laws, change, beautiful, beautiful art, beautiful, beautiful music. Sometimes light comes out of darkness.
A lot of the video is him speaking very broadly about this idea of veganism without any concise direction. A lot of the time I was unsure about the point he was trying to prove, even though he had some all caps bold title with a very clear point. The video itself didn't have that bite, no pun intended. There are a lot of anecdotes and mostly about people who Nick knew.
You don't think I've tried You don't, maybe you guys don't remember the interviews. I Skype called Dr. McDougall, Dr. Furman, talked to Michael Greger. I remember there was this one girl, very, very, very popular. She was like one of the most watched YouTube channels. Now, you don't know who I'm talking about, it's a mysterious person, but she was vegan. This was like 5-6 years ago. There was a huge train of people coming out. This only happened within a few months and then they were just kind of like ignored and hopefully what they were saying would disappear. But a lot of you guys that knew me back then are probably gonna know who I'm talking about. A huge train of people, group of people that all got blood works and they had high triglycerides. I remember, I don't want to give, I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable, but I will say, without saying their names, there were their 3 brothers. And they were very popular and they had all these fans and they were really into building muscle and being athletes and this and that. I can think of another example. I was literally just out of the blue, like this is perfect timing. Just a week ago, maybe even less, like 5 days ago, I was on the phone with a friend and she told me about this guy that was very like, rah, 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 animal rights, animal rights, animal rights, and he participated in protests and I think he did a few undercover like slaughterhouse like helped produce those videos or spread the social media, something like that. And very, very enthusiastic about it. And he was vegan for 3 years, I think. 2 or 3 years, not like a long time, but still, 3 years is a long time. 20 minutes ago, today is Monday, I literally got a message on Facebook from a friend. She's really, really nice, and I kind of hung out with her this summer and stuff. And she sent me a message saying, hey, I saw your first video about questioning veganism, and I want to let you know that you're in doubt and that's okay, and I'm here for you if you want to talk, because she's vegan, but her partner stopped being vegan. He had been vegan for like 8 years, like a long, long time. 8 years, 10 years, 12 years, like a long time. Yeah, basically said that it was very scary because their circle of friends, they weren't sure how they would treat him and this and that. Okay, I got an email from someone named don't want to say her name, and she's basically saying, look, I followed your path as well. She's been vegan for 10 years. Computer. He specifically asked me not to show this message, but he is Native American. And he told me that there's this huge misconception that Native Americans were very sad when they had a cure, and they felt so sad, but they did it because it's all they had.
Jesus Christ, Nick, is there anyone you don't know? And it's not like I don't believe these people don't exist. A good anecdote can always spice up a video. But when used to the degree that Nick uses them, it feels like a limp substitute for real evidence-based arguments that Nick himself seems to be aware of.
Saying things without concrete evidence, using cherry-picked studies. It's no, listen, I know the meat industry probably does the same thing so people buy more of their products. But there has to be a happy medium. And there is a reason why why a lot of people have problems down the road.
If I was to provide a personal opinion on the video, it feels that Nick had already made a decision and was trying to play out his transition as naturally as possible, perhaps justify it to himself. Though he may have a point about the crazy thing, given that 2 uploads later, he's really out here putting pineapples on his pizza. I could say more about this video, but it is rather tame for what the title may imply. However, one important takeaway, other than the food, is that Nick wasn't running from drama anymore. The video's provocative title and opening tone was more than enough to irritate defensive vegans, some of whom I'm sure were part of Nick's own audience. He frames it like a personal battle, but when you brand your video with such broad strokes, you're not far off the backlash. And he wasn't. That video scored a negative like-to-dislike ratio, with many people expressing their disappointment. However, there's no way that someone like Nick didn't anticipate this. He had already shown an awareness of the toxicity. What were his intentions? Well, over the next few months, Nick began to reveal these intentions. He made a couple more vegan videos, but then began to advertise his shift away from veganism, finally celebrating his full departure with a trip to Domino's Pizza. An interesting choice considering one of his concerns about veganism were the health risks. These health risks continued to escalate over future videos, bringing his intent into question. Nevertheless, he continued to proclaim the benefits of his new diet.
I gave it an honest attempt like no other. And sure, I was skinny for the majority of all these diets. I feel like I'm even thinner now than many points when I was raw vegan. Such a swollen face, and I still get very swollen faces, and I'm gonna talk about this in this video. It's been every single day of eating animal products. I feel so good. It's like a light bulb went off. It's like I saw the light. It's like a new set of batteries have been implanted into my head. Talk about sustainable energy.
And I'm not going to be the one to defend the vegan diet as the ideal lifestyle for everyone, but Nick's solution wasn't the reasonable answer. In his vegan questioning content, he spoke a lot of the time about bringing up diet and what human beings need to maintain a balanced intake.
Okay, maybe 50 of you. There's 50, you got 50 people right now. You're watching this video and you're in the same position as me. You've been vegan for many, many years and you're starting to have some doubts. And maybe you're getting some blood work back and your B12's low and your iron's low. Your omegas are low. Your calcium is low. You're not getting vitamin K2. Where do you get vitamin K2? How do you absorb calcium if you're not eating sauerkraut every day? Well, there's K2 in animal products, but what do you do if you don't eat them? There's all these different things. Albumin, where do you get them? Huh?
However, in response to this, he merely introduces meat to his already excessive diet, indulging himself to outrageous proportions, 10,000 calorie challenges, so much fast food, I'm surprised he can't single-handedly support their value on the stock market. Because of this, people began picking up on his rather unhealthy consumption habits and raising their concerns that this was not conducive to the lifestyle that he had previously aspired for. However, in the true nature of the internet, some people went a tad too far and began diagnosing him with eating disorders. A lot of these people who were attacking Nick appeared to be those of the vegan lifestyle, and ultimately he used a lot of this to justify another video against these individuals who were coming at him on his channel.
Over the past month, I have gotten thousands, to the extent where I have friends reaching out to me, people I haven't even talked to for like a year or two, sending me messages on Facebook or even emails. Nick, I heard that you have an eating disorder, and I just want to let you know I'm here for you if you need help with it or talking about it. Nick, I heard that you're throwing up your food. You have bulimia. And, you know, why didn't you tell me? I thought I was your best friend.
I have to say, I'm somewhat skeptical that it's thousands of people, but we will entertain this for the sake of discourse. Now, I don't think it was fair to accuse him of being bulimic or assigning any eating disorder without clear proof. You can always tell someone to go get help because they may have a problem, but straight up shouting at them is never going to make them listen, and Nick had chosen a perspective at that point. He was going to dig in his heels as much as possible, so a lot of people coming at him was just perfect ammunition to fire back, which is what he did.
I have been doing mukbangs for months, many months, ever since last January of 2016. That's been a year. I mean, it wasn't that regular back then. It was maybe once every 2 weeks, once a week, something like that. But I've been doing them every single day for like 4 months, eating plant-based foods. But when I stopped being vegan, all the vegans now are coming on saying, oh, you have bulimia, oh, you have purging. They never said it before if I was eating the vegan calories, but since the calories are coming from animal products, oh, I have an eating disorder. That is terrible. That I don't even, you know, the rationale.
This is reasonable content to make a video on in principle, but for a person who had previously shied away from drama, he was suddenly, once again, rather outspoken. Now, there are many theories for why this may be, but for me, at this point, it seemed quite straightforward. He wanted to rebuke many naysayers who were saying he couldn't pull off this transition, while also strengthening some bonds with his most loyal subscribers. He had built up this brand as the former vegan who had made content on them in the past. He was aware of how volatile some of them can be, but rather than running away from them, he was running towards them, blowing off that drama, facing off their points about his new diet and the health considerations. Make no mistake, the worst of a community is never pleasant, but sometimes behind the worthless anger, there may be a legitimate point, and Nick was about to start losing that argument. Nick's always been a rather calculated creator. You can often tell this by the construction of his thumbnails and titles. Although certain behavioral patterns may have an arc, his clickbait doesn't. With his content, he'll be sat down on the verge of tears in many screenshots, crying profusely, such as "I'm sorry I was wrong." Looks very emotional, but the video itself is just him talking for 35 minutes in a rather calm tone.
So, during my journey, not all of it, but many moments of it, I just treated my own race, my own species, like dirt because of what they were eating. So I have a list here. Again, this is not to stereotype, this is not to degrade, this is not to be disrespectful. This is about what happened to me and my experience, all right? My mistakes.
In this video, he once again spoke about the vegan community, this time apologizing to those he alienated while he was a vegan. However, in some interesting retrospective reframing, he states that although he was obviously confused at the time, his main priority for shifting away from veganism was for the sake of mental health. And the truth is, he has never felt better.
Then I decided I wanted to stop. I made a few videos. They were very controversial. I was confused as ever, talking about how the primary reason for me was mental health. That was the number one thing I said over and over. I felt like something was wrong in my head.
Now, this isn't exactly what he was previously arguing, but hey, good for him. If he makes him feel mentally better, then that's what matters. I have to admit, the cynic in me looked at this video as another rather underhanded way to get at vegans, but he does defend the lifestyle, and it would be a lot of effort to just prove a single point. So it would be unfair of me to make a judgment call, in spite of my thoughts about the levels of calculation. There's another point that I'll bring attention to with recognition to his drama videos. They often obtained less views than his mukbang content, which means that his motives for these videos weren't exactly view-oriented. With that in mind, they didn't feel completely sincere either. Now, with the knowledge of where Nick is today, everyone has one video where they think his behavior began to unravel. Now, as you can probably observe with what we know thus far, it has been a gradual process. However, for me, it takes a nosedive with one particular video, known as This Is Not Okay, which, unlike other videos, lives up to the thumbnail, but I kinda wish it hadn't.
You know, Orla was trying to help me because I am clueless in the kitchen. I don't even know how to cut a carrot.
It's a very uncomfortable video where Nick airs his painful relationship issues with Orlin, basically going back over a situation and frankly some rather inappropriate details.
Literally, I took the knife and I said, "What are you doing?" And he was so sad. He's just like, "I hate my life, I hate my life, I hate my life."
There are multiple aspects that I thoroughly dislike about this video. Firstly, the excessive crying. Now, emotion is okay to an extent. Sometimes we channel emotion through our rhetoric, and that can be constructive to conveying our feelings. When it's emotional to the point of interrupting the video's message, then to many it can feel manipulative, particularly combined with the process of editing and uploading. Now, with that said, the emotions do match what he's talking about in the video. I would probably be thoroughly upset too, but that's the second point. There is no way that this content should have been uploaded. It's graphic details regarding someone else's struggle, and unless you're presenting it with their permission and in a helpful way, then you should not be uploading it. A formerly pinned and possibly now deleted comment by Orlin stated that he had provided permission as the video was filmed 2 days after. However, this is directly contradicted by Nick's own statements in the video.
Last night before bed we were in here and he came up the stairs and his thumb comes in his arm. So something happened just right now.
This brings into question the creation and intent of such an upload and the nature of this relationship. On top of this, given the video's reactionary tone, it gives me an even stronger impression that it wasn't something that was created as a reflection a couple days after. And even if it was, it doesn't feel like it represented a truth, more a means of exploitation. However, this brings me to my greatest problem.
So I don't know what to think. I remember we were late in bed last night. And I was saying to myself, like, oh, this is not good. We're about to get married. And I made him so upset that he himself.
The fact that Nick makes it about himself. And that's what I really dislike about it. The waterworks that draw attention away from the actual story, and more to his reaction. The almost irrelevant anecdotes that seek to justify his position. It gives the impression that he's asking for sympathy from his audience for a situation that they wouldn't have been aware of regardless, and they should not be. Certainly not through a video like this at least. The only content of value to any audience member is the information at the end that Orlin has broken up with Nick. And that is a negligible proportion of the video.
So like, you know, I almost died 2 days ago. You guys know about this. I almost died because I drank too much water. And I didn't want to go to the hospital because I didn't want to get an IV put in. I didn't want to get the IV because it freaks me out.
Now, some of the emotions do feel quite legitimate in the video, which may soften my opinion a little, but either way, it doesn't alter my stance on the existence of it and what it represents in the timeline of Mr. Avocado. Some of his audience also observed this unsuitability, though many others expressed sympathy for Nick, which also proves my point. I'd also add that another comment appears to imply that this video was originally titled something much more inappropriate and crass. But there were bigger fish to fry for Nick Ocado. You see, a week later, he uploads another emotional video on this topic.
Hey guys, it's me. I just came upstairs to the bedroom, sitting by my bed, I turned on the camera. And I need to get this off my chest. I need to, from my heart, I'm a good person, I swear.
In this video, he once again becomes extremely upset, this time over the fact that some people were accusing Nick and Orlin of faking this situation for views. Now, this video is important for two primary reasons. Nick exhibits a clear tendency to focus on these negative outliers. In spite of some understandably frustrated viewers, many people had responded sympathetically to his previous video. Yet Nick magnifies this negative response, frames them as serious allegations, and gets another 11 minutes of emotional content out of it.
People are so mean. Every little thing I do, everything. People are trying to bring me down. People are trying to tear me down. People are trying to knock me down to the ground. And I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. But what I do know is that what happened was not made up. It was not fake. It was not a show. It's not all these things that people are saying. It was so real. It's so real that I see the scars.
Second, this more emotional content appeared to be a new precedent for how Nick wanted to treat, quote, drama. And with this video, a significant share of his audience took issue with this, stating that he should probably avoid projecting all these personal issues onto the internet. This wasn't just one or two trolls, this was a decent number of his own audience saying that he needed to reevaluate his approach to YouTube. All the warning signs were there for the route that he was heading down. However, what was most important was the creation of this new persona, the new emotional, irrational, dramatic persona, and one which could pretty much take on any narrative at any point. It was a chameleon. This was a turning point for me. Whether the videos were sincere or not, they demonstrated an unhealthy obsession with the worst of YouTube culture, and his previous arguments about improved mental well-being were beginning to not quite look as sturdy as they may have seemed at one point. Many of his own audience were urging him to take a step back, and yet he did not. In fact, it was quite the contrary. As said, Nick left the vegan lifestyle behind for the sake of his mental and physical health. And if a person wants to do that, then it is valid. However, as we've observed, his non-vegan diet has left a lot to be desired. The YouTube environment didn't seem to be aiding him, and only a couple days after his serious allegations video, he decides to post more content documenting his additional health struggles. But this time, it was physical.
I was so healthy. I had rice and beans and fish and vegetables. Because I took a day off. The day before that, I had grilled cheese. Oh my gosh. It's like as if I woke up out of a dream.
In a video called I'm Getting Fat and I Don't Know Why, he observes that he's getting fat and doesn't know why. This is the first real sign of what would probably become a more satirical side of Nick's content, but many people did not recognize that due to their familiarity with his previous work. However, in this video, he rebuts people by stating that he thinks that most of his weight has been gained rather suddenly, and thus not really correlating with his dietary pattern.
Overnight, everyone told me, when you would change your diet, you would get obese. I stayed the same for months. It's been 3 months now. But it's like all of a sudden this week, I'm noticing in my face.
However, I can't really say I agree. I think over the past few months, you can observe some gradual weight gain in the videos, in the thumbnails. A lot of the time, this can be kind of hard to observe as he sat down, but if you compared a video from early 2017 to late 2016, then you could probably observe some differences. Now, if you follow his wardrobe choices, such as shirts, the most rapid change definitely seems somewhat recent at this point. Nothing irreversible. But something about his reflection didn't seem to instill confidence.
I have a fast metabolism. I work out 3 times a week. I eat plenty of fiber.
Working out 3 times a week and a fast metabolism isn't going to offset heavy consumption. It might help you maintain some level of fitness and may slow weight gain, but it's not going to prevent you from gaining at all. As a side note, metabolism is not aided by devouring large amounts in one sitting alongside long intervals between meals. Now, this doesn't mean that stress cannot contribute to weight gain. There are plenty of ways that stress can affect one's health, and I'm more than happy to attest to that. But Nick must have known it was not the sole contributor, and that there were other more long-term factors at play. Nonetheless, he still stood his ground on his mental states.
I feel a lot better mentally. Like, honestly, this eating more food groups has really helped my mental health. It has helped everything. But then now, this comes out of nowhere.
In the video, he begs people to tell him what he should do before answering his own question.
No, not doing that. So what's a healthy diet? What do I eat? I need to get healthier. I'm ready to get healthier. These mukbangs are gonna be the death of me.
Next day, he posts another video, this time 20 minutes long, with the same sort of message. He's been gaining weight and he doesn't know what to do. Next to some other pretty deranged quotes in this video, he does utter a few rather iconic lines.
That's not the case, because literally I've been eating that stuff for like 3 months straight. And I've looked and weighed the same. It's just this week. I don't know if it's stress levels because of the thing between me and Orlin. You know, stress. Maybe it's just all maybe this is all water weight. I'm holding on to water weight because of my stress. You know, going to get married and going back home and
Water weight, which would inevitably become one of his signature memes. Basically, this comic scapegoat for his weight gain. And merch you can buy. So as noted in this series of videos, he observed he needed to make a change. What was his next move? Well, to make a bacon, chips, and cheesy pasta mukbang. But his next video has him going vegan.
Hi, little sloths. Good evening. I'm coming to you from my house. You guys, so I decided I'm gonna go vegan for today. Today has been, you know, I have been very strict with my diet lately, and I decided to I do a lot of fun mukbangs, junk food mukbangs, fried food mukbangs, Cheetos, and everything in between. But off camera is this. This is what I eat all the time. You guys see me on Snapchat. You guys see all the fruit and all the vegetables, and I decided to share it with you.
Talk about a bait and switch. This was then followed by a 10,000 calorie challenge, more and more mukbangs. Oh, and a video called Why We Broke Up, recalling the bon vivant time where Nick slept with 12 people and gave Orlin an STD.
So we took a break from each other and I stayed here in Colombia. And Nick went on a trip. Nick went to the US first, and then to London, and then to Asia.
Yeah.
Well, the first thing that you did in Florida was he actually cheated on me with someone in Florida, like a day or two after you arrived to Florida. Right?
Yeah. Oh, my heart!
You double dipped and you had a mutual friend.
There was like 4 or 5 in DC.
4 or 5, yeah.
Dude, I was like, whoa!
Okay, there was...
Oh, God. I was just...
You tried to get like 2 in London, but it didn't work out.
No.
You tried to do one in Pennsylvania, 2 at our friend's house, and it also didn't work out.
A friend's house? Who's what?
Our friend. Well, when he came back, he brought me a bug, a little bugger.
Brought a bug.
He brought me a bug. It wasn't a really bad bug, but it was a bug. And it was,
well, we were afraid. We were very afraid of
it. Was a gross bug.
I literally felt, you guys, like my world was coming to an end. It's one thing to take breaks. It's one thing to break up. It's one thing to test waters. It's one thing to have affairs. But it's another thing to get a bug.
Oh, yeah.
That could possibly end your life early.
He got a
And for me to think about giving that to you was terrible.
This happened around 10 months ago and they both claim they've moved on, but it's certainly a strange upload which many found wasn't the most flattering to Nick's image, especially considering the claim that Orlin is believed to be suffering from an autoimmune illness. This pattern of mukbangs interspersed with more personal videos persisted, including 2 where he has a swollen eye and is too afraid to go to hospital.
Doctors and just to set the grounds of how intense my phobia is, just getting my blood pressure taken, I always go unconscious. I pass out and it almost looks like a seizure. I start shaking. It's a phobia. I was diagnosed when I was a child, and it's not just blood pressure. It's like when I get my hair cut, anything with knives or sharp things, that's one reason that I shouldn't really be doing much kitchen stuff. But especially like shots, IVs, oh my gosh. I remember one time I had to get an IV blood drawn and I passed out twice before they could even do it, and I broke the lady's chair at the clinic in Washington, DC.
Spoiler alert, he ends up going to the hospital. and also went to the hospital a couple months later after his pet sloth bit his finger. There's a few more awkward videos, it's just far too much on show, and ultimately it does him more harm than good. He'll go from crying copiously about a horrible day in one video to rocking on up to the Heart Attack Grill with hungry fat chick and getting free food because she's over 350 pounds, not long after voicing weight concerns, and it doesn't get better.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be dramatic. It's just my life. I try to keep it private.
It's just a bit late for that, mate. At this point, it should be clear that what was once this reasoned persona attempting to articulate why he had distanced himself from a toxic community had augmented into this caricature. He could no longer really justify his previous position, so whatever reason behind it, just threw it out the window completely and turned it into a form of entertainment. And the behavior only descended further from here. Now, the purpose of this video isn't going to be focusing on his weight, as I feel like his weight gain is more a side effect of his behavior. As noted, someone can be the weight they want to be. But when they're in a state of denial, not just with this, but with many other things, and they project those narratives to their audience, it's not constructive to themselves or those around them, even if they may see it as a lampoon. It's about the content. This stuff played up ridiculously in the moment to carry much more dramatic heft than it has any right to and being forgotten by the next video. This is the epitome of drama. It was hard to watch, and because of Nick's approach, it ultimately diminished the impact of said videos to all but the most ardent supporters. If the drama itself wasn't hugely exaggerated, it was often precipitated by his own actions, such as the deportation video, a sad situation, but he provoked the problem by overstaying his tourist visa by 70 days. So we need to have multiple videos of him just bawling his eyes out and making statements that are just plain daft, and here are a few.
My husband, and this is my family, this is my apartment, these are my belongings, this is my table. I'll tell you, you're not gonna see Mr. Noodle ever again, you're not gonna see Orlin ever again.
So what? Who cares? Do you care?
A grocery store. We're on our way to the airport.
What do you think I'm hiding right now?
So that was a fucking lie.
And when I use a Tyler the Creator clip, you know I'm at the end of my tether. The truth is, with this content, one thing they all had in common is that they were designed to provoke, and provoke they often did. There was one more piece, the portrait of Nikocado Avocado. "2018 is beginning. Nikocado Avocado is deep into his regression. I could detail every instant he covers in his videos, but as noted, the commodification of this content rendered most of the drama redundant, so I'm just going to throw up a brief compilation of some nice highlights.
There's some YouTubers out there that every time we go to their videos, they just cover with such cruelty. Such cruelty by other human beings. Don't you realize that's a real person behind the camera trying their hardest every day to make you happy?
And he passed out on the floor, and we're waiting for you guys to know that he's going to go get a rabies vaccine.
Oh, my head hurts so bad. Everything hurts. I feel like I'm being everywhere. It's so uncomfortable. It hurts to just be alive.
The possibility is that I have prediabetes, I'm pre-diabetic, or I have diabetes, I have hypertension, I could have high blood pressure, I don't know.
I'm not crazy, I swear, I'm not crazy. It's just so beautiful.
Essentially, I am being forced to leave. The 25th is when my visa expires. I want to apologize for offending anybody when I made the statement, I hate the third world.
I need someone to talk to.
Remember back in, what was it, March? The police framed me, they put bullets in my suitcase. I was bribed by the government. I almost got stabbed in Las Vegas. amount of hate I got on my video with Orlin. The volcano fire noodles is just unacceptable.
It's just one thing after another with me.
I'm leaving to get deported. And we're having Domino's pizza.
So kind. I'm telling you guys. I miss him so much. I really miss him. And now I'm married to that person.
This content was embarrassing to watch and probably even more uncomfortable if you had the displeasure of being associated with it. It ultimately culminates in a series of videos where Orlin allegedly breaks up with Nick over Instagram. This causes Nick to upload multiple emotional Instagram posts and go full Joker mode on his channel.
Can I just say, I am not having it today. I am not having it today.
Today, Missy Two Shoes.
You people on my Instagram, first of all,
It is a privilege. P-R-I-V-E-L-E-G. Privilege to be there. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
This persisted over the following year with many new developments, including breakups, new dates, Nick dragging Orlin's reputation and then trying to rescue it himself. Now, as bizarre as this turn of events is, it's completely in line with the behavior observed, so I don't really have too much to add here. He exploits previous situations, focuses in on the negative, acts over emotional, contradicts himself massively in the space of a couple videos. These are all behaviors we've covered. No. In this part, we're going to analyze a new facet that surfaced later on, but to do that, I need to set the scene. It's 2018, mukbang content is in full swing. Nick had been experiencing constant growth. However, it's likely that with the degree of drama he immersed himself in, he had considerable audience turnover. By 2019, that was going to change. What do I mean? Nick has been a drama queen for the majority of his YouTube career, but when Nick created drama within his own personal life, it only typically had negative implications for himself, and perhaps Orlin. He may have gained a bit of attention here and there, but many viewers objected to this content. In fact, even when the drama was about other people, there was very little to gain because there was no solid community to rally behind the creator. Nick hadn't been involved in any serious creator squabbles, but he definitely exhibited the potential to be. The first prerequisite for such an instigatory personality is the ability to be dramatic. Now, we all know that Nick has that in spades. The second prerequisite is the ability to call out people who often you may have a pre-existing relationship with. For this, I want to briefly take you back to 2017, where Nick made a video called I'm Fed Up Exposing Fake Mean YouTubers.
I have so much proof on my phone. She knows exactly who she is. And the other one, I'm not even gonna talk about this, but I'm not gonna give her attention. I don't wanna give any of them attention. I have had it up to here though. Had it up to, she's so disgusting. Girl, no. So she can't return my emails. She can't return my snaps. She can't return my Twitter. She can't return my Instagram. She can't even like have a conversation with me for months and months and months and months and months and months and months. But she has the time, 5 minutes after my video gets published, to advertise herself. Everyone look at my clothes. Everyone look at my new boyfriend. Everyone, just now, get lost.
This video is a rather passionate rant towards an unspecified individual that many assume to be another creator by the name of Trisha Paytas. Now, Trisha Paytas is an exceptionally controversial character by her own right, and therefore it's likely that many may have shared negative experiences with her. But Nick doesn't explicitly name her, and this video ends up being a rather minor entry into his exhaustive catalogue. So this leads us to the third and final prerequisite: the ability to name them. Now, Nick hadn't made any explicit exposés on people, so creators who work with him in the near future could be forgiven in their ignorance. But if you've been paying attention in 2018, you would have perhaps spotted a combative streak.
She wasn't looking for recognition. She's not looking for a shout out on like Divine Munchies. Not looking for clout and subscribers and everyone to like, she just wasn't asking to use me or to be on my channel. She just was receptive to help me. And know it's so funny? Divine Munchie pretends that she's like, hello, my friends. We are here on the earth. I don't eat animals, and you shouldn't either, even though I ate it 5 months, for a couple months to make money and get subs. But no. Now I'll tell you why. I am transparent, I am genuine. The people that act like that are usually the complete opposite.
This was a clip from his 2-hour extravaganza with Asian KFC, where he reveals that someone in the community is being rather fake. This person was a creator by the name of Stars Divine Munchies.
Ah, the cheese, oh my god.
Stars Divine Munchies was another mukbang creator. In 2018, she became one of the first recipients of Nick's new taste for drama. Clearly tired by all the conflict in his personal life, he decided to drum up some new complaints about this individual. Now, Stars Divine Munchies was not a completely unproblematic creator by mukbang standards. However, in a now deleted response video only documented by a few other creators, she seemed quite concise in how she felt about Nick. We will now observe parts of this video through the perspective of the legendary creator How To Cameron.
I was never trying to share anything that you hadn't already shared to hundreds of thousands of people online. So it wasn't like I was sharing some secret information. I was literally sharing what you had posted about on Twitter, what you had shared in your mukbang videos. I thought your YouTube manager was the one who told you that mukbang videos were getting demonetized. So why would I think me sharing this with them would reflect bad on you?
Now you're trying to talk to me now, buttering me up, trying to talk to me.
I wasn't trying to talk to you or butter you up, trying to talk to you.
This situation was provoked because Nick had tweeted concerns about mukbang content being demonetized, and Divine Munchies had disparaged this claim after consulting another YouTube representative. This had then led to a rather confusing situation where Divine Munchies alleges that Nick proposed a collab, but she had to decline last minute because she was ill, which is what led Nick to making a video alleging that she was the person who proposed the collab, and talking various amounts of smack as well, including the rather strong claim that Divine Munchies was attempting to have Nick's channel removed.
And Divine Munchies, that's her character, which I've been trying to point out for a long time based on her trying to take my channel down. And all the other shit, like, these are their characters.
Divine Munchies made a response to clear up Nick's alleged disinformation and, as observed, to present her version of events. Nick didn't take this well and decided to make some additional, rather angry Instagram posts about her.
Now, if you go to her video, I have this thing which is like an analytical thing. These are the tags that she used. Nikocado avocado fat. Video, she paints the stage from the get-go as, I don't have any ill things to say about him, I'm not gonna name call him, I would never do what he did and call me names, you know, passive-aggressive stuff, being manipulative. Because, I don't know if you know, but as a YouTuber, you get to link your video to key, searches. She's trying to get view rate and clicks off of me based on people attacking my weight. People that have looked up Nikocado fat videos that are hateful. She'll turn on the camera and be like, oh yeah, I don't mean to call anyone names, I would never stoop down to his level. Oh, I don't know why he would say such a thing. It's like, because I know how you are, bitch. I know how you are. You're gonna come across on camera and be one way, but then go off camera and write out Nikocado's fat.
Now, I'd say this would be a valid counterpoint if she'd actively typed out the tags herself, but in the Instagram post, you can see the fat tag is amongst many other related tags that don't entirely connect with the video, and although perhaps moderately distasteful, it probably means she just mass added a load of tags, perhaps using a similar program to the one that you're showing tags on, because many of them have that feature. However, as we'll find out, Nick is quite interested in video tags.
A lot has changed. And we came from the same group of people, and I think she's mad I took off and she didn't. It probably does sound mean to say that, but guess what? It's the truth, Don't bring up something if you're not going to back it up.
He also says this, which I found confusing, because he was the one who brought it up in the video, and although you could say that Divine making a response video in the first place was an overreaction, you can't act surprised that part of her response is responding to what you said. Now, these are only fragments of the drama. There was other content too which is untraceable, so it's hard to take too many character inferences. What it does tell us is that Nick was gradually immersing himself in more drama and call-out culture as he became more involved in the community, and he certainly wasn't afraid to throw some shade. But throwing shade was one thing, and he was ready to step it up a whole new level. But before we go into that, I want to say a quick side note. Where the hell is his nipple? Another question that will never be answered. It's quite clear that Nick is an inherently dramatic person, but drama only really exists on a continual basis in communities where such a culture is supported. Mukbang is one of those cultures.
Bye.
Why is that? Well, firstly, because it coasts on a more intimate personal basis, rather than core creativity. This doesn't mean that mukbangs can't be creative, many of them are, but mukbang content will always include the subject of the video interacting with the audience on a personal basis, talking about their week. And if their week involves some other person being a twat, they may well wish to tell you about that person, especially if it means spicy tea. Secondly, because many audiences of such creators seem highly receptive to drama. The beauty community, for example, is another community fairly renowned for its high-stakes scandal, and it has many creators who occasionally partake in mukbangs, leading to audience overlap in the more dedicated mukbang community. This also means commentary overlap, and it wouldn't surprise you to see various YouTube compilation channels set up to mock and parody the worst moments of mukbang creators, much akin to the corresponding beauty community compilation channels. Which conveniently segues us to our next situation. Here's a fun little question. How do you make someone with very little credibility seem credible? It's a difficult job, and Nikocado Avocado had his work cut out. This dude had rolled his reputation through the mud at this point, like a mukbang mutt. However, there is a rather simple answer. Find someone with even less credibility and get to work.
Big, fat thing of pasta staring directly in my eyes. Good way to scare them off.
Let's introduce someone by the name of Veronica Wang then. Veronica Wang is also a mukbang creator. She, like many mukbang creators, enjoys a good meal, but has a bit of a habit of focusing on the negative. In this instance, the negative encompassed compilations made by a channel called Shukbang. This content has also mostly been removed from the internet, though it was documented fairly comprehensively in a video by Spill.
Veronica found it funny and hoped for more edits. This video was funny to me because I edited the original and found literally nothing wrong with it. We had a lot of fun, but people are going to take it the way they want to take it. Still hope more compilations come out.
I think that's more passive-aggressive than appreciative, to be honest. But that aside, after a couple videos, Veronica uploaded her own parody compilation, whose undertone conveyed one of hurt at people who were making these. After not receiving the desired response, she decided to copyright strike 2 of Shukbang's videos. Shukbang responded by uploading an expose on Veronica, which is where Nick comes in. He leaves a comment criticizing Veronica's behavior. All in all, it seems relatively empathetic to Shukbang's predicament. Veronica continues to dig herself a hole with rather weak statements, and then another channel, Sass ASMR, decides to deal an additional copyright strike on Shukbang's channel. This meant that Shukbang had 3 strikes and was set for termination. Enter unlikely hero Nikocado Avocado, who Shukbang contacted with their plight. Following multiple email exchanges, Nick decided to make a video of his own discussing the situation on his Nikocado Avocado 2 channel, the channel which used to be All-Ins.
Hi guys, it's Nikocado Avocado. Welcome to my new mukbang channel, Nikocado 2. You're on it. Consider subscribing if you haven't done so, but it doesn't matter because today we have a lot to talk about. I woke up to some juicy tea. Oh my gosh, I even got a tea for the thumbnail. Yes, I did. Nick, edit that out. No one wants to see that.
This is a 40-minute video, but once again, it's not entirely unreasonable. He stands up for Shukbang and discusses fair use, though he does assert the somewhat inaccurate narrative that Veronica's copyright claims were, quote, basically illegal.
So this is the issue. Another mukbanger took her clip and reacted to it, changed it around, made his own little story out of it in a very nice way. She flagged it as copyright, which was a lie, which is illegal, basically. It's basically illegal. I mean, let's just be real here. And you can't say that it infringes your rights, when in actuality, it falls under the fair use law. She used that copyright complaint system as grounds to strike down a channel that she disagreed with on the premise of a lie.
The claims themselves may not be valid, and Veronica's motives were twisted given the cyberbullying narrative. That's not copyright. But unless someone submits a claim on a video that they know is fair use, then it would be hard to prove illegality. Particularly with these compilations, it is very unclear. In my opinion, it is quite possible that Veronica became upset about these videos and wanted to find a valid excuse to remove them. It may be childish, but as long as she thought it was copyright infringement, then it's not illegal. Someone could initiate a lawsuit against another person because of some deeply rooted personal grudge which has nothing to do with the legal system, but there could still be legal grounds for wrongdoing on the other person's behalf. However, I will say that Nick's points on this seem more reactive than manipulative. Nick also eats a lot of noodles, which kind of interrupts the flow of the narrative, but ho-hum, I'll take it over crying and eating pizza. However, not too long after, Veronica flies off the handle, publishing a rather unhinged Instagram rant attacking Shukbang, audiences, and anyone making commentary on the situation, Nick being no exception.
I do not regret copyright striking those videos. I do not regret standing up for myself. And I will not address anybody who is making titles about me from here on out for views, because they're shady, they're liars, and they're painting me to be this horrible person when I do nothing except spread love every single day of my life. Everyone else can honestly, seriously, and I'm saying this wholeheartedly, can go themselves. I do not give a man. Like, you're gonna try to twist my around. I have been nothing but loving and caring.
This was enough for Nick to upload 2 more videos, reinforcing his stance. And there are a few other details here, but they are mostly superfluous to the focus. Okay, it is a little bit crowded here. Everyone out the way, back to the topic. At some point, Shukbang, Veronica, and Sass came to an out of YouTube settlement, and the copyright strikes were removed. But many, Nick included, felt that Shukbang took a far too apologetic position, and that the main instigators in this situation did not face nearly enough consequences. This is where Nick becomes more involved following a video uploaded by PewDiePie. Veronica seemed to take the criticism well, which offended Nick as he felt he had delivered similar criticism. There are multiple details regarding the resolution of this situation, but they are mostly relating to Shukbang and fair use discourse, which is fascinating but not the focus of today. So we'll cut to the video that Veronica uploads, and it's another bad one.
I think the first thing that I need to do for my subscribers, but not just my subscribers, because recently someone told me that, he's like, this is the thing about being an influencer. It's not about apologizing to that person. It's not about apologizing about the situation. It's about directly apologizing to everyone. After I was told this, I realized how wrong I was and that I do owe everyone an apology. So I want to make it very clear now that I am so sorry to everyone. I am so sorry to Shukbang that they got their channel taken down. I am so sorry that I even made a copyright strike to begin with. I am so sorry. I made a huge mistake. I've made a bunch of mistakes in this situation.
Great. Now we have a decent apology in the first 2 minutes out of the way. We still have 25 minutes left. What else is there to say?
Did she cut the tea kettle?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, wait. I love how he chops that up too.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god.
You see how he's trying to make her look crazy? Like,
What?
you can, wait, hold on, pause this. You can tell that this was affecting her because people were really attacking you.
Yeah.
Like, you were very, like, how can you say, like, after seeing her live, yeah, I don't believe what she's saying, this is fake. Like, why, like, what is he talking about?
But it is, I can't lie, no, it is kind of funny, like, how he chopped it up because it makes you look certified, like, not how.
Yeah, video, you look like you're about to be.
It actually doesn't even look like you.
Her sitting down with her friends, going after Nick in such a disorganized way was an exceptionally strange response, because not only does it provide the impression of unnecessary dogpiling, its lack of structure undermines whatever weight it may carry or additional evidence it may have to offer. And it wasn't like there was nothing there, it was just a barren wasteland to find it. And this allowed Nick to move in fairly clinically, providing a cohesive wall of rhetoric.
And yes, I put her most dramatic parts in the beginning of my videos. Instead of focusing on the premise, instead of focusing on the principle, instead of backing up her statements with evidence, instead of showing us how she lied or did not lie, instead of apologizing to everybody.
Now this is word porn for the verbose commentator, but what was really behind that language? One thing that seems quite clear is that Nick is not lacking in intelligence. His responses were well formulated and maintained a consistent narrative. Veronica, on the other hand, decided to make a call-out video primarily aimed at Nikocado Avocado and market it as an apology video, which is such a terrible idea that everyone just assumed she'd learned absolutely nothing from the entire situation. Here's a scenario that caused a lot of upset, and she's just cavorting with her mates like a legitimate sociopath.
What you did was not funny. No one is laughing except for you and your posse.
Make no mistake, Nick deconstructed her on many fronts. However, there were a few details which I found rather curious. Nick frames his video as an extensive direct response to everything that Veronica says about him, and mostly he does a good job of responding. But one of the details he purposely cuts out is this whole screenshot, which we would have undoubtedly encountered while responding to Veronica's counter-allegations. It only appears when Veronica cuts it over herself talking.
And so he has just done so much that he is claiming that he is completely guilty of all these things. He's consistent with his channel.
Excuse me, if we're gonna speak about relative consistency, let's look at my past few years on YouTube. Have I ever made a video like the one I made to you? No. My consistency has been crying and eating. That's it.
This doesn't define my character. And it's very sad that someone who is like this feels like they need to portray who they are onto other people.
I did not talk about myself at all in any of my videos. How did I portray myself?
I'll take a quick moment to say that Nick manages to misinterpret Veronica's point, stating that he hadn't talked about himself in his videos, but with the corresponding evidence, Veronica's claim was clearly that Nick was projecting cynical character judgments based on his own actions, not necessarily that he was talking about himself. What were these actions? Well, let's talk about this picture. This screenshot is from a gentleman by the name of Rainy Pachak. Rainy Pachak, known as Symbiotic Solutions on YouTube, is a raw food vegan creator. He knew Nick from when he was in the community and didn't have the best experience with him. In fact, some old posts pay clear testament to his feelings about Nick. However, one of the interesting facts about their relationship is that at a certain point, Nick copyright striked one of Rainy's videos using a fake account, which he later admitted to be himself. Now, this was a long time ago, and although completely hypocritical from a behavioral standpoint, it's understandable that people can change. And Nick's narrative wasn't that she should be permanently ruined, it was just that she should apologize, something that it seems Nick has done. So why is this of interest? Well, because of the simple fact he glossed over it, which, given that he was desperately asking for some semblance of receipts, seems somewhat surprising. Why did he dodge it? Well, he probably didn't want to address it, but his own narrative preached forgiveness and owning up so we can all move forward. If he admitted that he's made mistakes elsewhere and then turned this point on its head for why Veronica should own up to her mistakes, then it could have made his video even more effective. I have a hunch for why he dodged it, but that will be revealed in due time. Truth is, a lot of people didn't notice because Veronica's response was such a dumpster fire, and more people actually watched Nick's response to Veronica than the original video. Now, he does briefly mention the general notion of people dredging up his past, questioning their intent and validity, but it ultimately feels slightly disingenuous given the specific examples shown on screen and how it could, on principle, contradict his position. Instead, Nick uses the fact that he's not going to descend into such mudslinging as a way to pedestal his stance, before launching multiple ad hominems against the community that this person's complaint is from.
Why are you going to sit here and claim that I depicted you in a bad light, that I'm attacking and bullying and slandering you, when you're sitting here and entertaining all of these claims from people of the past?
He has just done so much that he is claiming that he is completely guilty of all these things.
Yeah. All of these claims from people of the past.
Who are crawling up from the floorboards and saying, oh, Nikocado did this to me in the past. Nikocado did this in the past. And you're going to say, oh, well, it must be true. Let me just stick it into my video, my apology. I have gotten many emails about you. I have had people reach out to me who have personally been affected and traumatized by what you've done to them. Should I let the world know what you've done in your past? Should I sit here and entertain all of these accusations from 5 years ago, 10 years ago? I didn't do that. You want to sit here and say that I bullied and slandered you? My videos were talking about the present. I backed up my statements with evidence. You making a video apologizing by bringing up all of these old conflicts, which you have no idea what they entailed, is what actual slander is, because you can't verify if they're true. I'm not going to go into all of my past problems, just like I didn't go into all your past problems, but I will just say for the record, some of these people reaching out to you literally half a decade ago. 2013, 2014, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, literally over half a decade ago. When I was a raw food vegan, I was blasted, and all of these raw food groups. I mean, you clearly don't watch me. I have so many story times about how Orlin and I met in a cult. Okay? Cooking food denatures the food. Cooking food is poison. Dietary leukodinogenesis. A group of people who thought if you cook your food, you are setting bad examples to society. These people have had it out to get me ever since I stopped being vegan. Since I eat dead animals now, I am seen as I'm seen as having no compassion. I'm seen as unethical because I eat chicken. Some of these people are taking it to the extreme because I cooked my food. Not only can you not verify if those are true and accurate, not only can you not verify if these people are just holding grudges against me, but you're entertaining something you know nothing about. You have no idea who you're speaking to. You have no idea the type of intensity behind these people and their mission and their views. And I guarantee, had you not had this problem with me, they would also see you as a murderer because you eat meat. People are seeing this as an opportunity to make it about themselves and to make it about past situations from years ago that has nothing to do with anything. And you're entertaining that and sticking it in your apology.
Side note, Nick tends to wrap his justifications in the tu quoque fallacy a lot, that I'll informally call the no you argument. Veronica's claims are pretty baseless, so Nick looks fairly assured in his takedown, but by logic and argumentation standards, it's not the best. On top of this, Veronica Wang also includes content from Divine Munchies, who brings up the specific point about Nick promoting the need for evidence and yet gleefully claiming she was trying to take his channel down with no evidence of his own. It's also important to mention that he made that allegation less than a year before. Nick, once again, doesn't show this or mention it at all. He still did decimate Veronica Wang's arguments, but for someone who conveys a message of such sincerity, these omissions seem rather calculated. He had no problem being meticulous and going through the details when dealing with Veronica's issue, but also had no problem making general and frankly somewhat inaccurate statements about people who Veronica referenced in her video, as well as saying that Veronica could not prove what those people were saying to be true, which, honestly, she could have. Now, Veronica didn't prove it because she's not very good at these sorts of videos, but it wouldn't have been too much hassle to obtain verification, especially the one where Nick literally has it in an upload on his own channel. On top of this, Nick also left out any screenshots rebutting his points about legality, although he does respond to it partly in the video. Veronica's arguments were pretty weak on this front anyway, and it didn't help that one of her friends suggested that US law didn't apply to them, which Nick had a field day with, before going on to claim that Veronica said it herself towards the end of the video. Sneaky, sneaky.
And if you were so smart, you would know that we live in Canada. Like, US law doesn't apply to us and it's different. And that's not excusing Veronica just because she's Canadian or whatever, because I know, like, Nico Kai, you gonna try and clock me for that. But at the same, like, it's just that, like, you're talking out of your ass.
And if you were so smart too. Or took the time to Google rather than sitting here and enabling your friend, your pal, you would also know that when you work for a company overseas, you adhere to the laws of the country's origin. I mean, I've traveled internationally a lot. When in Rome, you act as the Romans. I'm not claiming to be a lawyer. Now, the only person who's claiming to have legal counsel from an attorney is Veronica. Her legal advisor didn't tell her this. When and where has she shown through her actions that she has owned up to anything?
He's owning up to it, yeah.
That the US law doesn't apply to her because she's Canadian. There is no way that you would have removed the strike had I not brought light to it. That you would have removed your strike had PewDiePie not exposed you to 7 million people. There is no way, because you still said US law doesn't apply to you.
Veronica's ostensible approval of her friend's comments is part of her undoing here. As Nick shows, if you don't have a good response, maybe best not to respond at all.
I never forced this person to do anything. I told them if they were uncomfortable, they didn't have to do it. I understand that the other YouTuber, Sass, asked for an apology. I even said that this person didn't have to apologize. All I wanted was the facts written out, and that's it for us to move on.
There were a few times when Nick seems to avoid responses and corrections, such as Veronica's fully evidenced responses to the claim that she forced Shookban to apologize, something that Nick doesn't address despite it being part of those receipts he begged for.
One consistent narrative that Nikocado has always had is tearing people down to bring himself back up.
Instead of showing us receipts, you know, to back up your statements, to add validity to your words. You did it real quick over here, boom. Congrats getting into your college. That took, what, 2 seconds, screenshot, boom. Why didn't you show us the receipts for the police report? The receipts for your death threats. Where are those receipts of the emails? Supposedly, as you quoted, every mukbanger emailed you privately behind closed doors to say they were in support of you. Let's see those receipts. The receipts of your lawyer. The receipts from Sass ASMR. The receipts of the Fair Use Law, which you still believe you did not break. The receipts of your private messages with Shookbang, which I happen to have. Instead of doing any of this, showing us evidence, she decided to use this as an opportunity to assassinate my character.
And yet, because Nick's so confident, it easily offsets any counterpoints that can be brought against him. It also conveys the message that you don't necessarily need the best points if you have the power of conviction, a lesson that would turn out to be rather prophetic in more than one way. This is a basic rundown of what happened here, but it does tell us the story. Is there anything else of note? Well, Veronica uploaded a video on the 4th of February generally talking about the drama again, though honestly, it seems like she's ranting off the top of her head.
Like, people like to assume, like, everything that anyone has ever said to me,
about me has been an assumption. This is like, everyone's like, oh, we hit you with facts, Veronica. Facts, facts, facts. No, you hit me with fucking assumptions. You hit me with a fucking opinion.
However, she made the fatal error of putting Nick's name in the tags, leading to a 47-minute response video from Nick a month later, destroying her with facts and logic.
And for the record, this video is a passive-aggressive attack on me. And you want to know why? You have to look at the tags. Who does she want this video to reach? The audience of Nikocado Avocado, because she tagged me. Nikocado and Veronica, as well as Nikocado exclusively. There in the tags. Here's the receipts. So please don't say I'm just trying to make this about myself. Trust me. If she would have just said sorry, even privately, like, Nick, I'm sorry for damaging your reputation and lying about you, I would move on too. But here she is instigating and perpetuating drama by being mean and being passive-aggressive by sticking my name in the tag so that this video gets recommended to Nikocado's followers.
The pattern that we tend to establish with these videos is that if there's an opportunity to find a reason to respond, Nick will make it. Obviously, it's his prerogative to respond to whatever he wants, but the premise behind this one did feel a little weak, especially given how Veronica's not partaking in the most scholarly discourse. However, this was his 5th and final video on this specific matter. Here's the tea if you really want it. Veronica's low-effort videos were inevitably ripped apart by Nick because she assassinated her own image and initiated drama which allowed Nick to be invited in like a vampire. However, there were cracks in the foundations of his rebuttals, and yet no one could have noticed at that point. Veronica's video with her friends is probably one of the most insufferable smugfests, and I have a grudging admiration that she still has it public on her channel. With Veronica appropriately bodied, Nick managed to obtain some status within the community, and a fair few subscribers and new supporters. These drama videos had obtained consistent views and allowed him to be taken seriously. These new audiences weren't too familiar with his past antics and became acquainted with a different Nikocado Avocado, although he did say this.
Girly, I do agree with you. Yeah, I don't think I really want to spend my time making videos about Veronica Wang. I have better things to do with my life, like eat and cry. However, you failed to recognize that those videos were a response to what she put out.
So he clearly wants to retain his current brand, if that's what crying can be classified as. But vampires don't tend to only have one victim, and as the tea was spilled on more people, he had his first boss battle in sight. Trisha Paytas. The amount of requests that I've had for a video on Trisha is quite astounding, but then again, she is a rather astounding person. And maybe, just maybe, that time will come. But for now, she's a necessary side character in this belated tale. Trisha was one of the first popular Western creators involved in promoting mukbang, and has sustained an interest in the genre since her first upload. However, she also had a history with Nikocado Avocado, dating back to 2017, when Trisha held a competition which involved covering a song from her album, and Nick decided to enter. It's a fantastic performance, and Trisha left a very enthusiastic comment in response to this video, and there were additional interactions between them on other social media platforms. However, after this, all fell silent. But as noted earlier, many had assumed that the video where he calls out fake people on social media was directed at her.
Both of them. And I made it to a post on Twitter after. It's like, get off my channel. You know who you are. Get off. Don't talk about me. Stop talking about me. Stop telling people things that aren't true about me. You know exactly who you are. I know exactly what you're doing. I know exactly what you're doing. We all know. If we have a brain, we all know what you're doing. Leave. I don't want you in my life. Go away. Go away. You're disgusting. You're literally disgusting. And you know what?
However, because the video was purposely vague, nothing really came of it. But by 2019, he'd established himself in the community as a bit of a queen slayer. And now there was a formula for success, he could apply it to others within the community. And his old adversary, Trisha Paytas, was the perfect target. She was already controversial and widely hated for being rather problematic, and because of this it made people more receptive to allegations regarding her behavior. Nick had also cracked the safe for what people loved the most in exposed videos, that being receipts. He had advertised them rather conspicuously in the last set of responses to Veronica Wang and Sass ASMR, which had been met with widespread support. so it only made sense that he included all the spicy receipts if he wanted to take Trisha Paytas down for what she did to him. So he launched his attack.
We have to talk. What I'm going to talk about happened at a point in my life where I was very vulnerable. I was very fragile in my emotions. And this is something that's plagued me for years.
His collective videos documenting this situation and what followed have obtained almost 5 million views between them, and therefore they're at least somewhat important. Now, admittedly, they probably don't have the greatest influence because Trisha Paytas has a reputation for not being the most reliable person. However, whether the person is good or bad, you are expected to be faithful to the information that you present and the conclusions that can be drawn. Nick's rhetoric in this video is powerful, one of vulnerability and exploitation. It's an Oscar-winning performance, really.
I haven't been able to move on. I haven't. And it's because I was really hurt. I was mortified in front of thousands of people. I was made fun of. I don't even know why. I don't know what I did to deserve this. I have no idea what I did wrong. And I've realized after getting this video from Trisha that I won't be able to move on until I let people know what happened and what she did to me and how it made me feel.
But performance is the key word here, so I'll break it down. So he goes into the backstory, explains the Warrior competition, his motives, the tweets, and then he reveals DMs between himself and Trisha. These DMs show that although being initially interested in a collaboration and even committing to doing a shoot at some point, Trisha eventually did not follow up on this.
And then I said, hi, I'm here. I'm in Hollywood. I brought you gifts. I can't wait to see you. I hope everything's okay. And then 2 days goes by. Each day I'm like, hi, is everything okay? Hi, did I do something wrong? Hi Trisha, I came to LA to see ya, but I don't know how to get a hold of ya. Is everything okay? Next one says, if I did something wrong, can you let me know? I have gifts from you from Colombia. Never got a response, and I figured I'm probably just being a dead bush now. I stopped being vegan, so I filmed all these videos like my first Burger King burger, my first McDonald's burger, my first pizza in like 6 years. Yeah, I had a great time. I was sad. I was very, very sad by this, but luckily I had things to distract me. Again, I had to do the run anyways. Luckily I had other people to collab with, so I was very, very hurt, but I got even more hurt after the trip, and you're going to find out why.
This is rather unsporting behavior, and did unfairly lead Nick on with the expectations of a collaboration, before not providing him with any additional correspondence at all. On top of this, when it was brought up in future streams, she appeared to deny this version of events completely, despite the fact it was heavily evidenced.
I was never going to, I was never going to, I wasn't gonna collab, you know what I mean? I don't know where that came from. Yeah, I don't care for his videos or for his personality.
What Trisha Paytas did would have rightfully hurt Nick. If I was in his shoes, I would have been a tad upset too. But honestly, this alone would have not been grounds for an exposed video, in my opinion. She responded to a few messages regarding a meeting and then went dark. And once again, not to defend her, but if I was in Nick's shoes with a relatively famous creator who I literally just started talking to, and who Nick literally acknowledges is incredibly busy and was in a tight spot, I would have definitely waited for further confirmation. Given that Trisha's own DMs clearly show she was uncertain of the plans. Trisha Paytas is flaky, unreliable, and erratic. That's not news. Nick does acknowledge this though.
But in your video, you talked about getting closure and being upfront and being professional, and I really appreciate if you give me a little closure too. Obviously, I don't know you and you don't know me, so obviously this is on a much lesser scale, which I understand. Then I was completely ignored. Then you unfollowed me. Everyone keeps asking me to make a video saying what happened, your tweets, my tweets, our DMs, blah, blah, blah. And I want you to know I don't want to do that to you. I never did and I never will. Well, until now. I hope that shows to you what my true intentions are, and hopefully that you can trust me. But privately, can you just explain to me what I did wrong? Why you still haven't said anything to this day? I'm just so confused. I was so excited that you asked to collab. I kept saying to myself, what did I do wrong? Maybe I jumped the gun without getting extra confirmation. I'm sorry. You said you were free in the schedule, and then even you said we should film Tuesday. I bought the tickets right away. Maybe you changed your mind, or maybe someone told you something about me. I don't know. Look, I'm not saying that I regret going there. I actually met another YouTuber. I made lots of videos. I'm not complaining. I'm not gonna make exposing videos. I just wanna know, I would really appreciate it if you told me privately what happened on your end. Thank you, and I wish you a speedy recovery.
Nick had a bad experience, it's a shame, but in a rather long message attempting to confront Trisha, he outwardly states that he doesn't intend to make an exposed video. So what has changed since then?
She saw this message. Instead of just telling me straight up, she took our DMs, edited out her messages to me, cropped them out, deleted them, put my messages together, and then sent them all over the internet.
This is quite the allegation. What evidence is there to support it? Well, not much, to be honest. The DMs were released, this was true. But as Nick recognized in this message, there were people asking after this situation. One of these individuals was Martin Lewis. Now, his upload is quite harsh on Nick's perspective due to some personal history in the vegan community. However, the DMs he shows are in full chronological order with no editing. The only content that was not passed on were the first interactions between them and the final lengthy message, which, judging by the unread receipt shown in this video, was not sent at the time she passed on these screenshots. In fact, if you had a keen eye, you would have noticed that in his DM, he mentions a situation transpiring with a gentleman named Sean, Trisha's ex-boyfriend, where Trisha talks about closure in a video, this video being her response to Sean, released on the 27th of February.
Sean made a video saying what went down with me, where he gave the internet closure, but still has yet to give me any closure, a real-life human being in which he spent the past year of his life day in, day out with.
It's also important to note that a video uploaded by a creator by the name of Vegan Cheetah, who now goes by Charles Marlowe, appears to include receipts as well. Now, I am not in possession of the video, and it does not appear to be archived. I don't know all the exact details, but we can calculate it was released around mid-February, around a month after Nick was meant to be meeting Trisha. I know this because an old Reddit post which advertised this video is still up, dated on the 20th of February, a week before Trisha's video response, which Nick references in his own message to her. I did find a clip from the video in another upload which explains how this was brought up in his circle.
Now, I couldn't find a whole lot under that video that Trisha Paytas had uploaded, but this comment that was left on my video actually started a small thread. Taylor said, yeah, something weird happened between them. She probably set them up like she does to other YouTubers, but they're both whack jobs, to be honest. So who gives a f? And then Nikki responded to Samantha by saying, I may be wrong, but did she not end up in the hospital around that time though?
Now, it's possible that Martin Lewis's video was released after Nick's DM, as it was the 1st of March, though as we know, the DMs he'd received were prior to Nick's message, and in his video about the topic, he shows his representation of Nick was pretty biased.
Trisha Paytas, Nikocado Avocado said that Trisha Paytas paid for his ticket to LA. Automatically I was like, oh my god, what did Nick do? You know, you have a lot of people, not just one person, and not just trolls, but all these other people saying that Nikocado said that Trisha paid for him first class to fly to LA. And at that time I'm like, well, who's lying? Is it these people? Is it Nikocado's fans? Or is it Nikocado? I messaged Trisha, I said to her, Nick and I used to be best friends till I disconnected from him due to his lies and opportunist mentality. Anyways, I'm doing a video on the situation between you and him. Word on YouTube says you wanted to collaborate a mukbang with him. He came to LA for you and you stood him up. Well, anyways, let me know what happened. I have your back in this, but if you did something wrong, own up to it, as you know what can happen with the drama these days. Because of course, I assumed the worst because of my past with Nikocado Avocado, and it's not just one incident, it's just multiple things, and things that even continue on to this day. Like, he's lost a lot of friends, and there's a reason why.
With this in mind, we can portray the reality and look into how it was twisted. You can't follow Nick's timeline too much because Nick has deleted a majority of his tweets relating to Trisha from around that time at least, despite leaving others up. Not sure why he did that. However, his framing that there were loads of people calling him a social climber on Twitter seems pretty unlikely, and once again, I could find little evidence, given that his criticism came from such a small niche on YouTube. In fact, if you look at Trisha's and Nick Okado's joint mentions around that time, you'll see more negative comments towards Trisha from Nick's fans, mostly in reference to the 2017 video he put out, which many quickly assumed to be about Trisha. Now, I mentioned this video earlier, which is allegedly in response to a supposedly deleted homophobic comment left by Trisha on one of Nick's videos. Some of Nick's viewers claimed they had seen it and captured it themselves, but there is no clear record nor mention of it in Nick's all-spilling expose, which makes the more conspiratorial side of me wonder if Nick was really back at it again with his fake accounts, as he had previously used one to copyright claim our friend Rainey. On top of this, Nick fails to mention the YouNow streams or his deleted tweets about Trisha Paytas, these ones being captured by an ardent supporter of his. I don't know the exact reason he didn't mention these in his videos, but I assume it was to avoid the perception that he had instigated the conflict in any way, and that he had remained silent.
This is something that's plagued me for years. What I'm going to talk about, and if you have no idea what's happened and you randomly found this video, or you know of me but don't really watch me, I mean, I don't talk about this. I never have. I've alluded to it, and when I have alluded to it, I've always said we're not going to discuss it. I had a great trip.
I will add that all recorded drama appeared to initiate in September after Trisha's YouNow streams. But with all the deleted content, I can't comment on what happened for certain. Now, looking at the receipts we can squander together, the precipitation of the situation may be slightly different to what Mr. Avocado presents. In his video, he states that he's been struggling with escaping the vegan community.
Around this time, I had stopped being vegan. I had just made the announcement that I didn't want to be vegan anymore. And for anyone who has been vegan and they stopped as well, you know, it's one of the hardest things to grapple. I mean, not like, oh, I did it for a week or I did it for a month. I mean, I did it for 5 years. My heart and soul into it. I was one of those people that stood out with signs, meat is murder, outside of McDonald's. That's how much it was my viewpoint. At every possible aspect, it was my life. And when I decided to stop, I thought my world was crashing down. The majority of my audience at the time was vegan. I had like 50,000 subscribers, all vegan.
And it's clear that some in the vegan community still harbored a level of resentment towards him.
Let me give you a little bit of background of Nick Avocado. Since I used to be friends with him, I kind of know how he works. In my experience, in my opinion, he has been very manipulative. You know, he has a way of playing victim, and his audience are so brainwashed that they really feel sorry for him. We're not friends anymore because he lied about a lot of things. I used to be in a collab channel with him, and he just had the lamest excuse to close the channel down. And there was a lot of other reasons behind it, a lot of lies, playing victim. He was doing sneaky shit to make people assume something else in the comment section.
These aren't random drama channels who Trisha was DMing unprovoked, however. These were people with already existent drama with Nick Avocado, probably looking for other ways to tarnish his reputation. Vegan Cheetah had already uploaded multiple videos on Nick Avocado. Martin Lewis was more drama-oriented in general, but still states he had previous baggage with the dude. But these videos weren't overwhelmingly popular, and Trisha's DMs didn't really reveal a narrative without the vegan creators providing their insight. Should Trisha have responded to Nick instead of the drama channels? For sure, but this wasn't malice pretense, it was completely in line with Trisha's behavior. It's very possible that she was influenced by a lot of narratives perpetuated by certain individuals who had legitimate business towards Nick. Just because she's a large YouTuber doesn't mean she's the one influencing all these other creators with her opinions. And this is what leads me to my next point, the YouNow streams.
I was never going to. I wasn't gonna like collab, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know where that came from. I do hang out with lots of YouTubers when they do come, and if I am feeling good and well, and I just get pissed when people are like, she flaked on me, she blew me off. If you look, I never even opened his messages, and I had like literally like 50 DMs from him that I never saw. I mean, I don't talk shit on YouTubers, but that like was so like, it was weird. I was like, if I didn't respond to someone or I didn't confirm a date, I would not be booking. I don't know where he lives. Apparently he lives somewhere else anyways.
But she does know that I was flying there because I told her I was already booking regardless for my visa. She does know that I don't live there because she asked about it and I responded, yes, I do live in Colombia. She was playing stupid in front of hundreds of thousands of people. And how do you think this affected my channel? The trust my audience had in me.
I try to watch Nikocado Avocado, but I can't when someone, this is so gross, it makes me not even want to eat. Like when someone like burps or farts when they're eating, like, well, I don't even like it anyways, but when you're eating, like, oh, it kind of just makes me grossed out. So I can't with him.
Well, this was a surprise to me. That's not what she told me.
Now, on one hand, she was fundamentally wrong, but the fact that she sent messages which showed her correspondence with Nick before then appearing to deny it doesn't make it seem very calculated. Being calculated often doesn't ensue openly contradicting yourself with your own evidence. Now, there could be an element of calculation, as obviously Trisha's own YouNow streams have greater reach than any of the DMs shown in the other videos. But it could also just be standard trash talk. I'll allow you to make your own judgment on that one. I think a much more textbook example of calculation would be taking this clip out of context and then using it to support a point which otherwise has very little backing. Who would do something like that?
Nikocado Avocado Jado or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, they were all like, Trisha ghosted him. I was like, Trisha didn't even know that he was coming.
No idea. Nikocado, or I don't even know. I was like, what? Like, the only time I heard of him was when he did my Warrior cover.
Yeah.
He played on the violin or something. I didn't know. I didn't even see the messages.
We're gonna get into that.
Oh right, Nick. This was another clip in Nikocado's Trisha compilation, and on first viewing, you wouldn't suspect anything until you find the full clip.
We talked about that on here one night. Somebody brought up that Nikocado Avocado Jado or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, they were all like, Trisha ghosted him. I was like, Trisha didn't even know that he was coming. We talked
No idea. Until Martin Lewis DM'd me and is like, I'm doing a story about you and Nikocado, or I don't even know. I was like, what? Like, the only time I heard of him was when he did my Warrior cover.
Yeah.
He played on the violin or something. I didn't know. I didn't even see the messages because I was under.
Did you notice the difference? If you didn't, I wouldn't blame you. But he cut out the bit where she said she had no idea until Martin Lewis DM'd her and brought it to her attention, because she was snowed under due to other situations that Nick acknowledges in his DM. Does this change the fact that her recollection is still pretty dodgy? No, she may not have been sure that he was coming at the point she stopped responding, but she definitely set up the expectations for him to come. And it doesn't change the fact that she had more communication with him than just his violin cover, but it does show that she was not behaving in a particularly instigatory manner. And I think Nick knew this, and he knew that there were murmurs before Trisha reacted. Add this to the fact that YouNow streams often involve people interacting with their audience, something that I'm sure Nick's aware of, and it's very easy that these things were brought up towards Trisha and she just responded in her standard chaotic fashion. I don't know what this says about her other statements on the matter because I couldn't find them, but it does make me somewhat suspicious as to the ones that are cut more neatly. But we're not finished there.
I mean, she, for half a year, would blast me on YouNow. Months and months and months. One was published in February, one was published in March, one was published in June, one was in July.
Avocado. You made him?
What was that?
His weight gain, Nikocado Avocado.
So she loved to talk about my weight gain. I'm really not sure why.
Nikocado gaining weight, all these people fucking being fat. I like your Nikocado Avocado stuff though.
You like the Nikocado videos that I make?
You see, our avocado acquaintance here took the YouNow clips regarding Trisha speaking about his weight gain to imply that she had been continuously bringing attention to this. In a video by the YouTuber Primink, I don't know if you've heard of him, some twink, he shows the context for these clips.
Nikocado Avocado. You made him?
What was that?
His weight gain, Nikocado Avocado.
This is from a YouNow with Martin Lewis, the same guy who sent Trisha the DMs years ago. What a small world. First off, Nick was brought up first by Martin Lewis in the stream because it was a drama topic.
Be careful with Charlie. I don't know if you are gonna vlog with him, but if you don't want another drama like Nikocado, I'm telling you, be careful with Chucky.
And if you let the clip play for a few more seconds than Nick did, you can see that Trisha was actually saying she doesn't like when Martin is mean and makes fun of people.
Yeah, I mean, you can be mean, but lately you've been nicer. Well, I haven't watched you lately, so maybe you're mean again. But for a while there, you're being like really nice.
Well, I can say I've gone more PC now. Like, I don't say.
Well, that's okay. It's better to say than you're a fat, ugly piece of.
I've never done stuff like that. Like, you're a fat piece of. You know what I mean? I've never said anything like that. I made jokes about all weights, you know, even my own weight. Like, today I was making fun of my skinny arms, you know? Like, I made jokes, you know, not Yeah.
What
I
about
wouldn't.
Avocado? You made fun of him?
She didn't just mention him out of the blue to talk bad about him, like Nick portrays.
I like the avocado stuff though.
You do? Oh, you like the Nikocado videos that I make?
This clip is from a You Now with a guy named Vegan Cheetah. Vegan Cheetah was making quite a few videos on Nick at the time, and Trisha popped into his You Nows all the time for hours and hours. I think she had a crush on him because some of the times she's drunk, which if you're ever bored, I highly recommend you go watch her drunk streams. It's an experience.
The views are gone.
Yo, what the f are you doing?
Throughout this whole You Now, Vegan Cheetah was asking Trisha how to improve his channel.
So, what's, okay, so what direction do you think I should go in? Just make more videos about you? Are you cool with that?
I mean, that's obviously gets you the views for sure, but just be drama. That's what people like you for. You're just trying to be like something that you're like not, you know?
He asked how to improve his topics, what videos does Trisha like, all this stuff. And finally, she told him that she likes his Nick videos because he made a lot of Nick videos at the time.
I like your channel because like at least you like upload consistently and talk about drama only. But once you start talking about like your girlfriend, I'm like, nobody care. You know, not even just her, but just other people that are irrelevant. I'm like, oh my god, stop talking about them. I like your avocado stuff though.
You do? Oh, you like the Nikocado videos that I make?
He kept asking Trisha what she liked, and she told him what she liked. Once again, it wasn't out of the blue. She wasn't bullying him. It was a pretty normal conversation. When you're a huge YouTuber who's pretty problematic, people are gonna talk about you. It comes with the territory. Nick took these super short, out of context clips and put them to a narrative that made Trisha look bad. You can make anyone look bad if you only show 10 seconds of them without any context.
Nikocado gaining weight, all these people fucking being fat.
In this out of context clip, Trisha was actually defending Nick.
Oh?
You always talk about like Nikocado gaining weight, all these people fucking being fat.
Well, I do think Nikocado is gaining weight for views, like I've said that.
Why does it matter?
The funny thing is about Nick is that he's a troll. Much like Trisha, he makes videos to make people mad or get a reaction out of them because reactions equals views and views equals money. Both Trisha and Nick know this very well. They're both masters at it. Which is also why this video is kind of weird to me because a lot of the things Nick calls Trisha out for, he also does on his channel.
She is pretending to be going through some kind of psychotic breakdown. You guys, she does this to distract. She does this to deflect and hope that you just put your hands up and say, I give up. This girl's mental. This girl's crazy.
I'm done. I'm done. Get the f out of here.
But she's not. She's playing the mental instability card.
I am not having it today. I am not having it today. Today, Missy Two Shoes.
Unless Nick had picked it from a compilation video of which I could not find any, there's no way that he would have missed the context for those clips, which also means that he intentionally cut them in a way to support his point. It seems that with context, Nikocado showed no actual clips about Trisha Paytas talking about him without provocation, and on top of that, Trisha appears to defend him. He also frames these streams as partaking over the span of months on a continuous basis, like Trisha was just trying to drum up this continuous wave of harassment against him. A majority, if not all of the clips where she mentions Nick's weight gain are in You Now streams with people who have pre-existing drama with Nikocado, and Nick wasn't the core topic of those streams regardless. You can't expect your name to never be mentioned by someone when you yourself have mentioned Trisha in passing as well.
I mean, she, for half a year, would blast me on You Now. Months and months and months.
Now, I don't find evidence to support this either. Most of the clips had Nick being brought up in passing. Her streams with Vegan Cheetah definitely appear to be made around that time that they collaborated together, and I think the motive may have been a little more based on the principle of attraction. Just a hunch.
So this went on for months and months and months, and what stemmed from it was comments and comments and comments for months and months and months.
Yeah, I don't care for his videos or for his personality, but you know, whatever, it doesn't matter.
People assuming the worst about me because she gave them that platform to do so. You know, she kind of entertained the rumors. She spread the rumors herself deliberately. And then she entertained the ones that came out of it and laughed about it in my face.
It's not hard to research his Twitter mentions from around this time, and there are really no mentions of this. Now, that's not to say they never existed, accounts are deleted, comments are also deleted sometimes, but none of the comments are present on a disproportionate basis to other drama he was engaged in at the time. If anything, it seems the people who did jump on the drama had serious baggage with Nick and would continue to torment over other drama that Nick provoked in the coming months, including some very controversial content. Was Trisha's behavior unprofessional and unfair? Definitely. And I'll probably have to look down that rabbit hole eventually. But Nick's video felt like he had chosen a perspective based on a murky recollection of events and then sought to find the evidence after he had chosen his position, which led to a bending of the truth, as the situation wasn't quite as he recalled. He's more than happy to show some receipts, but a lot of the remaining evidence is either impossible to verify or doctored by Nick himself. The video felt unnecessary, and rhetoric aside, it seemed that there was very little justification for the existence of such a video. But he had one more ace up his sleeve.
But she started off the video by bringing up our past. The question was, what do you like about him, what don't you like? And she chose to talk about the beef we had years ago. You can listen here.
He wants the seat.
But it didn't really feel like an ace to me. More like a joker.
Here, how dare you call me?
The Joker card was introduced in the 19th century as a trump card for the game of Euchre, the card that beats all others. Like the Joker in a game of Euchre, in the context of Nick's video, Trisha's video would have been a trump card.
And I'm listening to this, I'm like, she loves us together. How am I supposed to know that? You didn't answer my emails, you never told me what happened, you leaked my DMs, you went and talked trash about me for a year. How am I supposed to know that you loved me this whole time? What?
Through the lens of Nick's video, after failing to follow through on a commitment, lying about the situation, and then unleashing a tidal wave of animosity based on defamatory statements, she'd attempted to make peace in a rather disingenuous manner over this OnlyFans video.
You can listen here.
He wants the seat. He wanted me to tell you what I love and what I don't love about you. Well, I don't know what happened a couple years ago. Something happened where I don't know if you misinterpreted something, or I don't know if it just was like a rumor someone started that I paid for your flight, which we both know we didn't do. But look, let's not talk about what we don't love.
And I would have loved to hear, hey, I acknowledged what I did. I'm sorry I sent those messages out about you. And then she's like, well, let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about all the good things I love about you.
Maybe if Nick's premises held true, this would stand as the solid trump card. But with the context, we realize that we are playing a very different card game indeed. One where the Joker doesn't hold the same value that Nick has assigned to it. Does this make Trisha an angel? No, as said, she screwed up. But her video explaining that her animosity has faded and that she hopes they can move beyond that is probably the most mature thing she could have said. She doesn't say that the animosity was justified, nor does she attempt to push any blame onto Nick, which she could well have done. She states there probably was a communication breakdown, and although undeniable sugarcoating is completely true. In fact, a communication breakdown is a perfect way to explain how irrational feelings of animosity may arise.
I respect your hustle. You're killing it. You're doing great. I like Nikocado Avocado. I think he's funny. I think he's cool. I think he's raw. I think he's real. I think he kind of doesn't care, which is good, you know? I mean, I know he cares. Everyone cares what people think, but I kind of love that, he just keeps going. And, at least off that vegan route, you know what I mean? Once you hop off that vegan dick, you're good in my book. I'm just kidding. Be vegan if you want. I don't care. But no, I love you too, Orlin. I love you guys actually both together. I hope that any...
With this in mind, the whole premise for Nick's video's existence is strange. At the time, Trisha Paytas cameos cost $150. Orlin paid $150 to someone who Nick frames as having serious history with, and on top of that, asked the person to say something negative about Nick. That is one strange birthday present, and one that conveniently fits into a video exposing her. In all honesty, I think Nick and Orlin knew what they were doing when they requested this cameo, and was probably disappointed that Trisha didn't give him anything outwardly unreasonable to work with, because as said, Trisha will have her time, and this does not excuse her other actions, but given what we know and how certain clips are actually in context, it doesn't hold the same power. It just seems strange.
Animosity you have towards me or something is gone. I know mine for you is completely gone.
I want to know, what the fuck did I ever do to you? Your animosity for me is gone. Why did you even have animosity about me to begin with?
Animosity you have towards me or something is gone. I know mine for you is completely gone, and I wish you nothing but love and success, and you've already have that, so I hope you just keep growing and building, and you know, from one mukbanger to another, we gotta stick out for each other, because a lot of people think what we do ain't shit, but they ain't shit, because we get to eat and get paid, so, you know,
I don't understand how you're sticking out for me. I've never felt that way, ever. For years. I mean, you don't even follow me on your Instagram. You don't follow me on Twitter. And again, you don't have to follow me. I'm not saying this is what upsets me. I'm saying I don't see any evidence to support that you stick up for me and that you care about me. Like, what? And if this is real, if she is being truthful, that she loves me and sticks up for me and she thinks I'm awesome and everything, why have I never heard from her to rectify that huge shitstorm that she pretty much caused me and my family and all of my viewers for years? When this all went down years ago, I never shared my truth. I never said the truth.
Overall, the video was rather weak. He states that the video exists because he didn't want to speak up at the time, but if this was really his truth, he would have made it the truth. Equally, I don't think Trisha is some calculated mastermind. If anything, Nick's video is much more orchestrated than any of Trisha's actions. Was there a story here? Maybe, but it was the kind of thing that you'd rant about on the side while having an Asian KFC rather than channeling the energy into a takedown style video. But after the Veronica Wang drama, Nick had a formula that worked, and he applied it to another person who was not known for their concise responses. In fact, Trisha was just coming off the back of another contentious drama with H3H3, another situation which she could have presented a strong case fairly rationally, but devolved into antics which many felt were emotionally manipulative.
Like, she goes from model to WWE wrestler, like, it's just, and they already have such a complex, it's such a complex.
It was another easy target for Nick, and he composed the video using the scraps that he obtained very well. For Trisha, it was a hard situation to overturn. She had let him down, and ultimately, even if a portion of Nick's allegations were built on exaggerated rhetoric and edited content, her failure to resolve it and instead resorting to going off streams of people who Nick clearly had negative experiences with was highly unprofessional. Sure, the video said things about Nick, but it also said things about Trisha, and at the time, people cared more about one person than the other. So no matter what Trisha said, she was going to be fighting a losing battle. Nick knew this, so he just jumped on whatever she said for a response video. Some of this stuff seems related to what he's been saying, such as those tweets on the day of the video. Other stuff, not as much.
But one thing we have to remember is that the internet is not real life. People that you interact with on the internet can be lovely and wonderful, but they can also be really hateful and negative and evil.
I did not tell people to unfollow her. I didn't tell people to dislike her. I didn't tell people to unsubscribe. I didn't tell people to leave hateful comments. I didn't bring anyone else unrelated to our issue into the video. I didn't tell people what to think, ultimately. I shared my truth. I told the truth. I backed up my truth with evidence. I came to the table prepared with receipts. And I was 100% transparent.
Nick has no proof that this comment has anything to do with his video other than it was from around that general time. It doesn't seem the most relevant for someone who's so used to random hate online. Nick appears to think that Trisha could only be referring to him as the sole perpetrator of such antagonism. Amongst the controversy she had been entangled in, although she had made amends in the H3 situation, her comments did not seem creator specific. And Nick goes in on this. And the stupid thing is, he gives the reasons for exactly why the comment probably isn't directed at him.
I'm sorry, but what you did to me was real. What you did to me hurt me. What you did to me was so calculating, that I can't even describe in any more words than I've already put out.
Some of his responses are valid. Once again, Trisha made the mistake and he's sure to hammer that in. But some of his other statements are either disingenuous, unproven, or so unbelievably ironic that it's borderline satire.
What I don't understand, if she wants to imply that I'm not being truthful with what I showed everybody, she needs to prove otherwise. I mean, it's one of these things where some people believe if they say it over and over and over enough that it becomes true. If you hear it enough times, that's a fact, but it's not. And I told everyone what happened. I showed them the DMs. I showed the video clips of her acting like she didn't know who I was, making faces when my weight came into discussion, egging people on to continue the gossip. All the while, I had to watch this in humility. I would like to know how I'm not being truthful here. If she wants to make these implications, she has to show for it. Otherwise, it's just flat out rude, and it's just another slap in the face. Trisha then posted a mukbang right after she had posted a video saying that she's done with mukbangs and that she's going to address her diet and change it. If she's willing to go to this length to lie about something so trivial as what you eat, what else do you think she's willing to do? Actually, someone replied to me, said, it's obviously pre-recorded, you're starting to look desperate. And I said, no. First of all, Trisha has been doing this to me for 2 years. 2 years, I had to read these comments, feel this pain, and keep it to myself. Over 2 years, 2.5 years. This is my moment. And the fact that it is pre-recorded, and she chose to put a mukbang right after announcing she was done with them, it shows that she knows how to play her cards. She knows that it will get a reaction, it will make people upset, it will create more comments. When I told people that Trisha was calculating with me, I'm willing to say that she's calculating with you. And how smart of Trisha to use a card like this. Because let's face it, in society, if you question the validity of what she says, you're seen as an awful person. And this is a very powerful card.
But one thing we have to remember is that the internet is not real life.
So if the internet's not real, what's going on? Smoke and mirrors. This is a way to cop out and to cover up because it's that touchy of a subject.
Ah yes, Trisha, the mastermind. Thank you, Nick, for illuminating that very manipulative tweet. Trisha is very smart indeed, a true galaxy brain of our generation. But for me, with my game, his Joker card was useless and only served to highlight the absurdity of some of his statements.
Remember, you guys, I came back literally with a luggage full of coffee, full of sombreros, full of keychains and little presents for Trisha, and sat down and said, what the fuck did I do wrong? And then to turn on the computer and to see Trisha talking about my weight regardless was so manipulative and just another part of the mind control, another part of the look who has the power type of game she was playing.
Mind control. This is the man that many believed. But how long would that belief last for? As said, Trisha's behavior wasn't appropriate and I can understand why it would bother Nick, but it didn't strike me as dangerous or out of character. She didn't follow up with him on plans to collaborate. Unreliable and flaky. But Nick said he was okay with that. She sent DMs to drama channels who asked, kinda trashy but not edited like Nick claims, and not at the time that he claims either. She goes onto a stream with some of these channels and mentions him. Expected, not to the degree he claims, and not necessarily maliciously either. The only real thing that there is to complain about here is that she misframes the situation when talking about it and appears to dismiss the contact they had, which is unfair. But as said, I don't think it makes her some calculated mastermind, and even some of that was taken out of context.
I'm just putting it out there because you put it out there for 2.5 years, how you felt about me. This is how I feel about you. You hurt me. And I don't want to play this game. I don't want to play dog and bone, smoke and mirrors, whipping out cards and brushing things under the rug. Just turn on the camera, remind all your viewers that the internet is real, that your feelings and the things you say to other humans are real, and that includes me.
But Nick, without a doubt, was masterclassing these exposed videos. In his second video, he even retracts his points about the clips because people found the context for them and still manages to convey the necessity for the existence of this upload.
She's eating popcorn, watching me be made fun of, watching people speculate, watching people talk negatively, watching people gossip. She enjoyed it, and that's what she said in this clip.
I like your Nikocado avocado stuff though.
You do? Oh, you like the Nikocado videos that I make? Yeah, he's fun. We like to follow him. What was I gonna?
Part of that context was my weight gain. I wasn't specific. I flew over it literally in 30 seconds. I just wanted to say that she had mentioned my weight gain and it made me uncomfortable. I wish I could take that out. You know, it's just, it doesn't change the fact from anything. I was just trying to find examples to show you that she did know who I was and she continued to talk smack.
Eventually, he goes in on Trisha for her antics regarding a breakup that happened months before.
Everything must have been taken out of context. Remember what I said? She's going to smoke and mirrors, throw another bone, make the dogs run this way. Guess who decides to have that monumental breakdown about a breakup that happened 3 or 4 months ago? That's right, Trisha posts a breakdown about Jason. Didn't she just say she wishes him well and loves him? Didn't she just say something about his dick or something? All of a sudden, now she's really, really sad. I almost feel like she got the sadness for knowing that she effed up, saw everyone coming at her in the corner, got all emotional, and used that emotion to tap into her feelings about Jason. I mean, she's an actress. She's a self-proclaimed actress. She has been on so many TV shows with different personalities. I remember watching an interview where she said, I want to be someone that you don't know who I really am. That's fucked up when it involves hurting other people.
Initially, this was stupefying to me because he was calling out Trisha for something that had been a part of his brand for years, claiming that it's some elaborate ploy, when in fact, it's completely the opposite. The timing is so unbelievably awful that no half-intelligent, manipulative person would make such a video, and people called it out without Nick's help. Trisha's eventual response video would be called I'm Cancelled Again, a reference to the number of times this happens. Nick knows this too well and yet frames it like some revelation.
People were on it from the get-go, and then she decided to just ban all comments, ban all ability to thumbs up or thumbs down. I mean, if you stand by what you say and believe in, you will always leave that open. And for the majority of Trisha's channel, she always has. I mean, I can think of probably one video where she actually banned people from being able to share their thoughts on her page. This screams guilty louder than anything.
Nick had the tea, but the tea was tainted, and Trisha's eventual response video, although flawed, did illuminate that.
You know, Woody Allen still freaking works. You know what I mean? Like, Roman Polanski. Did he do something wrong? Yeah, he did something wrong.
Wait, wrong clip. It happens at this time of the video.
He's like, everyone keeps telling me to make a video about you. I just watched your vid about Sean. I'm so sorry for everything you went through. I don't know when the best time is to ask, but you talked about getting closure, being upfront, being a professional, and I'd really appreciate if you gave me a little closure too. I don't know you. I don't owe you closure. Chalk me up as to some flaky lunatic YouTuber. That's what I do. I meet so many freaking YouTubers and so many people that are flaky and crazy, and I'm just like, oh, that's just a crazy person. I'm just gonna, you know, closure is something when a friend dumps you after 10 years. Closure is something after someone's cheated on you and trying to find out why. And like, that's when someone owes you something because you put in so much time.
It may have been common courtesy to tell someone about their position, but Trisha didn't want to and is okay with being judged on that basis. I don't think her response is the strongest because I think you need to accept some fault. She acted incredibly enthusiastically towards his works and then just stopped responding. It probably did confuse him and lead him on. And she did trash talk a bit in future streams. But over the space of 2 rather erratic videos, she provides an explanation for a majority of her actions.
This is the other reason why I'm just like so scared to even say I'm always down. But like I said, when things change, they change. And like, yeah, at the time I would go on YouNow and talk about it because at the time he did say, I mean, for a second, everyone's like, he didn't say that, but he did. I didn't edit out anything. I screenshotted. I'm not an editor.
Whether you think these explanations justify her point of view is down to you. And yet, a day after Trisha's second video mentioning the situation, Nick uploads another 18-minute video, and it is the worst. The first 2 minutes in particular are shocking, and you can literally play Trisha's clips from the videos that Nick is responding to as many responses to his points.
I did move on. It happened. And I never said anything. Why didn't she move on when she talked about me over and over and over and over?
No, Ma, I don't know what else to say. You know, I'm down. This is the other reason why I'm just like so scared to even say. I'm always down, but like I said, when things change, they change. And like, yeah, at the time I would go on YouNow and talk about it because at the time he did say, I mean, for a second, everyone's like, he didn't say that, but he did.
When I was very small, why did she not move on when she accepted my husband's cameo and lied to our faces?
Cameo, because I was like, okay, I'm just gonna like let bygones be bygones, water under the bridge. Like I'm gonna be like, good luck, good job on your success. Like I thought it was a cute thing. Like his boyfriend or husband, whoever got it for him,
purposefully tried to ruin my reputation when I was very small. Why did she not move on where she felt the need to entertain rumors about me? Some of the things that she's saying about me that my viewers might be believing, again, this is not for her. She's made it very clear she has no care in the world for me.
So on the YouNow, I was talking to, what was that guy? There's some drama channel, I forget his name. Oh, I forget his name. Honestly, this sounds awful, but I don't care.
And that's fine, I will live with that.
He also showed video where you kept talking about his weight.
I didn't.
More than once.
Okay.
I saw the video. Do you regret that?
But he edited. So on the YouNow, I was talking to, what was that guy? There's some drama channel, I forget his name. Oh, I forget his name. And I literally say, he gained weight. And like, okay, so he got fat. So what? And he edited out the part where I'm like, so what?
I went on Social Blade because I'm a curious George. And your numbers have gone down over the last week by a considerable amount.
Yeah.
Nothing James Charles, but clearly people have not loved your reaction, your response to all this drama. And his video has done very well. It's gotten like 2 million views.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
I mean, it like, honestly, this sounds awful, but I don't care because this is something that I am so like, I'm sorry, I felt harassed by him. Like, he like kept going DM, and
he harassed, he lied.
I felt harassed by him.
It was so insane. It was so insane and so scary to me.
And if you're scared and if you're like a little like, I'm
being targeted by a weird she's being targeted by a weird
It's like reverse psychology. She's saying that this is who I am, and by reacting, I'm therefore proving her point. I've never been manipulated like this in my whole life. And that's why this video is hard for me to make.
Nick frames it like he's the victim of some master puppeteering from Trisha Paytas, which is giving her far too much credit. I could go on. For the record, in that clip, Trisha's actually reading out someone else's comment, but I think Nick knows that. I don't think Nick harassed her or anything, and I don't think it's fair of Trisha to claim that. But Nick talking with the hushed tones and sincere confusion and hurt is by no means any less disingenuous than Trisha. Trisha's responses are not very good. You could take them apart quite easily. Nick does this with some of the responses, such as Trisha's rather daft tweets, but mostly fails with others because it doesn't fit into his narrative. For example,
and tried to ruin my reputation on purpose and then twist it so that if I react, I'm crazy.
She says he's a little off and gestures to imply he's unhinged, and it is insensitive. And suddenly, it's actually this gaslighting tactic to make him doubt his intentions in making another 18-minute video. But I don't buy it. Gaslighting is built on intent, as we'll soon find out. And I don't believe that Trisha had that intent. I think she saw a person who messaged her a lot, paid $150 for a cameo to use in a video against her before posting another over her failures, and she probably thought he was a bit unstable. Does that mean it's the right thing to say? No, but Nick's narrative that she's some master manipulator is based on the premise that Trisha was just on some campaign of harassment against him and is now trying to silence him, a narrative that doesn't really stand when you consider the flaws in his own. If I was in Trisha's shoes, if I believed that Nick was really that bothered over DMs, he genuinely thought I was out to destroy him and made multiple videos for that reason alone, maybe I'd think he was a little unhinged too. But I don't think that was his motive. I think he was capitalizing on a personal problem that he previously held against a controversial creator, acquiring some reputation points, and grabbing Trisha's attention in that moment too. And to be fair, it worked. Despite Trisha being a master manipulator and Nick being this crazed stalker, Trisha apologized at the start of August and they hashed it out in another mukbang, so maybe they do deserve each other.
Look, like, the internet is so huge. You have such a big following. Like, you just go do you. Like, you're doing so good. Like, I know it's fun to, like, you're getting them views and stuff, like, by going back and forth with me, but, like, honestly, like when and there's some people I'm just done with it. I will never acknowledge again, this person being one of them after today.
I'm really sorry. I obviously would never have made the cameo if I hated you or had any ill will or any sort of resentment. I didn't realize you still had it towards me, and again, I apologize. I apologize for how everything went down. And I respect what you do, and I applaud your success.
I personally think the only manipulator in this situation was Nick. However, in his mind, the means justified the ends. He had been wronged, he'd righted it, and collected a W in the process. Throughout the videos, I received the impression that Nick really just wanted Trisha's attention, and in the end, he did acquire that, so fair play to him. But by collecting a W, Nick set a standard, one that could ultimately do more harm than good.
That's kind of cute.
Nick's second video on Trisha Paytas in particular is a fascinating video for me, because he basically calls out something that we can identify in his own brand, the forced melodrama. So why didn't people call him out for hypocrisy in that moment? Well, there was one key difference, that Nick never weaponized his overly emotional videos with regards to drama with other creators. He provoked his own drama. Why is this detail important? Because it allowed Nick to create a new commentary brand about other creators which was detached from his otherwise capricious reputation. He is able to transform this image into a creator who's not afraid to spill the tea and call out other people who are engaging in these deplorable actions. Things were looking up for Nick as he established himself as a legitimate voice of common sense from within the community. I don't know if that says more about Nick or the community, but he released multiple videos, particularly on a new third channel about trending drama and personal feuds.
Because I've never, everything that happened, the fact that we have the ability to come back and be who we are, because us growing up.
All about ourselves again. This was the issue that I personally had watching the whole charade 4 months ago. That it was all about me. I don't even know. This was about what they did to someone else. Instead of focusing on the victims, we're gonna focus on ourselves. Everything we've been to, everything we go through, we're ourselves. If that's yourself, I hope I don't bump into you on the street.
In the comment sections of these videos, many viewers would praise Nick for his clinical nature while dealing with this drama. But true to his word, he continued to upload videos dramatizing his own life, with often mixed feedback. He was by no means letting off the other persona with mind of this new one. However, it did make the tonal shifts a little jarring.
This is your fault, Missy. This is your fault. I broke it now. It's your fault.
Nick's call-out videos may have been valid in some ways. If you want to find out, you can go and watch them all. But ultimately, what the drama with Trisha Paytas told us is that a lot of audiences tend to trust the creator if they can convey themselves in a credible way, rather than necessarily looking at the claims. For anyone familiar with Nick, they would have noticed that this wasn't all too different to his persona when he exited the vegan community and tried to make some pretty solidly reasoned arguments for why he left. But ultimately let that part of himself go when he had to confront that maybe his new lifestyle wasn't as physically beneficial as he had previously preached. But now he had a new use for his reasoned persona, YouTube drama. What could possibly go wrong? While Nick was operating multiple personas at once, this allowed him to make the most of multiple audiences, but when you're operating different personas, some of which may seem incompatible with each other, you may be biting off more than you can chew. However, for most of 2019, he was able to balance these new characters and reap the benefits for it, whether that be financial or fanatical. But there was one more advantage worth noting. Assumedly a consequence, though it could be coincidental, was that he began to collaborate with a fair few new faces, many of whom large established creators from within the community. There didn't seem to be any particular friction between these individuals. The worst that some people observed was probably Nick's collaborations with Trisha Paytas, which many felt were a little awkward. But to be honest, their whole existence is awkward.
Can I just say one of my favorite things of you, on you now, a long time ago, when you were talking to someone we don't want to mention, you were just like, the views are gone, the views are down.
Did I say that about me or you?
There's no, about yourself.
Oh yeah?
You're on you now, like, the views are down, there's no more views.
Oh, okay.
The views are gone.
You like watched it a bunch of times, you got my mannerisms and everything. I was like, okay.
It was funny.
Nick appeared to welcome many of these collaborations with open arms. Why wouldn't he? The more alliances and apparent endorsements, the merrier. Maybe his collaborators were hoping that if they worked with him, they wouldn't have to suffer at the hands of any exposed videos. I mean, they probably had reason to not blow him off at least. Nikocado Avocado, our mukbang king, riding high on top of the world with all his new little friends. Now, Trisha Paytas aside, most of his new YouTube collaborators at least had little previous involvement in public views with Mr. Avocado. However, in December, with Christmas quickly approaching, we were introduced to an individual by the name of Stephanie Soo. But this was no first impression. No, this was around the year anniversary of the Veronica Wang drama, which was inspired by Shukbank's edited footage of Veronica's collaboration with our friend Stephanie here. The other individual of interest is Zach Choi ASMR. He had previously collaborated with Nick and Stephanie. However, in mid-December, they decided to put their powers together and conduct a three-way collab on each other's channels. Nick and Zach have done this before, but it was the first for Stephanie on either channel. The first video was uploaded onto Zach's channel on the 15th of December. Nothing seems out of the ordinary because no one actually talks in his videos. It was a similar case for the second video, which came out on Nick's third channel the day after.
Their body's rejecting this.
The day after that, a video went up on Nick's main channel where they enjoy 10 packs of spicy ramen noodles and actually have the opportunity to talk. Nothing seems particularly out of the ordinary, but for a brief spell towards the end, the previous drama is brought up.
What did you want to share? Or do you change your mind now?
I just feel like
You said you wanted to talk to your viewers with me here, because you never talked to any of your viewers, and they kind of.
Okay, so I guess like the thing that I would clear up is that a lot of people think that I didn't like you after those videos.
Okay,
and
did they say that? Oh, I didn't see them.
Yeah, so I guess it kind of like made it seem like because of those videos and then we didn't publicly talk to each other, like post like pictures or videos until way after when we met like a couple months ago.
Like a year later.
Yeah, so during that time period, people thought that maybe we didn't like each other at all.
Okay.
Because of those videos. So,
okay.
I mean, I didn't feel that way though. I didn't even feel tears.
She's like, oh bye.
Now keep in mind that I still hadn't watched Stephanie Soo's video at this point, but with the experience that I had with Nick's content, I noticed that this part in particular was more heavily edited than other parts of the video and seemed to end rather awkwardly. It made me rather suspicious that there were some interactions missing here. One more point I would like to add is that on the 16th of December, the day after the second video was posted, Nick made some tweets alluding to spilling tea on another creator, alongside some Instagram comments, and on the 20th of December, he made a video on Allin's channel stating that he planned to expose another creator. So with one video uploaded on Zach Choi's channel and two on Nikokado's channels, there was an expectation that Stephanie Soo would be uploading a video too, and she did. Let's have a look.
Hi. So I haven't really posted on this channel in the past couple of days or my other channel, and I'm alive. The FBI didn't get me. I know some of you guys are worried, but I just kind of want to talk to you guys about what's been happening the past couple of days because a lot has happened and it's been really stressful.
On the 21st of December, Stephanie Soo uploaded her video about her less than positive experience with Nikocado Avocado, titled Why I Am Scared of Nikocado Avocado, a 47-minute video dragging Nick and some of his behavior pretty brutally. The video has now obtained over 10 million views and is widely cited as the video which wiped out any of Nick's credibility online. For me, there's a bit more to it, but let's talk about how and why. Stephanie's video is ultimately about how Nick has used his power and influence in situations to manipulate, bully, and control Stephanie to the point where she feels unsafe.
like I've been manipulated by fear, that I can't say no to him. I just want to take back my power to say no, not feel like someone's holding this thing over me and threatening me.
It's a very unforgiving perspective of Nick Ocado and his behavior. What does this behavior entail? Well, as noted, Stephanie was vaguely involved in the Veronica Wang drama. Stephanie claims that she had spoken to Nick then for a brief period, and that Nick wanted her to make a video on the topic, but she declined. Stephanie didn't want anything to do with the drama.
He wanted me to make a video on my side of the story. I had told him that I wasn't involved. I don't think I need to make a video. It was just back and forth of that.
There have been various additional attempts to collaborate, but it wasn't until a meal with Zach Choi that they truly managed to move past the hurdle of prior drama.
And at this point, we had been there for hours, and he had made me feel so comfortable, so comfortable. And like I could trust him, like he understood me. I ended up opening up about something that I don't even talk about on YouTube anymore. If you guys have been with me since the beginning, some of you may know, but I was sexually assaulted in my own home. It was somebody that I had let into my home, and then they took away my power to say no, and it's kind of just shattered any sort of security that I felt at home prior. And then after that, I left with a very warm feeling of just, hey, he's nice.
Nick seemed very warm and sympathetic. Over the next few months, their rapport built, with her being open and talking about her home security and some anxieties that surrounded it. In December, they agreed to collaborate on each other's channels with Zach over the space of the weekend. And although the first day of recording went off without a hitch, it went rapidly downhill on the second. Firstly, the topic of Veronica was brought up. Nick asserted that Stephanie committed to talking about it the day before, despite Stephanie having no recollection of this.
Before we filmed Nick's video, his first video, the talking mukbang, we were supposed to go to H Mart and then go back to his place so that we could film it. And we were in the car, and the topic of what we were going to talk about in the talking mukbang came up. And this is kind of when I first felt really uncomfortable, because Nick said it very assertively, we're gonna talk about Veronica and we're gonna spill all the tea. And I was kind of confused because I was like, oh, whoa, what? And so I was immediately like, no. And then he went, but why'd you tell me yesterday that you wanted to then? And so I thought back to what happened yesterday, and prior to filming my mukbang for my channel, he had mentioned, you know, I think that we need to talk about shukbang because you know everyone's gonna be talking about it in the comments. And I don't know why I believed it. I said, oh yeah, I mean, I guess it's weirder if we just act like it never happened. And so I felt like I was comfortable mentioning shukbang, addressing it to the capacity of me and Nick. Yes, this is how we met, through a shukbang video, but we have no ill will towards each other. It's all over, we're friends now, you know. I felt like I would never tell him that I wanted to talk about Veronica and specifically spill the tea. It had always been about shukbang.
She cleared this up and thought it was dealt with. However, around half an hour into their second collaboration video, Nick brings up the topic of shukbang and Veronica and allegedly begins twisting Stephanie's words very viciously.
And I just remember feeling just shocked because the way he went about it was just so almost like an interrogation. But I was like, you know what? It's fine. I'm gonna, you know, joke it off. I'm gonna say my piece. I said, you know, I don't have any hard feelings because you made those videos, and I get why you made those videos. I had these baby wipes in front of me and I kept wiping him every time he got too serious to just kind of play it off like, let me wipe him up. And every single time I tried to do that, increasingly, it seemed like he got more offended. He would look at me with such a shocked face. Like, I can't believe, but you said you wanted to talk about it and now you don't? Almost like, how dare you? You said you wanted to talk about it. And I just remember I kept trying to put it off. I kept trying to show him I'm uncomfortable. I kept trying to lighten the mood with jokes and give all of us an out of this conversation without ending it awkwardly. But it was just rapid fire, and it increasingly went from shukbang, maybe the first 2 sentences, into Veronica. And then instead of asking me any more questions, he started twisting my words. And he started saying things like, if only you guys knew what she told me. I would never tell you guys what happened because She's shared it with me in private. She trusts me with these things. But if you only knew.
When you sat down with me.
And I remember this one part where I freaked out because he said, she is such a strong woman to me. As if I had endured something so horrendous by Veronica. And I almost was like, shoot, do I say like, oh, whoa, it's not that serious. Like all I did was go pick up hair dye with her, you know? But then that would defeat, like I don't want to disclose all of this. I'm not comfortable with sharing this. This has nothing to do with anything. And I remember picking up a baby wipe and being like, I know like my life is so hard being a mukbanger, and like really trying to show him that, hey, I'm trying to get out of this conversation. Hey, I'm trying to get out of this conversation. And I did this pretty much almost every 2 sentences he gave. And increasingly, he looked at me with more and more shock on his face, as if he was shocked and angry at the fact that I refused to talk about what I told him in private.
This whole ordeal paints Nick as manipulative, gaining trust and information and then using it against Stephanie in an attempt to cause her to start drama. On top of all his comments which state intent to expose a certain YouTuber, Stephanie felt frozen as to what to do.
I was in this space at this point where I felt like anything will be used against me, and I felt like anything I say, even Nick Stop, he would use it and make an exposing video or threaten me with it. I don't know. I was just scared. Whoever I knew wasn't here anymore. I just felt like it wasn't the same Nick I knew. He knew that I was uncomfortable. He knew I didn't want to talk about this, but he kept going. And so at what point does my uncomfort or does my feeling even matter to him? All I know is I was incredibly shaken up, and I just remember like I didn't want to be in close proximity with him, and I was just kind of like standing off to the side, and I didn't want to say anything but, oh, I'm so nervous, like I don't know what to do. Oh man, like I wish I didn't say that. I'm so nervous, because I felt like if I said I'm uncomfortable or I'm scared or why did you do that, he would just get more and more increasingly angry with me. I had this feeling of I just need to do whatever I can to get through tonight and tomorrow, because we have collabs scheduled tomorrow, and just be done with it, because I don't want him to get angry. I don't want him to make a video using these words and trying to say all these things I said about Veronica. I just wanted to get through tonight. And that sounds crazy even to me. Like me saying that right now, I sound crazy. Stephanie, you are 24. You should have got up and left. But I just couldn't. I was just so scared that I couldn't.
These enduring issues leaked into the third video. Although it was an ASMR video, she still felt uncomfortable and Nick's conduct persisted. This led to a lot of emotional stress after the session, as she felt manipulated and exploited. This affected her sleep pattern, which disturbed the plans for the next day. She told Zach before messaging the group chat to inform Nick of her predicament. She then shares DMs which seem to reinforce Stephanie's impression of Nick's behavior as rather unpleasant. Stephanie is apologetic, but Nick rebukes this with hostility and is unsympathetic towards Stephanie's responses. In a way, he's upholding his previous points, but it seems very nasty. There are more DMs shown where Nick DMs her privately and channels frustrations about her messages to the group chat. Stephanie also shares the post Nick uploaded to his Instagram story and feed and brings attention to the claims of audio clips, which Stephanie states made her anxious as she never consented to being recorded. She states that while investigating this, she found security footage of Nick taking multiple photos of her house, which she felt was violating her privacy.
And the audio clips that he posted on his story, audio clips, I got alarmed because I felt weird about that. I never consented to any audio clips. So that means these were illegally recorded. When and where and how. I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't know if this was just an empty threat to scare me even more, or if something happened that I don't know about. The only thing I can do is check what I have of security footage, and I went through all of Saturday when he was at my house. He was here for about 5-ish hours, and out of those 5 hours that he was here, I used the restroom once. And during that time that I slipped away to the restroom very, very quickly, the one time that I did, without letting me know what he was doing, he took multiple pictures inside my house. And then immediately he started looking around at the ceiling. I didn't have any cool light fixtures up there. I just don't know what else would be up there other than security cameras. Seeing that footage was shattering and so angering because after everything that he made me feel safe enough to tell him about, I told him about the one thing that I don't talk to anyone about anymore. And I don't know if I would be this alarmed if throughout our entire interactions, I feel like he had never had any good or even harmless intentions with everything that he did. The way that he did it during the 5 hours he was here, the minute that I slipped away to the restroom, you knew why I'm so paranoid. You know why I have such a hard time letting people into my home. It was a very violating feeling, and it was just something that I don't think I'll ever be able to understand.
Now this is where it becomes more theoretical because she shows clips from a deleted video which she postulates could contribute to a pattern of predatory behavior.
5 hours wasted. I was nice enough to say, I'll eat whatever you want to eat because I'm gonna get sucked. You know, like, okay, I'm gonna bend over because, I'm gonna give you what you want or I'm gonna get what I want. And nothing happened. Waiting to get my action. Well, no wonder, dude. You're a loser.
I am in New York for a very limited amount of time. My time is important. I would have rather spent it alone. This was supposed to enhance my trip, not make it more frustrating.
But you have to understand where I'm coming from too. I'm clearly signaling to you, I am ready. You are here for to be ready. I'm not going to just grab it because you will come back and it's gonna be the little Me Too movement. Oh.
He's not here to be ready for you. Nobody is here to be ready for you. And it's not the little Me Too movement. How dare you discredit an entire movement that the sole purpose was giving people a voice who didn't have a voice. How dare you discredit the entire thing that saved so many people because you had a bad date in New York City. The little Me Too movement. Oh, no one's going to believe you. No one's going to believe you because it was inappropriate. And that's why you didn't grab it. You didn't grab it because of the Me Too movement. You didn't grab it because there was a hashtag on Twitter. You didn't grab it because that's sexual assault if he didn't want you to.
She talks more about her personal life and why she believes her personal experiences affected her perspective. And although Stephanie acknowledges that it may seem trivial to some, she feels that her responses were justified given the environment that Nick created, and she felt particularly threatened by his demeanor and status. The latter, which he had demonstrably exploited by creating a joke amongst his friends regarding her in and out of sleep comment, which she felt he had publicly used to intimidate and bully her.
One of the biggest reasons I was even scared to make this video was because I knew that it looked stupid. Everything sounds dramatic. Oh, really? You were scared? Why did you stay? And there was nothing. Like, I felt like I don't know why. In any other situation, nobody ever needs a reason to feel scared or unsafe or uncomfortable, but I felt like I needed to have a reason. And I did it, and so I stayed, and I tried to make him less angry and not mad at me. And I was scared he was gonna say, then why did you stay if you were so scared after that? There's just been a lot of online bullying, and I'm someone that I've been through high school bullying. I talk about it a lot more on my other channel. He knows that I've talked about it with him before. It just was a gross abuse of power and an abuse of his platform and his voice. First, I felt, again, like more shame and embarrassment because a lot of the people that he tagged are people that he knew that I would say, oh my God, I've watched her since high school, or oh, I love her, you know, I did a collab with her. And these are people that I respected. I don't want to believe that they know the full story of what he's done. I also felt scared because now it felt like if I say something, it's not just going up against Nick, but look at all the friends he has. You know, who do I have? And I just felt like I couldn't say anything because it would be going up against all of these people.
I was telling them a story about someone who, something happened, someone did something to me, and there was just a lot that broke my spirits. Or I'm gonna get what I want. And I was telling them the story, and one of
the inside joke from that story was in and out of sleep. And you don't understand, but then I told a few other YouTubers, I tagged them on Instagram, as well as my friends, and they all know. I was like, they know the story, and the major thing that they take away from that was the in and out of sleep.
In and out of sleep.
I've just been in and out of sleep, and I don't know what's going on, but you know, I got things to do. I got things to do.
Have you been in and out of sleep?
I'm in and out of sleep. Oh my gosh. In and out of sleep right now.
They're like, what the f? That is the most obnoxious, bizarre thing they've ever heard. Like, what the In and out of sleep, we turned something that really bothered me into something that we could laugh about. When we were at the club, I'm telling you, I should have put this on YouTube, but also, I mean, it's just you have to laugh about things to get over things. That's just what I believe.
She states that she'll be producing merchandise based around this joke, with the proceeds going to charity. And she finishes on this message.
One of the things that really stood out was the word audacity. You won't believe the audacity people have, but I have lots of receipts and audio clips. The definition of audacity means rude or disrespectful behavior. I know that Nick is really offended because I was being really rude and self-serving, and I had the audacity to do a lot of things, and I just want to apologize that I had the audacity to say no to you because I felt unsafe. I'm sorry that I had the audacity to open my doors and let you into my home, and then you took advantage of that, and I'm sorry that I had the audacity to make you feel like I changed my mind. But I think it's really important that we all know that a yes is not all-inclusive. Just because you say yes doesn't mean you're saying yes to everything for the rest of forever. That's incredibly predatory and manipulative. What was the purpose of all of this? To hurt Veronica? To hurt me? To get your dick sucked?
This was a devastating video for Nick in multiple capacities, and although I had heard mixed things about the video from the commentary sphere, a few reservations we'll talk about in a moment aside, it was effective. With the observations made about Nick, a lot of the behavior was completely in line of what many could previously observe, and even without Stephanie's personal commentary, it was hard to provide Nick with much magnanimity. But hey, we had Nick's side around the corner. Maybe he'd be able to give himself an out.
All right, I have screenshots. I have photos, I have audio clips, I have various pieces of the story that Stephanie decided to leave out of hers.
With that much evidence, what could go wrong? Stephanie's video was slightly harder to traverse than it may initially appear, because some of the content is based on personal sentiment. A lot of people just interpreted that personal sentiment with a particular harshness towards Nick, due to the depiction of him in the situation and his pattern of previous behavior. I'll dissect the hole that Nick dug himself into in a minute. Let's talk about the shovel he used to get there. With a response video, you can generally go for 2 points. You can make your perspective seem justified, a more achievable goal, but if you're feeling extra spicy like some nuclear noodles, then you can make your detractor's perspective seem unjustified, and thus bring into question their intent. However, if you went for the latter and failed, it would likely jeopardize your own character even further. In the video that is 1 hour 36 minutes, please end my suffering, he rebuts Stephanie's points, but not with the concise nature that he might have been previously renowned for. Nick may have been smart, but he was a naturally calculated person, and as noted with other dramas, often had trouble adapting to evolving circumstances. The only reason he'd kept his head above water previously is because people didn't really ask enough questions, but now he was under the microscope, a lot of his faults became clear. The first mistake Nick makes is by removing the context from their relative points. He decides to open the video by talking about the photos in her house. And although a rather strange decision considering its position in Stephanie's video, it may be because it's one of the points he has a stronger rebuttal to.
There's no excuse to be taking photos of someone's home without their permission. Why would you be taking photos? That's creepy, that's stalkerish. Are you dangerous? Are you gonna break in and steal a lamp? Are you gonna leak her out? Like, why would you take photos? And in Stephanie's video, she implied, well, she said that she had gone to the bathroom, she used the restroom, and when she came back, she had checked the security footage to see that I was taking photos of her house without her knowledge. And therefore, it made her question
her safety, the overall peace of mind in her home, and that's a lie. That is 100% a lie.
But even then, he's already giving erroneous facts. In that clip, he states that she checked the security footage after she used the restroom. I'm not sure if that's intentional misinformation, but she checked the security footage after Nick posted on his Instagram story about having a load of audio receipts, which Stephanie stated she didn't know about. Those are relevant details that are necessary to discerning intent. Now, Nick has strong grounds to defend his intent on this point, on principle.
And she's claiming that I was taking photos for an odd reason that she has no idea what it was for. And that's what made her feel unsafe. But she was sitting right there as I took a photo, watching me.
In spite of Stephanie's DMs from November, which did show tangible anxiety, it could be easy to forget. And this could have been chalked up to miscommunication. Unfortunately, because Nick removes the context and goes in with the claim that Stephanie was just telling a barefaced lie, it feels inherently mean-spirited.
What she's saying here is so incriminating. She's making it look like I did something without her knowledge that therefore threatened her peace of mind or implied the overall safety of her home was in jeopardy. Stephanie, you painted the stage for your viewers that you had no idea I was taking photos, and that was the reason you were questioning her safety. That's the only thing you supposedly had on me.
Was it really the only thing she had on you? Think about this, Nick. In fact, the first 5 minutes were just an uncomfortable viewing because Nick goes into it with the most cynical outlook.
And you knew that probably wasn't enough to emotionally sway everybody, which is why you made half of your video discussing sexual assault, PTSD, the Me Too movement, all of which have nothing to do with our collaboration. It is so ethically wrong to insinuate that I was taking photos while you were in the bathroom and you had no idea as to why that was the case. That is deliberate manipulation in order to sell a story.
Now, I'd spoken about Nick's habit to make things about himself before. If we look past the rhetorical hyperbole of half the video being about Stephanie's experience when it takes up a significantly smaller amount, for someone so switched onto arguments and their premises, he seems to completely neglect the fact that this video isn't just about his behavior, but equally how Stephanie interpreted his behavior more dramatically due to her personal history. Now, you can challenge its purpose as a formative point, or the frequency that it is used, but you can't say that it's irrelevant because she directly draws parallels between coercive elements of Nick's behavior and her experience, which explains her adverse reaction. Stephanie also states that it's information that she disclosed to Nick, which provides the implication that he had been insensitive to her experiences while making her visibly uncomfortable. Her video is justifying her reaction as much as it is condemning Nick's action because she seems aware that it could come off as an overreaction. This is something that Nick has done before himself, and this is relevant because Nick was threatening to upload content where he presented his own context for Stephanie's behavior, a context probably much more negative. Understood? Jesus.
I wasn't looking around for suspicious things. I was admiring her furniture, admiring her. And she says I don't have fancy light fixtures. I'm sorry. That's the first house I've been in that looks like that. This is a multi-million-dollar home. I was impressed. I was happy for you. And I think you were happy to show it off to me. That shouldn't be used as material as to why you felt threatened by me. Absolutely not.
Now, with that said, he has a reasonable explanation for why he took those photos on principle, but the problem is he goes in so harshly against Stephanie that it's an immediate turn-off for a lot of audiences, even if he had a point to make. Stephanie Sue's video worked off the straightforward structure of some of the best exposés. Some of Nick's own exposés. Go in with a high burden of proof, make it seem like you did your best to deal with the situation professionally, and eventually show the attrition of that mentality that pushes you past the threshold for passive acceptance.
Why would you lie about something like that? I don't understand. Why would you lie about it? I even took a selfie. Look at me. And I sent it to my husband. Oh, and let me play you what I sent to my husband. Here's a screenshot of Orlin watching us do the house tour. Look, I'm literally pointing toward the couch. This is innocent stuff. This was like fellowship. This was conversation. Oh, look at my house. Look at my sofa. Where's it from? Oh, it's beautiful. Orlin says, oh, I love it. You know, We are YouTubers too. It's not like I'm the milkman coming to rob a lamp from her.
That's the thing. Nick seems so angry and it feels completely misplaced. It's not like you couldn't have a point here, but Nick fails to include the context for Stephanie's point, why she may feel uncomfortable around someone taking photos while she's not there. His paraphrasing is weak, sometimes inaccurate, and his failure to account for context and even Stephanie's premise makes his anger seem excessive and unreasonable. I don't think Stephanie's point is that strong on this front, but I also acknowledge that you could find it unnerving that the one occasion that someone leaves the room unattended in the space of 5 hours, a person decides to take pictures. I will add that Stephanie has repeatedly stated that she has the footage to share, but as California is a two-party consent state, she would need explicit permission, something that Nick didn't provide in this video.
It's not like I walked into her house like this.
Nick did talk about what you would see if she did release the footage, but that's not the same as explicit consent. Nick knows how easy it would have been to be clear. So it leaves us speculating about what happened as much as it leaves us speculating about why Nick didn't provide consent. This is how he set the tone for the video. And little spoiler, it doesn't get better.
And Stephanie is saying that I'm pressuring her to talk about what happened. She's saying that she would never want to bring her up, she never brought her up before, and she said, quote, I'd have no reason to.
Pro tip, Nick. When you say quote, it's typically meant to follow with an actual quote. Over the next 1.5 hours, Nick pretty much fumbles every point, and he does it for many reasons. There's no real way to summarize this video. It's a disorganized mess, and to be honest, I expected better from Nick. He goes off on multiple tangents and vague arguments which prove very little, particularly in the second half. But I'll try and focus now on a few key points and what they can tell us.
She wants her viewers to think she'd never take part in a discussion about Veronica. Well, she forgot to mention and show in her text messages that she asked us, me and Zach, to take part in a multi-video documentary about Veronica Wang, Shane Dawson style. Let me read you what she said. This is at the end of August, a couple of months ago, 3 or 4 months ago, and this is what she said. So essentially, I want to address everything that she did that hurt everybody involved, starting from Shukbang, and maybe finally get her to understand that she wasn't the victim here. And I would also like to showcase a side of you that shows you're not just here for the drama, but you're here for the underdogs, and the words she said against you hurt you, and not just angered you. I would also like people to see a glimpse of vulnerability from Nikocado, obviously to your comfort. I was just hoping to be an unbiased voice. It honestly seems like a little much. I don't live there, I'd have to fly there, and if anything, a Shane Dawson documentary, that's many different days of filming and shooting. I'm not really interested in spending weeks there for this. Yeah, a collab where we eat and chat, but that's different than a documentary. It would be hard for you, Stephanie, to be that unbiased voice considering you were Veronica's friend, and it was your own videos that started Shukbang making videos, as well as the supposed advice you gave to Veronica to delete them. Like at this point in time, no one even knows you stopped being friends or that she treated you so poorly. So it will come across to the viewers as you trying to bring her back to being liked by everyone again, which could backfire. She never even apologized to you or anybody, so I don't think it's a good idea, just my thoughts.
As I noted, Nick has trouble adapting, and this situation was no exception. A lot of his responses fell flat because it felt like they were prepared for a completely different video. Following the apartment issue, he goes in on the point regarding Stephanie's willingness to talk about Veronica. He first says that Stephanie wanted to do a docuseries in August about Veronica, and then spends a few minutes going through receipts from 3.5 months prior to the situation. He then talks about how much she spoke about the situation when they first met.
Can I tell you, when I first met Stephanie Sue out for dinner, we were there for what, like 4, 5, 6 hours? Do you think we were talking about the weather, talking about how to make an omelet, talking about what our favorite designer bag is? It was Stephanie Sue going on and 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 on about all of this stuff between her and Veronica. I didn't even ask her. Zach didn't even ask her. She was, boom, vomiting it out. She had this boiling up, like she says, looming over her heads. It's still looming over her head then. And let me tell you, when I just 2 weeks ago was in Los Angeles, it was still looming over her head then too. And I'm gonna get into that.
All of this seems rather irrelevant, to be honest, and not satisfied, he then goes through his DMs with Zach Choi around that time of the situation, where Zach voices his skepticism of Stephanie's intentions, and then shares Zach's DMs with Stephanie where she says she'd love to involve him. And this is something something else that pervades the video. This excruciating matter-of-fact tone like he's spilling some tea. But a lot of the time, he's missing the mark so badly, it's painful to watch. It doesn't help that a lot of this content was months before, and one of the key takeaways you could draw from Stephanie's video is that people are allowed to change their mind. I could talk about how a docuseries with said person is very different to talking crap about them in a mukbang video, but I feel that would be overkill. All I'll say is that one has a much stronger ability to start drama, the other has a much stronger ability to end it.
And then Zach's like, yeah, I'll be dead, or if I disagree with her. And then Zach says, I feel like Stephanie is trying to get involved in the drama without being involved in the drama. When she pitched the idea to me earlier, it threw me way off. Let me repeat that to you again. I feel like Stephanie is trying to get involved in the drama without being involved in the drama. And then he sent me a screenshot of his text messages with Stephanie. And this is what it says. Zach says to Stephanie, it's really up to Nick since I wasn't even involved to begin with. And then Stephanie goes, I think I'm gonna do it regardless. This is someone who's saying, what did she say? I would never want to talk about her. Nothing even happened. Nick's trying to start something out of nowhere. This lady has so much upset feelings against Veronica Wang. And let me tell you, it's a lot more than just pink hair dye, that she was willing to make a Shane Dawson documentary. 4-part, 2-part, 5-part series, hours long. You think people make documentaries over hair dye? Stephanie Soo was still so upset about Veronica Wang that she was willing to make a documentary about it. A documentary, and stick Zach in there too for clicks. Capitalizing on something and opportunistic.
Reading through Stephanie's DMs about the idea, accepting that it might be opportunistic, it mostly seems like an innocent attempt to resolve drama. She certainly presents it as that, and then Nick brings in these DMs like him talking trash with someone else about a person is evidence. The DMs themselves involve Nick and Zach agreeing that Stephanie is trying to give Veronica an out, while Nick uses it as evidence to show that Stephanie would want to drag Veronica in an unrelated mukbang session.
I felt like I would never tell him that I wanted to talk about Veronica and specifically spill the tea. It had always been about Shukbang. Me and Veronica's relationship didn't involve Nick.
Once again, I have to be the one to actually show clips in Nick's favor. Now, I think Stephanie could have been a bit more upfront regarding her previous propositions. However, Nick's evidence here would only explain why he may have brought it up once before Stephanie allegedly rebuffed him.
Another text I'd like to show is a couple weeks later, on September 10th, I said, and Stephanie is so slow at communication that I'm not going to pursue it anymore. I don't want to be an annoying Kim texting her over and over, lol. When she doesn't respond to me, I can take it as a clear indication that she's not interested. She managed to look at her phone to get the appearance on B-Love's channel despite her busy move, so it's not like she isn't on her phone. And then Zach goes, yeah, I don't know what's going on with Stephanie. I wonder who her actual friends are, lol.
The only point here that could be noted is that it's an appeal to Zach Choi's authority and neutrality, but as we'll see, that soon backfired.
What people see of Stephanie Soo on the internet is not the Stephanie Soo that people off camera know her as. That's also why people are probably uncomfortable with me, because I tell it like it is. If I'm mean, if I'm an asshole, if I'm soaking up the drama because I like it, people already know that. There's no secrets there. I tell ya. But with Stephanie, her image, her persona on the internet is very like, I'm unproblematic. I don't like to take part. I don't talk ill will on anybody. Well, that's exactly what she's doing off camera.
Wow. People online are not the same people that they are offline. The tea is truly scalding. Nick Ocado. I know, I'm just fed up. Unfortunately, nothing he really says here is particularly helpful. The confusing thing is that there's not really much argument between what happened for most of the story. They just talk about different stories that occasionally overlap, and Nick acts like he's caught her out, which just ends up being the commentary equivalent of an awkward silence. Later on in the video, he shares more voice recordings with Carly Steele, another friend of his, over Stephanie's claim that she felt uncomfortable. She did provide permission, though I'm confused as to why.
In Stephanie's video, she says that she had to film all these videos. She had to do 3 videos. We filmed 1, and she had to keep pushing through. She was uncomfortable. She didn't know how to say no. She alluded and insinuated that she was there by the way of me and my requests. What she forgot to tell you was the truth. And the truth was, we were there because she asked us to be. That was not in her schedule. Stephanie Soo invites herself into my collab with Zach. She invites herself into it. That was not for her. It wasn't for her to be there. And she did it over FaceTime while I was standing in Jollibee. Hey, so you know how I did my collab with
Zach yesterday. Well, today was supposed to be our collab for my video, for my channel. Well, Stephanie Sue just like invited herself into it. So this is exactly what I was afraid would happen.
That's so f***ing rude. And like the thing is too is you called it, like you f***ing knew. You knew. It seems like, yeah, like she's just really selfish. And what's shitty is like they put you in an uncomfortable position because they FaceTimed you with like both of you together, and that puts you in an uncomfortable situation because you can't say no, you look bad. It's kind of like, I think she knew what she was doing. She seems very manipulative, like manipulating her way into people's heads.
So that's the truth. I didn't pressure her to be there. I didn't pressure her into filming really late at night where she was uncomfortable and she's never been out that late, and that is just not the truth.
Once again, I'm really confused as to the point of this. Carly Steele has never spoken to Stephanie. The conflict appears to have occurred in the morning before the Veronica Wang situation, at which point Stephanie stated she didn't see any alarming issues.
There's a lot of filming and a lot of eating that day. The first video went really well.
So obviously, I don't know if she's comfortable with being on the phone or not, but I feel like an apology over the phone and talking things out over the phone is a lot more like genuine and like down to earth than just like messaging her and be like, hey girl, like sorry. But I do owe her an apology, and I owe everyone here an apology, especially the people that think of me differently. So I guess that was my bad for commenting on a situation I didn't know about. I definitely shouldn't have said like the whole I don't know who raised her thing, because that was really out of line and really out of character for me, and I don't know why the fuck I said that, and I'm very sorry. I guess I was just trying to be as mad as Nick was. I don't know, like I don't know why I said that, and it's like really disrespectful and kind of disgusting of me to say that, and I'll take the L on that. I definitely am not bullying her in any way. I have never called her like names. I've never been like you're a bitch or like whatever. I have not sent any of my fans to hate on her. I was just someone that was kind of in the background hearing one side.
Carly Steele went on to apologize to Stephanie after her audio clips were dropped in Nick's video, and I'm still wondering what Nick expected including these clips would prove. Even if the situation was relevant, trash talk doesn't prove it happened the way you portrayed it, and your friend has no stake in that situation. You've just unnecessarily dragged them in too. It feels like Nick was trying to name drop people to encourage them to come to his side, but it practically had the opposite effect, because a fair few people that he involves just seem completely allergic to being involved in actual drama. Zach Choi is one of those people who repeatedly requested Nick to leave him out of the drama. He had even made a public statement committing to neutrality, which angered a fair few of his fans at the time. However, as we've observed, Nick was particularly keen to include his character judgments on Stephanie Sue, once again appearing like a ham-fisted appeal to authority. When Nick dropped the DMs without Zach's permission, Zach snapped and released a statement criticizing Nick for not consulting him and releasing DMs of his own, which show Nick allegedly attempting to coerce a position out of Zach. A lot of the DMs show Nick advocating for information that the other person appears to not be aware of, and then those friends trusting Nick with that information, and then Nick using that trust as evidence for why his portrayal must be accurate. Nick's behavior seemed to show that he valued winning the fight more than the trust of many of his own friends, and in turn pushing them away by releasing DMs without consultation at all. What makes this worse is that a lot of the DMs don't even seem particularly relevant other than providing character judgments. One from a person that knows Stephanie from Nick's own comments, and one from a person who has renounced those statements. It felt like he was trying to justify why he didn't like Stephanie, and that was one of the greatest failures of the video.
I'm telling you, my first impression of Stephanie was very self-serving.
Because it wasn't just why he didn't like Stephanie. He shows these DMs and spouts this rhetoric which gives the impression that he never liked Stephanie, which brings into question why on earth he had appeared to befriend her in the first place.
She's very like, I don't want to say self-centered, but just very like, self-serving. Like, if she can stick her way into it any way she can, she does. And so she like FaceTimed me with them both together in the car on their way to pick up food for a collab when they were supposed to come over to, he was supposed to come over to collab with me. I hate when people do this shit. I didn't want a three-way. I wanted one with Zach just like I had one with him on his channel. It's just not fair. Well, 2 times ago when I was in LA, I remember she messaged me saying, hey, I had this great idea. Because another mukbanger named Kimmy was in town, and she's like, how about let's do a 4-way collab with me, you, Kimmy, and Honey, and we'll put it on my channel. And Honey doesn't like Stephanie Sue either. She's like, all she cares about is herself. And Honey has never talked to her. She's never gotten to know her. She literally just said, hey, can you be on my channel? And like, if it was all 4 of us, that would get hella views. And she wanted her for her channel. Never talked to us before, never asked how we're doing, never wanted to like meet. She just said like, come over and film. She just wanted to stick us on her channel. She doesn't even like us. She just wanted to use us. We felt very used. And so I turned it down. So now this is happening all over again.
Stephanie Sue, out of nowhere, after telling me, no, I can't collab with you because you're too much drama, pitched me an idea to collab with me, Honey Eats, Kimmy, and herself to put on her channel. Honey Eats doesn't like her. Kimmy doesn't like her. I didn't really like her. I didn't even know her. I felt that she was very self-serving, doesn't take the time to get to know Kimmy or me or Honey, you know, ignores us, stands us up, but only asks for us, only reaches out to us if she wants something out of us. There's a lot of people who already have this opinion about Stephanie Soo. How she is on camera is not the real Stephanie Soo. She's very sneaky. How she is off camera, when we did those three-way collabs, she complained, she bitched, she moaned, she rolled her eyes, and she even kind of alluded to this, saying like, I keep pushing forward. It's like, you invited yourself there. You could have said, actually, I changed my mind. It was just ridiculous. And she did it for her own benefit. So she could be on my channel, I get double her views, that she could be on Zach's channel in our collab, because she knows when me and Zach last collaborate, it got 1 million something views. She wanted to be part of that so that people could go to her page too.
Not only does he manage to drag his friends in against their will, he reveals his own intentions to be rather crooked in befriending Stephanie Soo and brings into question his intent in his friendships with other individuals. A lot of the DMs show Nick forcing a lot of assumptions and being all-round instigatory. In an attempt to attack Stephanie, he attacks himself. He cuts off the nose to spite the face. And the face wasn't even that pretty in the first place.
I feel so bad for Honey because people think like she was just picking on Stephanie out of the blue. Stephanie has given her the middle finger for a very long time. She's taken some sponsorships from her. She's never ever gotten to know her. She only contacts her when she wants something out of her. And that's for Honey to talk about. If she wants to go into depth, there's a lot that goes on. Please don't think that I convinced Honey Stephanie was a...
Nick's video is a dumpster fire of responses. There is a fair bit that I am going to try and save for later because he goes at Stephanie from various angles, but it was exhausting and not in a challenging way.
Zach told me that Stephanie told him that she was willing to collab with me now, not the first time, not the second time, not the third time, maybe for a drama 5-part docuseries on my channel. But now she's willing to do it because the views kept going down, 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 down. You can look at her social blade, and her views have been going down for like almost half a year, just steadily declining. Now it's worth it, and now she's willing to do it because it's Nikocado Avocado and she's gonna get clicks. Because I am dramatic, because I am forthright and I say too much and I like to spill the beans. She knows that it would have gotten attention. And Zach told me that that's the reason she only decided to do it.
There is barely a single point in the video where he shows a clip from Stephanie Soo's upload, and this leads to the most obtuse paraphrasing.
Her first video back was In-N-Out Burger. I find it peculiar. I find it odd, very strange, very unusual behavior. Coming from someone who sat on camera and said that what I did to her was quote unquote the worst experience she's ever had. Remember, she said she went to the bathroom and had the worst breakdown of her life and she couldn't even explain to her fiance.
To be honest, what it felt like, and the only way that I've ever felt like this to any degree in my life prior to Nick, was a couple years ago. And I vowed I would never find myself in a position like that ever again, where I felt like no really didn't have a lot of power, and I felt like it didn't matter if I was uncomfortable. That night I was really pushed into a really, really, really dark place that I never thought I would be in again. I had a breakdown, and it was unlike any other breakdown I had. It was one where I felt shame, guilt, because I did say I would talk about it. Didn't I? I don't know. He said I did.
Now, I don't know Stephanie Soo. I don't know her intent. But with Nick's own video and the additional DMs, it just looks like he's salty at the fact that he was beaten to the punch by a more tightly constructed expose.
For her to go on camera and say that nothing really happened and she didn't want to talk about it and it was a little annoying but no big deal, that is completely off base. Completely off base. She told me in my apartment, she told me in the car, she told me at her house that we were going to discuss Veronica on my channel. She didn't feel comfortable doing the documentary on her own because me and Zach both turned her down. So she was okay doing it with me because, let's face it, she said nothing. Was it my business? Not really at first, but I felt bad for Shook Bang. It became my business when Veronica went after me over and over and over. And that's why when I grabbed the camera at the airport, which we'll get into, and I said, look guys, I feel like this was a setup. This is why I feel this way. Because she egged it on so rich off camera And when the camera went on and saying, hey, Nick, drop the subject, or hey, move your hands, edit it out, she sat there and was like, oh, I'm so uncomfortable, so that people can look, oh, Nick dragging poor innocent little fluffy Stephanie down a road she would never go on.
He states that she was setting him up, but with the evidence it appears to be completely the opposite. The DMs between them in the group chat show him making assertions which appear to be done with the intent to corner Stephanie and pressure into saying something that might incriminate her. Fortunately, she was extremely cautious on this front and traversed a lot of the inflammatory language with a diplomatic finesse. It seems pretty clear that Nick was planning his own video and probably wanted to put Stephanie in a position where he'd be able to frame her as rude, hypocritical, whatever he could pin her as. He had all these receipts, probably with the plan to release them in the video, but with Stephanie's video, his release of many of these ended up backfiring unbelievably. A great example were his rants to Carly Steele.
I hate when people do this shit. I didn't want a three-way. I wanted one with Zach just like I had one with him on his channel. It's just not fair.
In Stephanie's additional response video, there's another, with Zach's permission, she shares his DMs with Nick, which have Nick acknowledging that it wasn't just Stephanie inserting herself into the situation, directly contradicting Nick's rhetoric, and just shows how trash this trash talk was.
Zach said, I just don't want you to say something was her idea when it was mine, LOL. Which is exactly what Nick did in his response video. He said that I pushed myself into the ASMR collabs. And Zach is saying, well, maybe you shouldn't say that because that was actually my idea. And Nick did a thumbs down on it. And then he said, I know, it's been a different time. I'm about to film TTYL.
So that's the truth. She's very, like, self-serving.
She seems very manipulative. Just rude. Like, I don't know how these people were raised.
So that's the truth.
You're using private conversations that you had with your friends talking badly about me. It's a pattern of you posting people's private conversations in order to further your own narrative.
It feels like Nick was trying to set up the drama by appealing to the spontaneity of his rants, when in fact they were very calculated ways of setting a scene. So with all this in mind, did Nick manage to make any indisputable points in his video? Well, I can think of one actually, regarding the rice cake ASMR clip.
And so we filmed the third video at the end of the ASMR because it was a whispering one. Nick turned to me and he said, is there anything else you'd like to say? And I just remember feeling so gutted. Like my heart had dropped to the ground because I thought it was going to be another interrogation.
What would you like to say?
Thank you for watching us eat these. And so I said, thanks for watching us eat this food.
Stephanie, is there anything else you'd like to say? Obviously, I'm not saying it like that because we're whispering, so I'm like, thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add? And Stephanie's gesturing and putting her hand up as if she wants to say something. And I'm like, okay, what would you like to add? She uses that, she chops out the context, and she uses it to say I was pressuring her or making her feel uncomfortable, like I want to bring up Veronica again. In an ASMR, what, we were just gonna whisper about her at the end of the video?
Thank you. Wait. What do we do now? Goodbye. She's playing the flute. Are you ready? Okay. What would you like to say?
Thank you for watching us eat these.
With the full clip, it clearly shows Stephanie gesturing with her hands in a way that would imply she may want to add something, which would probably provoke Nick's comment on whether there was anything she'd want to add. After having the displeasure of watching the clip a few too many times, I believe she wanted to finish swallowing her food before they concluded the video. I understand that in the moment she may have misinterpreted that comment, but when revisiting the clip to add it into her video, it's surprising to me that she wouldn't have noticed. She didn't respond to this in her second video either, and this led some to question her intentions.
Just ridiculous. She knows exactly what she was doing. Do you think she didn't know how this would come across on screen? She was trying to emotionally sway her viewers into saying I had predatory tendencies, and of course it looks creepy because we're whispering. Is there anything else you'd like to add? You know, creepy, but we're whispering. Out of context, it looks even creepier. And she did this on purpose to sell a story.
There are people out there who really don't like Stephanie Soo, and to them her video was another classic case of manipulation, and some of Nick's narrative will inevitably stick with them because Nick's narrative is built on the assumption that she's doing all this stuff with self-serving malintent, especially shown in her reactions such as the merch, the extra content, the emotion, the story. However, a lot of the evidence also stood on its own, so you didn't have to necessarily like or dislike Stephanie Soo to see how unpleasant and coercive Nick was being. Like Trisha Paytas, it was too late, and he had messed up more than enough for people to take a look at these narratives against him. And unlike Trisha Paytas, Stephanie's further response video pointed out multiple specific flaws in his response, requested permission to release further evidence, request that Nick never responded to, and even included new evidence on its own.
Now, the second thing I'm going to be referencing is my home security footage. Now, I'm unable to release it to the public because California law, but Nick, give me your consent because you claim that I lied about so many things, whereas my home security footage says otherwise. So give me your consent if you truly think I'm a liar, if you truly think I'm a manipulator, if you truly think that your side is the truth, let me release the footage. But now he claims the minute he came over, I said, did you see my oven? Did you look at it? He spoke about my oven prior to coming over to my house.
Like a 5-layer oven? Who uses that?
Now, I, without your consent, cannot release the security footage of you taking pictures when I go to the restroom, but you release this picture. And if you zoom in closely, you're alone in my kitchen taking this picture. So you took the picture when I was in the bathroom.
I've never recorded anyone, ever, without their consent. I took a photo with her consent. There's another thing actually on Zach's channel. At the end of it, there's like one piece of chicken left. And the last scene, we had discussed, it was Stephanie's idea that she would have the last leg and I would look at her like, ooh, what you doing? Because I'm, the fat pig that loves to eat. And it was literally following what me and Trisha had done, where we sat there with our noodles and we looked at each other and we glared. Well, people are taking that clip now and saying, here's proof of Nick looking at Stephanie all creepily. And that was her idea. I didn't even realize until when I watched the video that I was like, she wasn't looking back at me either. It was a YouTube video. There was no thought into it, looking at each other. She didn't even look at me. And I say to myself, why would she say to do this where we look at each other, who's gonna go for the last chicken leg, and then when the cameras are rolling, she just looks at the screen as if she doesn't know what I'm doing over there. Like, what the hell, man?
This is one of those moments where I saw this video and you had said this blatant lie with so much conviction, no evidence, just such a strong voice that I was like, did I do that? And so I reached out to Zach and he has the full unedited version of that, and this is what happened.
I got you some good comments. So she had the last thing, right? We were eating, I was just sitting here and I was going like this.
Like, just be real, man. So, are you lying or is that footage lying? Now, the next thing that he brings up in his video is about Veronica. The way that he approached this topic, I thought was so incredibly manipulative because he made it seem like I had this dirty little secret. So, I'm gonna read you guys some of the text messages that he showed because he failed to read a lot of the important parts of it. I wanted to make this docuseries and I wanted to highlight not only everything that happened with Shukbang and including what happened between Veronica and I, but also all of the personal conflicts that were involved. I wanted it to be less drama focused, but more about the personal struggles behind all of the decisions that were made. And to give you guys some perspective, this is what I said to Veronica, which Nick has never seen. I would also like to showcase a side of you that shows that you're not just here for the drama, but you're here for the underdogs, and the words she said to you hurt you and not just angered you. I would also like people to see a little glimpse of vulnerability from Nick Ocado, obviously to your comfort, just like how my perspective changed when I actually got to meet you in person. I don't know how he took this and twisted it so out of context to make it seem like I am obsessed with Veronica and I need to get an apology from her and she did me so dirty and I just will not let it go. That is what I told the group chat and that is what I told Veronica. And Nick claims that I didn't do it because Nick didn't want to be a part of it. In reality, Veronica shut me down. She's moved on, she's thriving. If you don't know the difference between exposing someone, a tea video, spilling the tea, versus having a productive adult conversation, then I don't know. That seems like it's on you.
It was Stephanie Soo going on and 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 on about all of this stuff between her and Veronica. I didn't even ask her.
Nick,
You went on and on and on and on and on about Veronica in the videos that you made about her. You went on and on about her in my DMs. You went on and on and on about her at dinner when we first met. And you went on and on and on about her in that footage of that mukbang that you refused to release. So please, you have my full consent.
Just 2 weeks ago was in Los Angeles. It was still looming over her head then too, and I'm gonna get into that. She's giving Veronica a lot of credit here, an opportunity for all of us to right our wrongs and dig deep into meaningful conversation, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so do I hate Veronica and I have this thing looming over my head, or am I trying to have deep, meaningful conversations and am I giving Veronica too much credit? Which one is it?
Pitched me an idea to collab with me, Honey Eats, Kimmy, and herself to put on her channel.
Now, just so he doesn't try to take this out of context again, like I had mentioned, just me doing a video with Nick would make it seem like I'm taking a side in the drama. Whereas me doing a video with Veronica and Nick and talking about everything that's happened with everyone that it involved, that's just having an adult conversation. I actually felt bad for turning down the collab with just you, and at the same time, Kimmy had reached out and said that she was gonna be in LA, and so I thought this would be a cool idea. Now, usually when YouTubers collab, they do one video for every single person's channel. So please don't make it look like I'm just trying to get AdSense money when you're the one that reached out first.
I felt that she was very self-serving.
You're the one that reached out to me. You're the one that asked to collab when apparently you didn't even like me.
Honey Eats doesn't like her. Kimmy doesn't like her.
Again, using other people's words publicly to hurt and humiliate other people, but I didn't know that at the time. But you knew that you didn't like me at the time, but you still wanted to collab so that our collaboration videos would get views. Who's really self-serving?
My first impression of Stephanie was very self-serving.
I didn't give her a gift. We were just gonna hang out and get to know each other. That was my first impression, like warm and bubbly, gave me a hug, said hello.
Very self-serving.
Little welcome to Los Angeles gift for me, and I'm like, wow.
She seems like she would be a nice person.
Very.
So that's the truth. So which one's the truth?
I didn't really like her.
I love Stephanie Sue.
Because I tell it like it is. In Stephanie's video, saying she doesn't know how to say no to me. She's so afraid for it. She said no to me lots of different times. She said no to me over dinner.
Look at what happened when I did say no to you. And then during this group chat, when you said, awesome, when would you like to reschedule? Prior to doing that, you had already texted Zach privately saying, notice how her text to us didn't mention rescheduling? LMAO. I'm exposing her tonight. And then you proceeded to post all of these on social media.
I did it because I was saying, look, I have people on my side.
So look at what happens when I say no to you.
Blew me off the next day for our collabs. You know, this is where a lot of my frustration was coming from.
I texted you in the group chat at 5:05 and I said, I know that you're in LA for only a couple more days and have a lot scheduled. Again, I'm so sorry for today and I hope you're able to enjoy the rest of your day. That was at 5:05 p.m. At 5:18 p.m., which is, you texted Carly Steele saying, bitch, I'm being ghosted by Stephanie Sue right now. I am so sorry that I ghosted you for 13 minutes.
And now she's willing to do it because it's Nikocado Avocado and she's gonna get clicks.
Earlier, you said that I wanted to do a collab with 4 people, with you, me, Kimi, and Henny, and post it on my channel because I want views and money. But then now you're saying that I pushed my way into a collab on Zach's channel because that would get more views for me, which means more exposure. But that's contradicting with your text messages with Zach. But on top of that, I think I would have done just fine on Zach's channel without you.
She put a sale on every single one of her items.
I didn't just put a sale on it. I got a text message Saturday, December 21st, and this was from my manager at Fanjoy.
She's never had a sale there before. She rarely uses their logos, Pizza Hut, Little Caesars, because it's subliminal marketing, and that comes at a high price. And she says unless a company is paying her for that service, she's not gonna hand it to them.
This is a lie, too. Why do you keep speaking for me? I never said that.
Stephanie Sue has never posted, ever, a mukbang or a video on her channel that early.
You say it was a first time for me, so it's like, oh, she planned it because it's the first time she did this. It was also a first that I've never gone more than 2 days without posting on both of my channels. I've never made a video like that about another influencer. That was a first. I've never felt scared of another influencer. That was a first. So yeah, there was a lot of first. I don't know why you would think that all of a sudden I wanted to have this master plan to expose Nick for something.
Oh, and I know I've mentioned this before, but appealing to Zach's authority is still one of the most astounding misfires in YouTube drama history.
She told me in my apartment, she told me in the car, she told me at her house that we were going to discuss Veronica on my channel because she egged it on so rich off camera.
These happened the night when I got home from the collab. We're talking about if you were gonna post the footage, because at this point we were even scared to ask you to not post it. And then Zach said, that's what makes me think he doesn't care. It's so crazy too, because I asked him privately if he was gonna go in about Veronica, and he said no. I asked him so many times what you guys would even talk about, because he always said he'd stay away from Veronica because he knew it would make you uncomfortable. That's why I was so surprised when he said you wanted to clear the air and talk about it. He made it look like you really wanted to talk about her so bad. You planned the discussion ahead of time. You're saying that I wanted to talk so much about Veronica, but then you told Zach that you weren't going to talk about Veronica and I would be uncomfortable, and you knew that. Which one's the truth?
One of the most shattering new pieces of evidence was the alleged person who Nick spoke about in his deleted New York video, offering his story to another video if necessary, with receipts. This was particularly interesting as I'd initially dismissed this video as being a played-up act from Nick's persona, something that many mukbang creators, Stephanie included, had been known for doing, often told through the lens of a younger Stephanie known as Stipetti.
So I go into his closet. I have a pair of scissors from his desk, and I cut a hole on the butt of every one of his joggers that he had. It wasn't even like an organized cut. Like, I stacked them together, I like folded them, cut them, because this guy was gonna get emotional. He was obsessed with his joggers, like I said.
However, it appeared that there was a deeper story behind the video and possibly even more that could be said about Nick's character.
So I posted the video, and within a couple hours I got an email and a DM from someone, and they showed me proof that they had met Nick in New York, and they showed me pictures of their Snapchat between him and Nick talking about that date. Nick Ocado did it to me. I am that boy that Little Me Too video is about. I would love to talk to you about it. We have a lot in common. I have all the screenshots as well. And then he showed me screenshots of Snapchat and a picture that he took with Nick. I was so scared because he kept making all these posts about how he was gonna tell this big story about me. And I kept begging him to not post anything about me because unlike him, I'm just a regular person with no level of fame. In the original video, he showed me, but with an emoji over my face, and proceeded to call me a loser. It was just so crazy because like he did to you, he made me feel so comfortable in person when we first met. We talked all night, and then when I left, he gave me a hug and said it was nice meeting you, and I said it was nice meeting him too. So I thought we left on good terms. Then on Snapchat, he told me he was pissed that I didn't hook up with him. And I was so confused because I thought we left happy. And then he went and filmed that rant video about me, and he got so much hate for it, he took it down. And then he made another one about me, but once again got hate and took it down. But it's scary because we filmed a regular video, so he has that footage of me, in addition to some naked pictures. I was so happy when it was all over because he could have destroyed me, and still could. I personally think that that was highly relevant to Nick's pattern of behavior. And if I hadn't made that video, I wouldn't have spoken to this guy from New York. I wouldn't have known that he felt exactly the way I felt, scared, confused, threatened, bullied. So yes, I think it's important to point out people's patterns of behavior, especially if it's a creator who's using their platform to threaten and to bully others. If something comes up where he attacks you or something and you want me to tell my story, I'd consider doing it, because he really needs to be stopped.
With all this on the brink, Nick didn't respond and decided to move on from Stephanie Soo. This was maybe because he wasn't sure what to say, or maybe he thought he couldn't turn perspective around. But in this instance, it seems that Stephanie had won the battle of character attacks. To be honest, I can understand why someone may have a problem with Stephanie's commentary. If you don't like her, then you will receive the impression that she's manipulating a situation to be much worse than it is to expose Nick, and there have been some interesting criticisms, particularly for her first video. But for me, because because she spoke from her personal perspective and separated a lot of the facts from her own personal interpretation, it made it difficult for me to draw any clear character inferences. It's a carefully worded video with strong themes for the most part. Although that approach could be read as orchestration, it would also be the right way to go about making a video like this, so it ultimately comes down to how you read her intent. In many ways, it was exactly like what Nick did in his Trisha Paytas video. So what was the difference here? Well, the difference was that with context, Trisha's actions didn't look half as bad as Nick had portrayed them, whereas with a few exceptions here, most of Nick's behavior appeared to be exactly as presented and proven by Nick himself. The only weaker point of this video, in my opinion, is the photos Nick took, which Stephanie attacks quite harshly as a breach of personal security.
When I did go to the restroom, you did take pictures behind my back. And I didn't approve of those pictures. And you kept trying to make it seem like I'm crazy, I'm a manipulator for being scared of you releasing these pictures. So then you went on to release the exact pictures that I would never want on the internet. You released a picture of my kitchen with my security feed straight dab in the middle, and you didn't have the courtesy to blur it out. I don't know what you were interested in that picture. Was it the kitchen cabinets? Because you could have gotten more of the cabinets from a different angle. Was it the curtain? Because you could have gotten more of the curtain from a different angle.
Although I don't think Nick should have released pictures at all without permission, it's probably worth noting that you have broadcast the house prior, and such images are accessible partly by your own doing. It would have helped make the point more precise so you convey your issue. Certain claims that Stephanie had labeled Nick a sexual predator, or at least implied, which I expected to see in the video, I didn't really feel stacked up. She defines the parallels pretty clearly and also clarifies this position in her second video.
I never implied that Nick sexually harassed me. I never implied that Nick did anything illegal. I never implied that Nick committed crimes towards me or towards anybody else. I feel like a lot of us run off patterns. I don't know if I'm the only one, but if someone makes a mistake, you forgive them. But if they continue to do the same thing over and over and over again, and they hurt people every single time, I think that's very dangerous, and I think that's very alarming.
I do think the whole dick suck line was a bit unnecessary, although I acknowledge its use was more dramatically motivated. Other points such as hypocrisy relating to a mockery of Nick stammering while criticizing his use of the in and out joke are not unreasonable, but they're extracted from the context of the points as well.
She took a part where I was stuttering on my words and made fun of it. It wasn't that big of a deal. I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Honestly, if this problem wasn't happening, I wouldn't even think twice over it. I'm only bringing this up because it's very peculiar. She's trying to have this campaign against bullying, and she would never want to bully someone, and you know, I'm trying to do this benevolent thing where I turn this terrible, terrible phrase into something happy and good. Not only did she not say, hey viewers, don't bully either, you know, she didn't say that, but she also essentially poked fun at me too. But she's thinking that I was such a bully. But I didn't put it on YouTube, it was on my Instagram, and no one knew what that was about except for like 3 or 4 people. And then she put that on her video, which got viewed 6 million times. Of course people are gonna see that as license to go to my channel and add fuel to the fire.
The mocking of a person's speech errors is something that could be leveled towards most creators as a universally comprehensible joke. It's obvious. The in and out joke was an inside joke which really had little use in being public, which is why the argument was made that its utilization was more malicious. Equally, that's why she had no trouble making charity merch out of it, because when revealed, the joke loses its power. It doesn't mean that these points are invalid, but because there's rationale behind the other side, a tone of slam dunk righteous anger will likely go down like a lead balloon.
And some people might be shocked, like, how could you said this phrase hurt you so much, and now you look at it and you say, hey, swipe up for In and Out merch, 100% proceeds go to charity. I think that's kind of crazy that you can't look at it as, hey, this thing that hurt me is now helping other people.
I understand the use of certain buzzwords may blur the line and definitely cause some more zealous community members to use the video to make more harmful statements. It could be a bit irresponsible in that regard. But personally speaking, as someone with similar background to Stephanie, being placed in positions where you feel that saying no could have greater consequence can be really upsetting, and I don't think she conveyed that incorrectly. Whether the framing was too harsh on Nick's intentions is another question, based on Nick's own knowledge of Stephanie's background. Stephanie stated that she had informed Nick of her history, but it would be easy to forget, and it depends who you believe. There was also uncertainty about whether this could have been resolved elsewhere or not, and how it could have been handled. Valid questions, I'll say, which I'll save until the end. Regardless of the answer, one thing was certain. Nick was under fire like never before, and he had no clue how to deal with it.
Over 6 million people have viewed this video. I just checked. 6 million people from around the world. I certainly don't have 6 million people out there who know who I am. There aren't 6 million people who know who Stephanie is. I mean, I don't even have 2 million subscribers, let alone 6. That leaves for millions of people to discover and learn who I am from direct avenue of this video, which is fine. You can make videos about me all you want, but the title is why you're scared of me. Millions of people are coming to this video to learn why this girl who's crying and holding herself, which by the way, the thumbnail doesn't even appear in the video, why she's scared of me. And what do they see when they click it to learn why? They see a clip of me taken out of context of me saying to her, I hope you can trust me, or something along those lines. Oh, we can trust each other now. There's another clip of me taken out of context making comments about the Me Too movement. I'm saying that because of how she put this on the internet, I'm now gonna have to live with people calling me a predator for God knows how long. And she knows that most people are not gonna watch that whole video either. 45 minutes, 50 minutes, that's a very long time.
One thing that Stephanie briefly touched on in the last clip but otherwise didn't mention was a lot of Nick's points about the calculated nature of her video, how certain things were added for theatrics, and he's not entirely wrong, but it's the gauntlet which has been laid down by numerous videos, Nick's own included.
She knows what she was doing. That's not an accident. That's not an accident at all. Which is why the tags have Nikocado Avocado. Hi, I know you see this. Which is why she liked my post about exposing her. Which is why she deliberately told me to look at her, and it feels like I was set up. It's really crazy.
Nick's own videos showed that audiences cared a hell of a lot about how information is conveyed, often more than the information itself. Nick was a toxic person for multiple reasons, and so when this observable toxicity was paired with his own formula and used against him much more effectively than he ever used it, it may have been ironic, but it was also not in the slightest bit surprising that this was the outcome. I can't pry into Stephanie's mind, but it would not surprise me if Stephanie had made the video partly because she anticipated Nick making his own, which I think he definitely was. Stephanie had smartly handled Nick's instigatory behavior by providing him with as little cause for conflict as possible, which is why she stuck around and attempted to complete the collabs, because tonally that was the best thing to do. She tried to make it seem like it wasn't an issue, but Nick knows how to generate drama even when there may not appear to be any. The Stephanie Sue good girl isn't as good as you think is great clickbait. So she went ahead with her preemptive strike. He'd go on to say that he was over it by the 19th of December in a video regarding Zach Choi.
And I told him, I remember telling him in the car when we almost pulled up to her place, I was just like, and by the way, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's off my chest. It's done and over with. It is what it is.
But that doesn't explain why he uploaded a video called I'm Exposing Someone on the 20th.
But some people need a good reality check. Excuse me, I don't even like exposing people. It's so exhausting and stuff, but I was really screwed over, so.
Nick indulged in the exposed culture. He made multiple videos exposing individuals. He gave people the idea that this is what he enjoyed, and then was exposed in the process of attempting to expose someone else, and then went ahead with attempting to expose them anyway, only further exposing himself. Nick's whole brand was under fire, so his multiple personas seemed to go into overdrive.
I'm not looking to convince you not to watch him or that he's terrible. I'm just letting you know that my soul tells me that he helped Chicken Nugget bring this onto me. They're both very smart. They're so smart. And they know how the internet works. They know exactly what to say to be very careful, but enough
that allows people to draw the conclusions.
On the commentary front, Nick uploaded multiple more videos responding to people. He says he was set up, but no one really bought it. The DMs don't come out in his favor. His own evidence doesn't come out in his favor. One DM that I often think is overlooked is this one. When Stephanie apologizes for any misunderstanding in the group chat with Zach and states that she was not comfortable talking about Veronica, Nick appeals to the comments that she made on Saturday at her home. If she was egging this discourse of Veronica on up until the video on Sunday, as Nick claims, why would he not bring that up as a much more obvious example? Well, it's because Zach wasn't there on Saturday. Why would Nick appeal to Zach's ignorance rather than his knowledge? Well, in my opinion, it's because Zach knows that she wasn't egging it on when he was there. With this in mind, it doesn't surprise me that Zach snapped when hearing Nick's narrative. Nick would make a couple more videos attacking Zach, and Zach responded. Nick would concoct the narrative that he was, in fact, set up by both Stephanie and Zach due to a business partnership. But that would mean that Zach would have needed to predict Nick dropping him in it and leaking DMs without asking permission. And if Nick knew he was being dropped in it, why would he appeal to Zach's authority? To me, it seemed like he was trying to create hostility between Stephanie and Zach so that Zach would be forced to side with Nick. But when that failed, he just changed the narrative so that Zach was actually in on it as well. It's hard to see why else Nick would have asked Carly for permission, but not Zach.
I felt like what I was telling him, he was spoon feeding to Chicken Nugget. That he was this, oh, I'm in the middle, but I'm in the middle. Talking this way to me, talking this way to her. And they are business partners, you guys. They are joining up to make a lot of money. A lot of money. Who knows how much? Tens of thousands of dollars. They are business partners. They're going to come out with a product. I don't know if they're still going to do it. But I'm telling you,
it still didn't really answer the other questions and just made Nick look like a bit of a conspiracy theorist. The only thing in his favor was that Zach retained a lawyer, which to the commentator or critic would be a bit strange. But Nick did have a terrible habit of twisting his words. For example, Nick said that Zach couldn't have been a real friend because he didn't check on him when he landed after his flight. Zach said he didn't DM either Nick or Stephanie after Stephanie's video. And Nick says this.
Add more texts and show how you guys were so uncomfortable with me, yet you still hung out with me and drove me around and tried to pull information out of me every chance you could get. So how could you have stayed out of it totally and never texted again? Which, again, is not believable. But yet, we've heard from Chicken Nugget that the opposite happened. That literally, you were talking to her, you apologized, you gave permission to release more texts. For her second video, it's like, that's a lie.
It just reminds me of that guy who, when you ask why he wasn't early for the meeting, he says, well, I was here last week, which was very early. If he was sharper, he would have observed that Stephanie shows a message from Zach she alleged to have sent on the day after her video.
And this is a text message that Zach sent me on Sunday, December 22nd. This was a day after my video went up.
But unfortunately, I can't make being Nick's lawyer my full-time job. Sorry, Nicholas. I assume Zach retained a lawyer to avoid terminological hurdles, but his lawyer probably told him what any person should have told him at that point: to stop biting. However, not to be outdone, Nick uploads a video on January the 23rd pretending to read a letter from Zach Choi's lawyer, which was swiftly deleted following its upload.
You have been ordered to cease and desist. And the voluminous consumptions of foods that you eat on a daily basis on your social media platforms. Our client claims that you are negatively affecting the stretch marks on your behind and your pork belly. Our client claims that your double chin should hence be censored and provided its own zip code. Under threat of legal action, we demand that you cease and desist showing your pork belly and your eggplant on your social media platforms, as it is a direct offense to the morals of our client and the internet and beyond.
He made other responses to a couple people, but they soon fizzled out. He says there's a lot of people don't know, but it seems that people knew enough about him. On the other hand, how was his melodramatic persona holding up? Well, to be fair, it led to some sensational content.
You don't even know. You don't even know. And this is my cinnamon stick. And this is what's gonna keep the evil spirits out. Because I feel like there's evil spirits coming in, people casting spells on me. Excuse me, excuse you, excuse me. I am married to somebody who has a family who does witchcraft, so you better not watch out. Because I'm making sure there's no voodoo happening here. I am blessing myself, clearing the energy out. Out you go, toodaloo, out the door. And guess what? That bad energy can go right back to you. Bye-bye. you. You don't even know what you're talking about. I'm not sorry. Not sorry. I'm not gonna apologize for anything, for anyone, for any did in any way. I don't even know what people are even wanting me to be sorry for. To who? To who, Bill? To who? Sorry to who?
As shown earlier in one of his Veronica Wang videos, he said he just wanted to eat and cry on his channel. This approach had separated his commentary persona from his melodramatic persona, allowing the audience to lend him credibility in spite of his outlandish behavior. However, with his commentary credibility practically gone, he had no reason to preserve this border, and it quickly devolved into various debauchery relating to the drama, and far beyond that. But here's the kicker. When you think about it, it's the exact same cycle of his former vegan persona. Establish yourself as a credible creator on a certain issue, whether that's your own lifestyle, behavior, or someone else's. Make multiple videos on each topic, being outspoken, opinionated, and convincing fans by channeling assurance and confidence, even if the evidence is shaky. Eventually, this position no longer remains tenable, becoming quite apparent in the public eye, either through your own narrative or someone else's. This is in turn met with a dramatized deterioration, which is absorbed into this ever-growing, more unhinged presence which amplifies the drama.
Michelle Obama says pizza is a vegetable.
Michelle Obama says pizza is a vegetable.
Michelle Obama says pizza is a vegetable.
Turkey baster, up in here. Turkey baster, up in here. Turkey baster, up in here. Why am I getting fat? Why am I getting fat? I don't know why. I eat all the food pyramids. Do you think it's so funny? It's not funny. I eat all the food groups. I don't exclude any food groups. I eat all the food groups. I used to only eat 2.
However, given the scale of this new drama, a lot of audiences just saw him swinging back and forth on his sentiments and losing complete control of his channel, even though this was his brand, and he was just cranking it all up to 11. The thumbnails, the titles, the topics, it was hard to see why anyone would put themselves through that. But Nick did. He would even make videos mimicking the comparison compilations, asking what happened to him. With his first video on his channel being about his departure from the vegan community, many people would go back to this video and ask how he could come from such a calm, reasonable attitude to where he is today. Well, there's one more twist to this tale, my friends. With Nick's reputation finally being attacked from all angles, it seemed inevitable that some old friends may resurface. We already spoke about Stars Divine Munchies, who left a fresh input on the situation, and a couple other more recent creators who had their run-ins with Mr. Avocado. These are not the stories that I find of particular interest. In fact, there is one tale that may tell us more than anything else. As you probably remember, though it's a while back now, when responding to one of Veronica's videos, Nick mainly chose to avoid a certain point relating to an email from someone by the name of Rainy Pachak. This was a person who Nick had previously copyright striked under an alias, and attempted to conceal it for a while before coming clean. But in Rainy's new video, he showed it went much deeper than just that.
Basically, I want to say that Nick Hikado's been doing this to people for a very, very, very long time, and a lot of people have been using my footage and other people's footage recently to prove that, because these things are starting to surface. And I think people, now that Nick Hikado's kind of been exposed a little bit, people are feeling more comfortable about coming out and telling their stories about what he's done to them. And so I think I am the first person, at least on YouTube, that he has started this attacking pattern of his with. He would eat like 19 avocados in a mukbang, and he was in this community called the low-fat raw vegan community. Low fat, high carb, that's what we eat, right? And he's eating a ton of avocados. So he had people being like, yo bro, you should probably not eat so many avocados. And being Nick, he takes everything super personally, didn't like that one bit. So he was at war with this community, right? And so he was making drama videos about how he can eat high fat and it's fine and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I agree. You can eat however you want. That's not where our beef came from. Our beef came from him using this drama on Facebook to plug his YouTube channel. I just felt like it was shady, it wasn't done with integrity. But I came up to him in private message and said, yo, inspect your integrity. You're making a lot of drama on Facebook and using it to plug your YouTube channel to get more views. I felt like I was friends enough with him where I could give a little constructive criticism, but no, I couldn't. That was a big mistake. That really, really pissed him off.
Yes, and he comes with a fair few receipts of his own.
So in the coming days after that, I get a strike on my YouTube channel. It says, Carlos Plaus put a strike on this video, said that you used footage that was his. It was actually a YouTube video where I did use somebody else's footage. I didn't really know what I was doing back then. I shouldn't have done it. but it wasn't Carlos Plaus. It was not somebody named Carlos Plaus's footage. So I look into Carlos Plaus. I find out that the only comments it's ever made, the only channel it's had any engagement on is Nikocato's, and the comments were ridiculous. They were like, oh my god, you're so amazing. You're like the coolest YouTuber ever. And it became painfully obvious that it was a fake account, and Nick was using it to not only put a strike on my channel, but to garner support, fake support on his own channel. And so I asked him, hey Nick, this Carlos Plaus guy seems to like you a lot. Will you ask him to, maybe because he's so much of your fan, will you ask him maybe to please take this strike off my channel? And he's like, yeah, sure, of course. And he was like, oh, after like a week went by or something, he's like, yeah, I tried, he didn't answer. I have a whole video about this. You can watch the details about this. But basically, I say, as a way to kind of get this copy strike off my back and also kind of prove that it's Nick, I say, hey, it's okay. I know how I can find out who it is. I'm a computer nerd. I'm a hacker. I can find out his IP address as soon as I dispute the claim. 10 minutes after I send that to Nick, the claim is taken off my YouTube account. Obviously Nick who did it. Nick and Orlin are totally ridiculous. They keep asking me to do things for them. Eventually I'm like, okay, no. You put a strike on my channel. I'm not doing anything for you. Maybe in the future, if you apologize and Nick's really nice to me for a while, I'll start being friends with you guys again. So Nick doesn't say anything until I think the 2015 Woodstock Fruit Festival, where he comes up to me on the first day, says, yeah, he admits that it was me, that it was him. He apologizes, and he tells me that he did it because 2 reasons. One of them I will not mention because I feel like it's too personal, but one of the reasons is because he was jealous of my camera equipment and my YouTube channel, my skills, and blah, blah, blah. So that kind of says a little bit of something. His whole relationship with me, all he talked about was my video equipment, my stuff, my blah, blah, blah. And he was upset, obviously. I think this is something he does. He gets upset by something and then attacks, and this is his pattern.
Ultimately, what can be alleged from this video is that Nick's rather toxic attitude predated his withdrawal from the vegan community, and that ultimately, after making a series of attacks against people in the raw vegan community, he subsequently departed, attacking many others, including Rainey himself.
Here's why, after 9 videos of praise, he makes 3 videos trying to destroy the Woodstock Fruit Festival. He started eating cooked food, and some people within the community had some stuff to say about that. Stupid stuff to say, I will admit. They said things like, oh, he's lost his way. Oh, he's fallen off the path, fallen off the wagon. He's returned to eating toxic food. He makes many videos about how raw food is bad, an eating disorder, and how raw vegans are insane, and how the Woodstock Fruit Festival, the largest fruit festival in the world, is a freaking insane place where they starve their volunteers and they pull coconuts out of the trash and make food out of them and feed them to the people who are paying way too much money, and they wouldn't let him have a wedding there, and he insinuated it was because he was gay, and all this stuff because he got offended. He's now trying to destroy. This is his pattern. This is what he does. I work with the Woodstock Fruit Festival. I'm their videographer. And so I'm making a video to defend them. I'm working with them to defend them. And here's where I mess up. I make the mistake of talking on Facebook about making this video. I say, hey, I'm gonna make this video. I'm gonna work with a doctor to prove that he's lying about the herpes thing. That's not what I should have done. I should have kept it private and just come out with the video. All of this would have been very different had I done that. But no, I had to let people know that I was making the video, so it alerted Nick. So what he did was made a 40-minute long video to try to get people to distrust me. It's like war with this kid. Like if you slip up a little bit, he's gonna take advantage of that to the fullest to try to destroy you, to ruin your reputation, to get people to not trust you. And I think this is the first time he did it, unless he was doing this in high school too. Who knows?
Rainey links an old response he wrote to the video, which Nick had uploaded, and also shows emails in which Nick had attempted to convince Rainey to remove his side of the drama. Rainey made the logical assumption that this sudden change was due to Nick coming under fire from other vegan commentators like the Vegan Cheater and Martin Lewis. Interestingly, Martin had spoken about his own experience with Nick in an older video with receipts of his own.
With my accounts. Now, I have a few other fake accounts where they're run by me, but it's not really me. They have like no photos, or it's like a random photo. Some of them have friends, some of them don't. It's a technique that I learned from them, which is ironic, to have other accounts to help you along, start controversy, make fun of yourself, have your fans or followers defend you. It stirs things. Start controversy, start controversy, start controversy.
Here you have Nicholas posting on Facebook, trying to fool everyone and make out that I have a fake account, when in actual reality, he's the one who creates fake accounts to start with people so he can get more publicity. He tried to damage my reputation by saying I had a fake account when I never did.
He's done like sneaky, snaky-ish, deliberately said things to make it look like I had a fake account when I never ever told him that I had a fake account, because I didn't.
In Rainey's description, there are links to various uploads that have withstood the test of time, including one of Nick's about the Woodstock Food Festival. And oh boy, a lot may have changed, but Nick hasn't.
Obviously the festival's struggling, and I want to draw in people by making videos. My videos have gotten tens of thousands of views. It's gotten more views than the official Woodstock promo video. There are people from my gym, people that follow me on YouTube, that said, I'm going to come to the festival because of these videos. This looks like amazing. It was basically a promotion show for them, because I did have a good time, and I was happy to be there as Mike Velocity's assistant, but at the same time, that doesn't mean I didn't see all the shit that went on. And I feel like people deserve to know the truth. The Woodstock chef ordered Orlin and other people to go digging through the garbage cans to find coconuts that they were just gonna blend up and to turn into a cake. Their cake was made from the trash, and it wasn't until that festival ended that Orlin now has what we call hoppers, because they hop from place to place. He has herpes in his mouth. He's never had herpes. And a lot of you are gonna be like, oh, well, that's common, that's this and that. It's like, no, this is malpractice. They could get sued for this. They're feeding people shit from the trash.
There's been a lot of talk about what happened to Nick, but to be honest, not much happened. He merely adapted to new communities. Claiming the communities changed him, claiming the lifestyle changed him, claiming the food changed him would simply be false. I'm not entirely sure why he approaches these things the way he does. Maybe it's for the fanatical followers. They've certainly been a permanent fixture. You should be careful. Nick Ocado is one of the most powerful mukbangers, and he could press charges. You need to grow up and say you're sorry before something bad happens to you. With these conflicts, a cycle appears to arise. He was part of something, he left it, he attacked it, and then he moved on. He did that with the raw vegan community, he did that with the vegan community, and eventually he went on to do that with other YouTubers. That's not an option with his current brand, because he's transcended a community and emerged as an individual, put his reputation on the line, and that will probably follow him into any community. It's not something that he can just up and leave, which is probably why he's taken a slightly different approach to this drama.
Over here. Gobble, 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 gobble.
Another creator who briefly dropped in to leave her thoughts was one of Nick's earliest friends and collaborators, Brianna Jackson. She's also a former vegan. However, when Nick left the community, she made a video responding to this decision.
A lot of comments insinuating that I'm a hypocrite, because I've come out and I'm no longer vegan anymore, when 3 years ago I made a video about Nick Ocado Avocado not being vegan anymore. So there's some things that I have to say on this, some things to get off my chest.
In her new video, she responds to people asking her to apologize to Nick, as she subsequently made the decision to leave veganism behind as well, while sharing some voice memos of her own.
Because people are acting like they know everything about the situation, like as if they know all about our friendship, all about me, all about Nick and what happened, and they've just made this decision that I'm the one that must apologise, and for anyone that doesn't know, Nick is not just some random person that I made a video about. We were friends. I went travelling with him for 3 months during summer 2016. We went to Thailand, we went to Bali, we did everything together. We shared a bed, we shared food, we literally spent the whole day together. There weren't many times that we were apart, so a lot happened between us, a lot of things that you guys don't know, and leaving a comment like that, you're assuming like you know everything about the friendship and acting like, oh, you're the one that needs to apologise, when you don't know anything about our friendship. You don't know what happened, you don't know the shit that he did to me and why our friendship broke up. And yes, in that video I was acting like we were still friends, because I wasn't ready to tell you guys that we weren't friends on that video. That video was about promoting veganism, and I didn't want to come across as like this crazy person who hated him. But yes, I did hate him at the time. Do I hate him now? No. But will I ever forgive him for what he did to me? No. And will I apologise to him? Hell fucking no. You're not gonna know the full story, but you're gonna hear some of the shit that he said to me.
But you don't realize how you come across to people. You look like a miserable, wet dog. Even Ellie said she's always asking you. And you have this disgusting scowl on your face all the time when we're going to restaurants. Look, Brianna, if you're antisocial, and you're so fucking out of it sometimes. You didn't even see the camera in the kitchen recording me, asking you questions. You didn't see any of it. I have dozens of videos of you treating me like shit, ignoring me, giving me smart-ass responses. The combo of you asking me why, the combo of me asking why you lied about the collab video, the parts of the mukbangs where you acted like a negative lump in the log. I have all of it. You acted like an entitled brat. So, I have the screenshots. I have Ellie's phone call recorded. You have made both of us uncomfortable.
Once again, it has this highly accusatory undertone, and although there is strictly one side to this story on show here, and she says she doesn't really have too much else to add, Rainey also shared DMs where Brianna stated that she had previously received a completely different impression to the one presented by Nick. With the other DMs we've seen, some of which presented by Nick himself, seem to maintain the theme that he has a habit of poisoning the well. When it comes to other creators, that's obviously a more personal issue. When paired with the other observed actions, it seems like an excellent alienation tactic if those people were ever exposed. After all, the mukbang king shall vanquish whom he wishes.
For the record, the girl that he mentioned in those voice notes who apparently hated me, Ellie, she's still one of my best friends. I just saw her in November in Florida. We are very good. So yeah, he did a lot of shit to me that showed me that I would never ever trust him again.
All of these individuals are aware of the flaws within the community and outwardly state that there are those who are toxic, who have probably helped precipitate the situation themselves. As noted, such lifestyles can breed fanaticism. However, it seems that Nick Ocado thrived on these sentiments as much as many of his, quote, haters.
People fighting, people making videos about who texted who cheated on who said what, taking screenshots of comments from months ago and making dramatic videos about it. Like, if that is evident with just a few thousand people in the world who have gone vegan, then if the whole world goes vegan, we are not saved.
When Nick Ocado made that video announcing his departure, he may have seemed reasonable. He may have been looking for a fresh start, but the subsequent devolution of his behavior and the consequences that ensued wasn't a new development. It was a return to old habits. And old habits die hard. But was Nick about to try and cull them? Let's find out. Nick didn't really have much commentary credibility to salvage at this point. Throughout January 2020, he had done nothing but aggravate the situation, and by the time February came around, it didn't look like he was going to make it any easier for himself. This is Hushbang. They uploaded content that was similar to a lot of mukbang compilation channels. Now, as I understand, they had uploaded multiple videos covering Nick Ocado Avocado's drama. It seemed Nick wasn't happy about this and decided to send multiple copyright strikes to this channel. Hushbang subsequently privated all these videos and made a community post stating that they would be explaining why soon. Nick then replies sardonically, commenting on the post that he's looking forward to it. Many of Nick's strongest critics quickly jumped onto this, observing the hypocrisy given the narratives he espoused in his Veronica Wang uploads.
Folks, Nick Ocado isn't in the wrong. He can copyright strike any channel he wants, like ever. He has the right to even strike CNN if he wants, because Nick Ocado Avocado can do whatever he wants.
One of these critics was Veronica Wang herself, who expressed anger at the abandonment of such principles, given how he mobilized them so assertively against her. A few days later, Nick would go on Drama Alert to be interviewed by Keemstar and Leafy. Nick maintained his position and responded to some of Keemstar's quite reasonable observations by making statements which I feel weren't entirely honest.
But obviously,
100%, 100%.
But Stephanie could also say, I only included that so you could better understand why I felt the way I did, right? So there's always two sides to every story. But
that's pretty extreme. I've never done that to someone where I pull out like that type of seriousness to, you know, say, oh, I felt a certain way. I mean, that's just going to the extreme. That's really, that means that you need more to add to the argument to make it a video. Like,
then Leafy joins, and well, what did you think was going to happen?
I don't have the energy. It's because I'm sick. But I'm
sorry.
Your number one fan.
You're my number one fan? What?
It's really helped me get through tough times and whatnot. but
I don't believe you. I'm sorry, I don't believe you. I mean, no offense, but there's no way you're
I am being 100% honest.
Leafy, what is
I'm
your
in
favorite?
a doctor's bed right now.
He also said this regarding a prospective apology for his alleged misdeeds.
If I am going through stuff and I'm gonna express it, or if I'm not sorry, or people want me be sorry for something I didn't even fucking do, how is that genuine or good YouTube content? I don't understand.
However, a few days later, he uploaded a 1.5 hour long video called I'm Sorry. Though not apologizing for any specific drama that instigated his reaction, he does apologize for some of his subsequent behavior, while also explaining why he behaved in a certain way. He also discusses some changes in his life that he's been making to hopefully help him improve.
I have messed up a lot over the past 6 months. I have messed up my whole life, actually. Let's take that back. My whole life has been bad. I am, this past week or two especially has been, I just need to apologize for everything. I just am embarrassed. And this is not a good apology. That's also why I've been afraid to say something, because it's also excuses. I mean, I am sorry, and I'm telling you that I'm not happy with how I behave on the internet sometimes, but I feel like I need to tell you why and give you my perspective, but then it comes across as an excuse, but then if I don't tell you, how do you know? Then you think I'm just fully off the rocker, deranged, and I'm not, but I don't know. I don't know what I need to say to make people feel better other than I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Knowing that everyone thinks I'm the victim, or not the victim, the villain, and then me saying, well, if I'm the villain, let me be the villain. I know who I am. I have no problem doing something, it's like, it's all of those things combined. Like, I'm mentally not well, I'm physically not well, I'm frying my brain, my relationship isn't good, I'm naturally extra and emotional, but I also have a lot of flaws to who I am, and I've made some mistakes, and then I've also exaggerated stuff because I know it got a reaction, but YouTube, it spreads my channel when people make more videos about me, and it's like, it goes even further. It's kind of a mess. I went to therapy today. Wow. First of all, I'm very lucky to have a therapist on Sundays. Second of all, I'm lucky to have such a grounded, smart person. I talked about it in yesterday's video on my third channel, how it's just like, I didn't think I needed it. I always said, I'm very analytical and thought-provoking, and I like to, even though I don't appear that way on YouTube, that's also my character. I just, I'm very analytical and stuff, but it took me by surprise the fact that there's someone else that could be offering you insight to things that you would have thought of initially, and you're not as smart as yourself, and sometimes you have to hear it from someone else. So I'm addressing medication. I'm addressing, which again, I don't know if you're gonna notice any differences in my mukbangs going forward. All medicines have side effects and stuff, and I don't want that. I want you to know that I have various people in my life helping me, and I have various tools in my life to help me fix all the things that are going on.
These accounts made sense to some people, however others weren't quite as convinced, not believing his rationale stood under scrutiny, such as his reasoning regarding the Kobe Bryant escapades.
I know it's my left hand. Right hand up to God. Oh, I did not know who he was. Never heard of him in my life. You name any sport player, I'm not gonna know a thing about them. I just don't know. And that was the first time I heard of him. And Kobe, spelled that way, was the first. It's not a common name. It wasn't I can barely even remember someone I meet 5 times.
After admitting that a lot of this content is made for the purpose of trolling, it would be a strange decision to try and downplay other incidents, although it's hard to really buy his explanation when he addresses Bryant by such ridiculous substitutes.
No, it was like four letters. K, beep, beep. Calvin? Oh, what was his name? It starts with a K. And even though it sounds like it should be a C. Kenneth? I don't know. I don't think it's that long. I remember being very short. Like 4 letters. I think there's an O in there. Kathy.
Oh, everyone's really upset. Everyone's shouting at the screen. I don't know sports. I don't know basketball. I've never heard of them before. Don't come for me. I don't know sports or anything.
Other people doubted the intent of this video, which after everything that's been revealed and the following publicity stunts is understandable. Ultimately, that part will come down to personal interpretation of his remorse. One issue he did not appear remorseful over was that regarding Hushbang, which he appeared to stand his ground on, stating that he'd be discussing it soon.
I also don't want to respond to that because I just had a meeting with my manager from Google and we're looking into it. So that's all I'm saying. It was not false. And we are pursuing what we need to. That's that. That's all I'm going to say at this point. But it was made on decision of a few people.
However, his next video turned out to be another apology video, this time to Veronica Wang, which integrated the Hushbang discussion.
There's a lot more to that story. What I'm able to talk about, because nothing has been confirmed yet, I have been speaking with the copyright team here on YouTube. I have been speaking with my manager at Google. We, or them, are evaluating it and escalating it. I have connections at YouTube, okay, and I use them when I feel like I'm being targeted, and I guess I felt very targeted, and that's the truth. It's one thing where people react to me or make comments about me or criticize me or say, oh, he's crazy, he's stupid, he's... It's another thing when out of over 100 videos on a channel, 80 of them were only about me. And I felt very would those videos have been made if I didn't give people a reason to talk about me? No. So it's kind of like I'm eating my own pudding. I'm getting a taste of my own medicine. Because what did I do to Veronica? So you add up all those videos, plus the video I made a week ago, that's a collection of videos. I can't imagine what she's feeling too. Why should I be able to feel badly or hurt or targeted or anything like that about a situation, but she is not allowed to with me?
People seem to feel this was a more sincere apology. He once again talks a lot about his mentality and how that yielded his behavior, which he now sees the error in. Very admirable reflection for sure. However, the cynical side of me can't help but feel that this sympathy towards Veronica Wang is a way to validate the position that he has taken, while appearing selfless. Now, changing your stance with new experience and information is fine, but mass copyright strikes seem like such a weird thing to 180 on, and I'll never truly agree or provide sympathy for people who do that stuff unless it's just literal re-uploads. Mass strikes at once always feel like a calculated effort to attack a channel rather than actually defending the content, because there are so many other ways around it. It always feels personal. With that said, the video is an hour long and he talks about a lot, and I don't want to present the perception that it's just that. And since then, Hushbang have moved on from that content and gone back to doing what they did prior, which was being a Sims channel. Good for them. As I understand, they were actually saved by YouTube's intervention, though I'm not sure how much of a hand Nick had in that. With these videos, it did seem that Nick Ocado was attempting to turn over a new leaf. He advocated the distinction of his trolling persona, and it's clear he didn't want to just be remembered as a troll, but did want to sustain that side of him for entertainment purposes.
Effort. I really want to just grow from this. And also let you know that there's also things that I do on purpose. I mean, because it's the internet and I like to have fun.
To many people, life is about a legacy, how one will be remembered after they're gone, whether that's internet presence or existence in general. And when facing down his legacy, Nick reacted in the way that he knew best. But now the joke was over, he still had content to create and wanted to be more than a YouTube villain. Will he ever have that opportunity? And what can be said about this exhausting character? Nicholas. What to do with you? Let's start this part with a positive. Nick likes cheese. I really like cheese as well. Cheese is great. Good on you for liking cheese. When South Korea gave the world mukbang all those years ago, few could have foreseen that it would create so many waves across many people's lives. In many ways, with consumerism considered, it shouldn't be that surprising. But there is a level of awe that I still find myself in that such a conceptually innocent idea has distorted itself into this. Nick Ocado was one of the first on the gravy train, making mukbangs before he'd even quit veganism. In a way, I think Nick's mukbangs suit him in a twisted fashion. There is something so fascinating yet so empty about its presentation. Nick hailed from fervent communities with people who were very strong-willed, but Nick was equally as strong-willed, and he eventually lost the allegiance to said community, channeling his passion down other avenues, and often against the communities he had previously identified with. Although he had pledged to distance himself from the drama, he gradually began to dabble more and more. After all of that toxic drama, he couldn't resist. Why is that?
It's an element of me trolling for the camera because it gets people talking. The more people talk about me, the more I grow. Whether they're negative videos or not, it pushes my name in the algorithm. Nick Ocado Avocado. My channel just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Even if people are leaving, it's like they're coming back or they're being brought in from other people who don't know me yet.
I think this quote is more important than one may initially consider it, although only partly true. I'm sure there are many reasons for why he behaves the way he does, but I think his main motive is to provoke. His rather aberrant content doesn't tend to attract more views, and never has really. It tends to alienate some audience members, and overall only loosely fits in thematically with his other content, often being a product of some other incident that spirals. Therefore, it was inevitable when everything began to spiral, so did the prevalence of this character. Nick has been doing this from the start. It's a pattern. He initiates an argument, picks a strong position because people love strong positions, and he runs with it for better and for worse. And if it goes south, he just hits the fuck it button and loses all control.
Oh my god. Open it. It hurts so bad. How dare you call me dramatic? Really? You people make me fucking sick. Get the fuck out of here. How dare you call me dramatic? Oh. Yeah, what'd she say? Come on. Oh, first of all, let's just bring up the fact. Oh, he's trying to be like Trisha.
It's entertaining, even if it makes him look like a fool. And he can make himself look like a fool because it's his reputation. In a way, it was a win-win, because if he's taken seriously and lent credibility, then he can make more videos capitalizing on that. And if he's not taken seriously, then he can just turn it into a massive meme. It ultimately means that it's difficult to decipher what's real and what's not in his life. Nick claims that he lets his mood lead his content, given the daily upload schedule. And because his mood is so volatile, you'd never know what to exactly expect. And with videos every day at an exhaustive rate, his persona just amalgamates into a blur. He's never dull, but by allowing so many sides to consume him, it feels like a simulation and not a real person. I think the motive to provoke and entertain is something that pervades all this content, and I don't doubt that it was part of his motivation when making call-out videos too. Calling others out can be pretty exciting for creators and audiences alike, and there's some real feeling of righteousness that it can drive, but there is a cost for making them. Whether ensued by the instigator or the recipient, you're going at someone's reputation, and as Nick observes himself, that will have a lasting effect on a brand. Exposed culture is like that, and when the momentum was in his favor, Nick went with it. He set a target, he set a position, and he entertained many people who wanted to see someone problematic brought down. Nick had this fascinating approach to framing these people that he exposed as these manipulative masterminds, pulling the strings, when many of them were almost completely the opposite to me. Creators panic responding to criticism, some of which very warranted, but them clearly having no clue what to do because they've never been involved in this. A lot of creators don't respond well to strongly formed criticism. Nick targeted them and gained credibility off the back of their incompetence. Nevertheless, the content itself was opportunistic and provided an illusion of argumentative soundness because his demeanor conveyed conviction, his responses appeared comprehensive, and his targets had often already been written off by audiences. With these other personas balanced, that was a perilous position to be in. It was only a matter of time until his narratives were placed under similar scrutiny and the cracks were going to appear. What was truly exceptional is the nature by which it happened, an exposed video by someone who he planned to expose. A video which showcased his behavior as aggressive, manipulative, and just all-round unpleasant, likely with the aim of cornering his subjects. Nick wonders why this couldn't have been solved by a DM.
I'm sorry.
I reacted poorly to her standing me up. I shouldn't have messaged and called that many times, but I wanted to feel a little bit better. If she was a friend, our developing friendship, as she said in her text, for the sake of our developing friendship, I'm like, well, if you're trying to develop a friendship, you would say, hey Nick, this is what's really up. I want to voice it to you, not, keep you wondering. Like, just, you know what I mean? It really wasn't that big of an issue, but now it's been blown up into this whole thing across the whole internet, and I'm gonna lose money, I'm gonna lose business, I'm gonna lose support, I'm gonna lose trust.
And a couple years ago, they may have been able to talk it out before it reached a video stage, but there was no confrontation by either party, even though there was demonstrable hostility. Nick's own commitment to the culture and the focus that he dedicated to exposing people led to such a rapid disintegration of trust that there was no private resolution, particularly given Nick's public flogging of the drama before this video. And in the end, Nick exposed himself as a rather callous snake who was pursuing a friendship for the sake of tea, citing his own trash talk as evidence. He may not have done anything egregiously awful, I agree there, but the bar was lowered, partly through his own exposés. Speaking for myself, but I'd take Nick's experience with Trisha Paytas any day over Stephanie's experience with Nick.
Also, there is an element of my attachment disorder showing through. I didn't want to accept that. I couldn't say, oh, whatever. I was like, no, I need to know why. What did I do? I need to be liked. I need to be accepted. So that is where some of that played into as well. I'm 27 years old. I need to just say, okay, I was overtaken with not accepting rejection or no or feeling left. And it's not because I'm a predator. It's not because I have sexual tendencies. It's not because I'm a master manipulator trying to convince everyone of something. It's because I don't like being ghosted, and I take it a lot harder than other people for various different reasons. And I am sorry for that, because I can understand how that would trigger whatever she went through with whoever she went through. And this wasn't 6 hours without eating. This was after sleeping for 9 hours. And I saw people on Twitter saying, oh gosh, poor baby, he has to not eat for 5 hours. It was 5 hours of waiting, but I hadn't eaten since the night before when we filmed our collab, which was like, I don't know, 10 p.m. So that's 12 hours plus 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 hours without food.
The sad thing is that towards the end of his response to Stephanie Soo, Nick does begin to speak somewhat remorsefully about mistakes he made. And although I question certain elements of his argument, such as the point about mukbangers starving themselves, like the dude literally had 3 full meals the day before, I wish he had made this a more central element rather than what felt like a footnote. It feels he struggles with two sides of him, because one moment he talks about his attachment disorder and why that makes him act more irrationally than most, and the next minute he says that most people would have reacted the way he did.
I'm very, very, very sorry for making her feel like getting flashbacks to when someone convinced her not to say no, or someone pressured her into doing sexual activities. I'm sorry that I instigated, I ignited those feelings and memories. I'm sorry, I had no idea. I had no way of knowing. She didn't tell me. And I was pissed. And I also have a problem being rejected. Why do you think I make all these videos searching for acceptance on the computer? I feel 100% justified in that reaction. I think most people would have reacted that way if they were left hanging for 7 hours.
I feel like people do want to get to know Nick, but no one really knows who he is. If he'd been more inclined to integrate apologetic elements, then it would have made him more human. But instead, he enshrined himself as the villain and set himself up to be clinically taken apart because of details which he was lucidly dishonest about. Eventually, this led him to self-destruct mode and took him down a road of performative insanity, which combined with fresh negative attention by critical audiences, cultivated a whole new reputation in itself. A reputation that Nick initially embraced before realizing it was not sustainable and attempting to patch up some wounds to compensate for his erratic behavior. Since then, it seems he's been trying to separate the personas a little, saving most of his eccentric content for Nikocado Avocado 3 and more Nikocado, and uploading a few more serious videos on his main channel, though its content can be a little questionable.
Out of my face. It's the way. Stupid table. So pointy.
But there is one thing for certain. It is undeniably Nick Ocado. And over these last few months, he has continued to evolve his persona to the changing landscape. Let's conclude this then. I'm sure you people have heard a lot about OnlyFans recently, the website where some creators decide to post rather candid content in return for monetary support. Well, Nick's a guy who likes to put himself online, and his OnlyFans account takes that mantra to the next level. He uploads and advertises it on a fairly regular basis, while proudly boasting that his page is in the top 0.25% of creators on the website. Congratulations to you, Nick. Unfortunately, I did not subscribe. There's a lot of business on such a website as people aren't really too concerned with your commentary credibility. They just want the goods. With this, you could say that Nick has been moving forward, but a lot of the stigma has persisted, with him being called out for any actions which could be classed as problematic. He recently ended up in hot water involving my good friend James Marriott and the drama channel Spill. Marriott made content reacting to Nick's OnlyFans content, and Nick reacted to Marriott's reaction, making some flirtatious remarks.
They're all batting for my team. I'm telling you, my radar's going ding, 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 especially him. Especially James, hotel boy. Marriott, a good place to sleep.
James then similarly responded, and people picked up on this exchange, with some taking it more seriously than others. Eventually, Spill made a video on it, however they appeared to misrepresent some of Marriott's comments, portraying him as uncomfortable.
James was uncomfortable with the comments Nick made. For example, he called out Nick for using his last name in a way.
Just because my last name is a hotel, that does not mean that you can pay to with me.
James clarifies this and shows context to the clips.
For example, he called out Nick for using his last name in a way.
Just because my last name is a hotel, that does not mean that you can pay to me. Right. Okay, you cannot decide if I'm uncomfortable, first of all. What I was saying was a joke. Proof of the fact that it was a joke is I'm now going to show you the clip they used in context. Just because my last name is a hotel, that does not mean that you can pay to with me unless the price is right. I literally told Nick Ocado that he could pay to with me. That is what I'm saying there. I'm not saying, oh, I'm so uncomfortable with the idea that he's going to with me. I literally joked about him with me. That is not a man who is uncomfortable with the situation.
Now, I'll admit, although I find some of Nick's OnlyFans comments a tad ill-suited, I know James and he's a thick-skinned guy. Well, he's a bit thick in general, if you know what I'm saying. And such comments aren't really cause for a spectacle. Spill have since removed the video and apologized, which was the right thing to do. Nick himself made a response video, although I think it evoked a few too many old memories for certain audiences.
Like, it's just gross. It's just gross. I'm just mad. I see these comments and I get so upset. I'm sending this all to a lawyer.
Never letting off on the receipts in title trope, are we? Of course, evoking the past trends make it harder to escape it, and he does receive some pretty cruel comments from people coming across his content, which does kind of make me feel sad. It obviously doesn't help that he tends to focus on them and talk about how you definitely shouldn't do it because it upsets him a lot in a baiting fashion. But such is the cycle of provocation. He has since appeared in an interview with James Marriott, and it's fine enough. I'd recommend watching it, although I do think he takes James's inexperience for a bit of a ride.
The story about you, I know a lot of your content can be falsified, it can be real, you know, it's kind of like a mix, you never really know what you're going to get. The video where you spoke about a heart attack.
Yes.
Did that actually happen to you?
It happened, yeah. Yes, it happened.
Oh my gosh. So talk me through that. How was that? I mean, how was your heart attack?
How tall are you?
I'm 6'4".
Oh,
so,
yeah, you're tall. You're tall.
Yeah. I'm quite tall.
I'm 6 foot.
Oh, you're 6 foot. You're taller than I thought you'd be as well, though.
I get that all the time.
Though he does say at some point he may become a weight loss channel, which I guess I wouldn't put it past him. I look forward to that day. Nick Ocado is one of those people who I don't really hate, but who I also don't necessarily feel bad for either. Many of my friends find his content thoroughly amusing, and I think from a distance there is legitimate entertainment in what he makes. But it also appears that it's something that should be enjoyed from a distance, because when others have been caught up in the narrative, it seems that it can do more harm than good. Whether he's playing it up for dramatic effect or not, it's still involving real people whose awareness of the content's nature ranges from possibly knowledgeable to completely ignorant. There's been a lot of speculation about his husband Allin's involvement, who has regularly been implicated in the drama but has never really given people an indicative sign of his own knowledge. I'm not really in a position to pass such judgment, but if Allin isn't in on the act, then Nick has truly done some pretty rotten things, which are probably slightly less forgivable than what I've spoken about today. Nick's never been in the most placid communities, I'll concede that. And this video isn't an impassioned defense of everyone he's ever come into contact with. But Nick is like this twisted mirror which takes a community and reflects its most dramatic faces. Mr. Avocado thrived on the toxicity, often indulging in it, and that's why many of these cliques will not remember him fondly at all. Whether that's how he'll be predominantly remembered on YouTube is another question, one for both him and the audience that will pass such a judgment. This video isn't the end-all of Nikocado Avocado content. Those videos are unbelievable in length and discourse, and therefore it's hard to completely condense all the details. There are other videos which also take perspectives which you're more than welcome to watch, and it's probably why this video has been a little longer than expected. If you're really that interested, then watch the videos for yourself and make your own verdict. Regardless of mine, regardless of yours, we'll probably see more of this,
I'm back home. Shoo-be-doo.
And hopefully a little less of this.
Hashtag me too.
In the never-ending nightmare of Nikocado Avocado. Shoo-be-doo-wah. Am I doing it right, Nick? Am I doing it right? So yeah, that was the video. I hope you guys enjoyed. As you probably noticed, it's quite a long video, but congratulations if you made it this far. I want to give big thanks to my editors, my many editors on this one. We've had a fair few. They're all up on screen now. Go and check them out. Send them some love. They do a fantastic job, and I really appreciate them. Want to give a big thanks to the sponsor again for funding this video. Being able to create such a lengthy, meaty piece gives me a bit more freedom and a bit more confidence when I create this stuff that YouTube isn't going to ruin me. So I really appreciate that as well. And definitely go and check them out because I think it's a really good deal they've given me. 85% off Surfshark VPN. Thank you guys again. A big thanks to the patrons. I need to give a big thanks to my $10 patrons who are up on screen now. You're doing a great job. I love you lots. $50 patrons. Amanda, Caroline, Devon, Hypercube, Rain, and some hullabaloo. Thank you very much. And a big thanks to my $100 patrons. We have A Little Lass, Brandon Junk, Christopher Carras, Doddy, and Yesenia Ramirez, and Candy Skulls. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it a lot. I don't really have too much else to add other than obviously you can find me on my socials, though I have been a bit more inactive recently due to being quite preoccupied with projects like this one. So I do my best to be around nonetheless, and I haven't been responding too much, though I must preface recently, and I do plan to correct that eventually, but I need to know my limits, and I'm currently at those limits. So thanks for watching regardless, guys, and I'm The Right Opinion, and I will see you in the next one.